When did Brother Ling Tian go missing? How did he even go missing? Han Xuanai looked at Xiongquan with a dignified expression and demanded with anxiety apparent on her face. Clearly, she had heard the discussion among the Ling Tian sect traders before her appearance and learned about Duan Ling Tian's disappearance. It began more than half a year ago. Xiongquan sighed and then he explained the sequence of events. Eventually, he admitted guiltily, "Unfortunately, I'm too weak. I couldn't enter the Lost Stone Forest to inquire about the whereabouts of young master." "The Lost Stone Forest, huh?" Han Xuanai murmured as she squinted her eyes that held a glint of coldness in it. Soon, Han Xuanai looked at Little Black and Little Gold as she said, "Little Black, Little Gold, you'll stay and protect the Ling Tian sect. Little White and I will go to the Lost Stone Forest." "Sister Xuanai, I want to go too," added both the little fellows hurriedly. "If you go along, what'll happen if something befell Brother Ling Tian's sect again?" Han Xuanai glared at them. Then, under their helpless gazes, she left with the little girl in white after she asked Xiongquan about the location of the Lost Stone Forest. The white-clad girl was the white python from earlier, Little White. After Han Xuanai left with Little White, Little Gold looked at the other 6 people apart from Xiongquan and said, "You guys were pretty lucky." Hearing Little Gold's words, they could not help but smile bitterly. Naturally, they knew why Little Gold would say that. If they had deserted the Ling Tian sect and stood behind the Han clan's powerhouse, Han Jing, like the other traitors, they would have been dead by now. "Li Si, fortunately, you've made the right choice." Zhang Sen looked at Li Si and spoke to him through voice transmission. He was pleased with Li Si. Li Si smiled awkwardly. He thought of leaving, but he felt that it was unkind to do so. Besides, his old friend, Zhang San had not deserted the Ling Tian sect too, so he stayed. It seemed that he had made a wise choice indeed. In fact, those who were really lucky were not Zhang San and the others. The luckiest ones were the people who were not at the Ling Tian sect then. The group of Ling Tian sect elders and disciples who were away felt the lingering fear in their hearts when they learned about the incident that day. They had no doubts about it. If they had been there, they would definitely have chosen to desert the Ling Tian sect. After all, the Demon Emperor powerhouses had arrived later. Before they did, it had been hopeless for the Ling Tian sect. Luckily, I was away for just a few days. Yes, otherwise, we'd also be dead. Everything's good now. Not only did we survive, but we can continue to stay in the Ling Tian sect. I heard that the Demon Emperor powerhouse isn't just young Miss Xuanai who left. For the time being, even the 2 little ancestors who stayed behind are suspected to be Demon Emperor powerhouses. With these Demon Emperor powerhouses, our Ling Tian sect will be able to rise above all the other first-rate forces on Cloud Continent. The group of lucky Ling Tian sect elders and disciple was constantly buzzing about it. While they talked about it, their hearts were filled with thrill and joy in addition to feeling lucky. On the Cloud Continent, the upper-level first-rate forces would, at most, be guarded by martial monarch peak powerhouses because there was no martial emperor powerhouse. The Ling Tian sect, which had Demon Emperor powerhouses that were comparable to martial emperor powerhouses, had left the other upper-level first-rate forces on the Cloud Continent behind to a certain extent. The little ancestors that they spoke about were naturally Little Gold and Little Black. Little Gold and Little Black stayed behind to guard the Ling Tian sect. Usually, they were not idle either and they liked to wander around. No one in the Ling Tian sect had never been bullied by them. At the summit of Ling Tian Peak, Little Gold and Little Black each sat on separate sides while Little Gold said regretfully, "How utterly boring. If I'd known this earlier, I'd have followed Sister Xuanai to the Lost Stone Forest and left you here alone." "Do you think I'd let you go?" Little Black asked coolly. "Or maybe you thought that Sister Xuanai just casually left the both of us here, and that it wasn't intentional?" "Humph." After Little Gold heard him, she snorted and started to ignore him. Those 2 little fellows were like a pair of quarrelsome lovers. At Lingxian Peak, there were only 3 days left till the selection day of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. I managed to restore some memories. It's a pity I still can't remember who I am. On the side of Lingxian Peak, a voice suddenly sighed from the only multi-story pavilion on the spacious stone platform. The voice was laced with helplessness. Duan Ling Tian, who had just woken up from his cultivation, shook his head and got down from the bed before walking out of the room. Moments later, he left the multi-story pavilion. Since the selection day of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers was only 3 days away, Duanling Tian could see many figures in front of the huts on the stone platform below. These figures belonged to people like Duanling Tian. Naturally, the similarity here meant that they had come to Lingxian Peak with the same objective as him, which was to join the selection of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers of Lingxian Peak. Currently, these people were sparring in pairs or groups. The atmosphere there was very lively. Ha! Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and turned to look beside him. Following that, a gust of wind rushed beside him and an old figure appeared. A closer look showed that it was the Martial Emperor's disciple, Xiaozhong, from Lingxian Peak, who had brought him there 6 months ago. Duanling Tian, the selection day of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers is just around the corner. Please be more careful these 3 days. Lu Zhong is troublesome, Xiaozhong reminded him solemnly. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded, but his expression was non-committal, as if he did not take Xiaozhong's words to heart. Perhaps it could be said that he never took Lu Zhong to heart. Not only is Lu Zhong strong, more importantly, there's a Martial Emperor's direct disciple behind me. That Martial Emperor's direct disciple regards him as his right-hand man. He won't stand by if Lu Zhong suffers any harm in your hands. Xiaozhong continued saying. As he spoke, his face became even more serious. Direct disciple? This time, Duanling Tian's eyes lit up suddenly as if he was particularly interested in the direct disciple of Lingxian Peak. What do you mean? If Lu Zhong were harmed or killed, the Martial Emperor's direct disciple behind him would seek revenge. Duanling Tian looked at Xiaozhong and asked hesitantly. That's right. Xiaozhong nodded. Xiaozhong soon noticed the purple-clad young man before him had suddenly laughed upon hearing his words. The laughter sent chills down his spine. A Martial Emperor's direct disciple? Soon after, the laughter on Duanling Tian's face disappeared. A hint of battle intent could be seen gleaming in the depth of his eyes. Naturally, Xiaozhong did not notice this at all. He would have been surprised if he had seen it. He believed that Duanling Tian's strength was far stronger than most of the Martial Emperor's disciples in Lingxian Peak. However, he would not believe it if one was to say that he was able to win against a Martial Emperor's direct disciple. Meanwhile, 3 figures appeared at the lone pavilion on the stone platform situated on the higher part of Lingxian Peak's mid-mountain. If Duanling Tian was here, he would be able to recognize with one glance that the person leading this group of 3 was none other than Lu Zhong. At this moment, Lu Zhong said faintly to the 2 people behind him, "Retreat." Yes. The 2 of them responded before leaving. After they left, Lu Zhong looked at the lone pavilion and bowed respectfully. Senior Brother Song. The moment his words left his mouth, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the lone pavilion. It was a young man clad in blue with a medium built and ordinary look. However, the big black mole right on top of his right brow appeared to be particularly eye-catching. Lu Zhong, are you looking for me? The blue-clad young man was one of Martial Emperor Ling Xian's 3 direct disciples in Lingxian Peak. He was Song Ting, the 2nd direct disciple. Senior Brother Song, I'd like you to make me the supervisor for the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers that's going to be held in 3 days' time. Lu Zhong answered respectfully. He did not dare to relax in front of Song Ting. A supervisor was responsible for supervising some of the selection's activities in the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers that would be held 3 days later. He would mainly be supervising the group of people joining the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers and recording their results. Above the supervisor would be the judges. The judges were 2 of the Martial Emperor's direct disciples. Song Ting was one of them. Due to this reason, Song Ting had the authority to select the supervisor. Why are you suddenly interested in this? Song Ting asked. It was obvious he was curious about this. Senior Brother Song, I'll be frank with you. I want to be a supervisor because I want to kill someone. Lu Zhong replied through clenched teeth. He did not have any secrets in front of Song Ting, nor did he dare to keep any secrets from him. It would not end well for him if Song Ting found out that he had hidden secrets from him. To put it nicely, he was Song Ting's right-hand man. To put it in an unpleasant way, he was only a pawn or a dog that was called at will. If he was ordered to bite somebody, he would have no choice but to bite him. As a master, if his dog suddenly bit him one day, he would definitely kill that dog without any hesitation no matter how much he had doted on the dog. Oh! Song Ting's eyes gleamed. He became even more curious. You're a dignified martial emperor's disciple. Why would you have enmity with someone who came to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers? Senior brother Song, he killed my brother, Lu Zheng replied furiously. Lu is killed by him? Song Ting's face darkened immediately when he heard Lu Zheng's words. In Lingxian Peak, other than a few martial emperor's disciples and followers who remained neutral, most of the martial emperor's disciples and followers had chosen a faction. They would either choose Song Ting, the faction of the martial emperor's second direct disciple, or the martial emperor's third direct disciples faction. Both factions were against each other. Both Lu Zheng and Lu Yi belonged to Song Ting's faction. Song Ting's eyes were filled with rage when he heard a member of his faction was killed. As the saying went, "You'll have to see who's the owner before you beat the dog." In his opinion, whoever dared to kill Lu Yi must have looked down on him. Song Ting's face quickly regained its calmness as he asked indifferently, "The fact that he could kill Lu Yi means that he's quite powerful. Are you sure you're able to kill him to avenge Lu Yi?" "Yes." Lu Zheng nodded vigorously. He was very confident of his own strength. Unless it was a person at the level of a martial emperor's direct disciple or some freaky powerhouses who had already reached the peak of the martial monarch stage, he had faith he could defeat them all. "Prepare yourself. 3 days later, follow me to the place where the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers will take place. I'll make you a supervisor, and at that time, you can wait for an opportunity to kill that man," Song Ting ordered. "Yes." Lu Zheng nodded his head respectfully. His eyes were shining manically. It was as though he could already see the enemy who killed his brother lying on the floor before him. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware that Lu Zheng was planning to kill him. At this moment, he was wandering around Lingxian Peak. After staying at Lingxian Peak for so long, this was his first time studying Lingxian Peak in detail. The dangerously steep peak that soared up to the sky somehow gave him a completely new understanding. When I'm looking at this peak in front, it seems like I can comprehend the information that's hard to understand in the back of my mind a little more. I don't think it'll be long before my sword profundity makes another breakthrough again. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. His purple robe fluttered in the wind as he hovered in the air. He was staring at the mountain peak that pointed up at the sky like a sword in the distance with utmost concentration. His eyes were fixed on it intently. At this second, the entire mountain peak seemed to have transformed into a gigantic sword in his eyes. A gigantic sword that soared all the way up to heaven. I heard from Xiao Zhong that Martial Emperor Ling Xian won't be showing himself this time at the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers that's held by Ling Xian Peak. 2 of the Martial Emperor's direct disciples will be in charge of it. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses. He seemed to have recalled something. I wonder if Yang Hui is one of the 2 Martial Emperor's direct disciples. Yang Hui was the person he met not too long ago at the peak of Lingxian Peak. He remembered when he first met Yang Hui was controlling and practicing his sword using his spiritual energy. From his deduction, apart from being an inscription master, Yang Hui might be a direct disciple of Lingxian Peak's Martial Emperor as well. Today, he went to the peak of Lingxian Peak again, but he did not see Yang Hui this time. During this period when the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers in Lingxian drew closer, each and every cultivation place of every Martial Emperors and Demon Emperors on every corner of Cloud Continent was bustling with activity as well. This was because their cultivation places were also holding the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. When the news of all the Martial Emperors and Demon Emperors who were active on Cloud Continent were holding the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers spread out, it created a huge commotion in almost the entire Inner Land. At the north of the Inner Land, a mountain valley was situated at an extremely cold place. It was chilly here all year round. The valley was snow-capped and misty, making it look like a fairyland. In this place that was similar to a fairyland, there was a special lake that emitted a dense aura of coldness. Although the weather was extremely cold to the point that all vegetation was frozen, the lake remained the same. The lake water glistened, unaffected by the cold. Apart from the lake, there was another highlight in this huge valley. Everyone in the valley was a female martial artist. A group of women chatted pleasantly with each other, presenting a very lively scene. In 3 days' time, the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers held by the Yuhan Valley would take place. There was a small valley at the place where Yuhan Valley received people who came to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. There were many beautiful silhouettes walking out from wooden houses. The entire isolated small valley was bustling. Most of them had an anticipatory yet nervous look on their faces. Only one person's face was glum and ugly. Ever since that 2 little bitches left, they did not return. Don't tell me they really have a close relationship or something with that martial emperor's disciple. It was an ugly woman. Just a glance was enough to make people lose their appetite. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the ear-piercing sound of wind whistling resonated in the air. It only stopped when it reached the sky above the small valley. Everyone who had left their wooden houses in the small valley, including that ugly woman, raised their heads up to look at the sky one by one. 3 women stood side by side in the sky. A green-clad woman stood in the middle. 2 unparalleled beauties that could topple a nation with their looks stood beside her. One appeared seductive and enchanting while the other appeared obedient, gentle, and quiet. Both had their own charms. It's them. A lot of people in the small valley recognized the 2 women instantly. A lot of them also looked at the ugly woman. They recalled this ugly woman had almost killed the 2 women who were as beautiful as flowers. They felt it was a little regretful at that time when they thought the 2 women were going to die. However, who knew that the situation would suddenly change? A martial emperor's disciple appeared and rescued them. I remember, ever since that martial emperor's disciple brought them away, they did not return. Initially, I thought they might have encountered some problems. I didn't expect to see them here again. The selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers that's held by Yuhan Valley will begin soon. Now that they're here, it looks like they're here for the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers too. It must be so. Then again, who's the green-clad woman? Why haven't I seen her before? As the saying went, 3 women were enough for a drama. Now that the group of women crowded together in the small valley, it appeared to be even more bustling and lively. Many people had their attention on the green-clad woman. Although that ugly woman itched to kill the 2 beauties who were as beautiful as flowers, she could not help but dread the mysterious green-clad woman. Junior Sisterly, is she here? Under the watchful eyes of the others, the green-clad woman finally spoke. When she was speaking, she glanced at the seductive and enchanting woman standing next to her from the corner of her eyes. The woman was wearing a light purple clothing. She was so beautiful that she elicited an urge in the onlookers to nibble on her. The woman was none other than Li Fei. The Li Fei who had become Martial Emperor Yuhan's direct disciple. At this moment, Li Fei pointed toward the ugly woman and said, "Senior Sister Su. It's her." When the green-clad woman called Li Fei junior sister, horror dawned on many people. When Li Fei looked at the ugly woman, everyone, including that ugly woman, began to realize what was happening. They were able to guess the reason for Li Fei's return. The green-clad woman looked at the ugly woman and asked calmly, "You're the one who almost killed junior sister Kuer and junior sister Li?" Although her face appeared calm, a murderous intent was hidden in her eyes. "Yes. Who are you?" The ugly woman was quite brave and nodded her head directly. At the same time, she looked at the green-clad woman in front with a glum face. She felt the green-clad woman before her was not simple. "How dare you?" At this moment, a delicate shout filled the air. Along with a white flash, a pretty white figure appeared in front of the ugly woman in just a blink of an eye. Slap! A crisp sound appeared as the ugly woman's head snapped backward. She had just been given a hard slap. The person who slapped her was the white-clad woman who had just appeared. The ugly woman returned to her senses and her anger flared up instantly. The origin energy on her body turned chaotic and profundity followed closely like a shadow as she prepared to attack the person who slapped her. However, the moment she saw the white-clad woman in front of her clearly, she forcibly swallowed the words she was about to say next. The person in front of her was none other than the Martial Emperor's disciple, who had rescued the 2 women with appearances that could topple a nation whom she wanted to kill. She was so powerful that her strength was far from being comparable to hers. "Kneel down and apologize to Senior Sister Sue." The white-clad woman snarled coldly at the ugly woman. In the next instant, when the ugly woman and most of the people were in a daze, the white-clad woman looked at the green-clad woman and greeted respectfully, "Senior Sister Sue." "Senior Sister Kerr, Senior Sister Lee." Apart from greeting the green-clad woman respectfully, she was also very respectful and courteously greeted Kuer and Li Fei as senior sisters. Perhaps Kuer and Li Fei's strength was not comparable to her, but as the martial emperor's direct disciples, Kuer and Li Fei's positions in Yuhan Valley were far higher than hers. Due to this reason, she needed to address the two women as senior sisters courteously when she saw them. When the ugly woman saw the white-clad woman greeting the green-clad woman respectfully, horror dawned on her face as an ominous feeling rose up in her heart. The moment she heard the white-clad woman greeted the two women, whom she itched to kill so she could derive pleasure from it, as senior sisters, her eyes narrowed right away. Despair immediately crept up on that ugly face. Boom! The way the white-clad woman addressed Kuer and Li Fei was like a stone that set off 1,000 ripples. It took everyone present on the scene who was ready to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers by surprise. "Senior sister?" This martial emperor's disciple actually addressed these women who came here to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers as senior sisters. Moreover, she was so respectful that it was extremely surprising. Don't tell me that, at this moment, many people began to have an inkling about what had happened, but they did not dare to confirm it. It was because this was just too shocking. "Flee!" Soon after, a swift figure charged out of the small valley and attracted many people's attention. It was none other than the ugly woman. She wanted to flee since she had already guessed the identity of that green-clad woman and the current identities of the two women whom she itched to kill. Martial Emperor's direct disciple. Only a martial emperor's direct disciple would make the white-clad woman, who was a martial emperor's disciple, become so respectful. Hermph! The green-clad woman was none other than Su Rong, martial emperor Yuhan's direct disciple. As she snorted, a vast energy surged out of her body. The vast energy appeared in a flash and disappeared in a flash as well. However, at the moment between, the vast energy that disappeared as soon as it appeared moved in front of the ugly woman, knocking her backward immediately. Barf! When everyone else, apart from Su Rong, was still in a daze, the ugly woman who was knocked back by Su Rong's energy coughed out a huge mouthful of blood. Her face paled immediately. "She's powerful. That's too powerful. From the beginning until the end, I didn't even see her make a move." "Of course. Didn't you see the heaven and earth energy that dissipated the moment it appeared on her head?" Many people were baffled. It looks like she really is the martial emperor's direct disciple. Although I had my suspicion, I didn't dare to believe it. Putting everything aside, just her strength alone is at the level of a martial emperor's direct disciple. I think the two women beside her must have become the martial emperor's direct disciples too. Otherwise, that martial emperor's disciple wouldn't have called them senior sisters. When Su Rong made her move, everybody could guess her identity along with the Kuer and Li Fei's current identities. Many people looked at Su Rong with a burning gaze. Many of them looked at Kuer and Li Fei with jealousy as well. Boom! Before the ugly woman even realized what was happening, Su Rong made her move again and crippled her Dantian at lightning speed. Apart from that, she had also sent her flying out. The ugly woman immediately landed in the distance with a loud bang. Her eyes were filled with despair. "Junior Sister Li, I've already crippled her. Do the rest on your own," Su Rong told Li Fei. Li Fei did not hesitate at all. With a raise of her hand, she thrust a palm out, and a palm print solidified in the air before it landed heavily on the ugly woman's head. Before the ugly woman regained her senses, Li Fei's palm print had already smashed on her head, killing her in a blow. From the beginning until the end, Kuer did not stop Li Fei from making a move at all. Although Kuer was kind, she was not blind. The ugly woman had almost killed her and her sister Kuer. She deserved to die. After Li Fei killed the ugly woman, she sighed in relief. It was as though she had finally removed a heavy burden. She and Kuer immediately thanked Su Rong. "Thank you, Senior Sister Su. We're sisters now. There's no need to thank me." Su Rong smiled. In the next instant, Kur, Li Fei, and Su Rong left again. They left as quickly as they came, leaving behind only a group of women in the valley whose faces were filled with shock. It was only when the three women's figures disappeared from their sight that they finally snapped back to reality and shifted their attention to the ugly woman's body. Other than taking pleasure in her misfortune, there was not an ounce of pity at all. The action of the ugly woman in the past had long infuriated them. Now that she had died, they felt as though the sky had brightened up a little. I wonder how the two women became Martial Emperor Yuhan's direct disciples, somebody said inquisitively. At first, I thought they're merely acquainted with that Martial Emperor's disciple, but who could have known when we meet again, they've already achieved what I always longed for. Many people whispered inside. Soon after, they voiced their speculation again. There's one thing I'm sure of. Their innate talent must be quite good. Of course. Otherwise, why would Martial Emperor Yuhan willingly accept them as her direct disciples? However, they would not be able to guess Martial Emperor Yuhan had accepted Kur and Li Fei as her direct disciples because of some other reason and not because of their innate talent. While the various cultivation places of Martial Emperors, like Ling Xian Peak and Yuhan Valley, were bustling with activities, Lost Stone Forest at the west of Cloud Continent's innerland was a different story. Originally, Lost Stone Forest was also extremely busy due to the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. However, when a teenage girl and a little girl made their appearance, the entire Lost Stone Forest quieted down, and many people began to gather in the center of Lost Stone Forest. All this was because of the two uninvited guests in the center of Lost Stone Forest. Sister Xuanai, don't tell me that Martial Emperor Shi or something doesn't dare to come out? Under the watchful eyes of the others, the little girl who was dressed in white asked the yellow-clad teenage girl by her side. Her bright eyes were sparkling innocently. Upon hearing her words, the group of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers were rendered speechless. She actually said their Lord Martial Emperor of Lost Stone Forest did not dare to come out? This little girl really dared to say the damnedest thing. Upon hearing the white-clad little girl's words, the yellow-clad young girl replied at a speed that was neither too quick nor too slow. As the saying goes, the monk might run away, but the temple remains. He'll come out. It seemed like she was not anxious at all. The yellow-clad woman was none other than Han Xuanai, who had rushed here from Ling Tian sect. After she brought the white-clad little girl, Little White, with her, she continued on her journey here. The Martial Emperor's disciples and followers whom they encountered could not catch up to them at all. Naturally, many Martial Emperor's disciples and followers attacked them when they arrived. However, all of them turned into souls under their hands. Due to this reason, the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers who gathered here did not dare to attack anymore. In their opinion, the yellow-clad teenage girl who appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old, and that white-clad little girl who looked no more than 10 years old were no different from a demon. Who are you? How dare you trespass into our Lost Stone Forest? A furious voice resonated in the air. Three figures appeared. They were none other than the three direct disciples under Martial Emperor Shi of Lost Stone Forest. After they appeared, they immediately surrounded Han Xuanai and Little White. Little White, I'll leave them to you. From the very beginning until the end, Han Xuanai did not even look at the three people who had just appeared as though she thought they were beneath her. Naturally, Han Xuanai really thought they were beneath her. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Little White's huge sparkling eyes gleamed immediately. In the next instant, she disappeared before the watchful eyes of the crowd and the three Martial Emperor's direct disciples. Shit! An ominous feeling instantly rose up from the three Martial Emperor's direct disciples' hearts. Horror dawned on them immediately. Not only that, but the expression on their faces was also destined to be the last expression they showed in this world, since a blood hole appeared on their throats in the next instant. All three Martial Emperor's direct disciples died. The scene took all the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers of Lost Stone Forest who rushed here by surprise. Many people even began to rub their eyes vigorously as though they wanted to make sure their eyes did not deceive them. In just a blink of an eye, the three Martial Emperor's direct disciples were killed by the harmless-looking white-clad little girl who did not look older than 10 years old. Soon after, colors drained from the faces of some onlookers. Some even cried out loud in surprise. What? They're the martial emperor's direct disciples. These people came here to participate in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers that was going to be held by Lost Stone Forest. At first, they only wanted to join in the fun and see what the consequences were for trespassing into Lost Stone Forest. Who knew they would witness this scene that would be forever etched in their minds? The moment the little girl who did not look older than 10 years old vanished from her spot, a bloody hole appeared on all the 3 huge young and middle-aged men's throat before they died. Such a scene was extremely shocking to them. Although they were in shock, they did not feel that it was inconceivable. After all, in their opinion, that little girl might be a powerful demon who had transformed into a human. Her real age might even rival their grandmother's age. However, the moment they learned of the identities of the 3 men who were killed from the martial emperor's disciples and followers, they were all horrified and dumbfounded. The 3 men who were killed were the martial emperor's direct disciples. They were here to join the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers, so they naturally had quite an understanding of the term martial emperor's direct disciples. A martial emperor's direct disciple was usually a genius who had yet to flourish, someone overflowing with talent or someone at the peak of the martial monarch stage and had strength that surpassed most people below the martial emperor stage. However, today those 3 people had been killed by a little girl, whom they suspected was a demon who had transformed into a human, before they even realized what was happening. A demon emperor. She must be a demon emperor. She killed 3 martial emperor's direct disciples in just a blink of an eye. She must be an emperor stage powerhouse. Oh gosh! Why would a demon emperor trespass into our Lost Stone Forest and kill 3 of the martial emperor's direct disciples? From their exchange earlier, it seems like they're here for Lord Martial Emperor. Could it be they're actually enemies of Lord Martial Emperor? Many Martial Emperor's disciples and followers and those people who came to participate in the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers buried their heads together in discussion. It was extremely lively. The eyes they used to look at the white-clad little girl in the distance had completely changed as well. Why isn't Lord Martial Emperor here yet? Some of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers were perplexed. They believed their Lost Stone Forest's Lord Martial Emperor should have already learned about what happened here. At this moment, when some of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers' minds were filled with thousands of questions, a voice that seemed to resonate from all directions entered everyone's ear. Who are you? Why did you trespass into my Lost Stone Forest and kill 3 of my direct disciples? A figure appeared before the crowd along with the slightly glum voice. Based on his words, it was clear who it was that had spoken. Martial Emperor Shi. The moment this person appeared, Han Xuanai and Little White shifted their attention to him immediately, raising their eyebrows. Han Xuanai asked calmly, Martial Emperor Shi? That's right. A Martial Emperor Shi. Martial Emperor Shi's piercing eyes gleamed. He was completely consumed with flames of fury. He only had 5 direct disciples. One of them had deceived him and fled after stealing his thing. Currently, another 3 were dead. This meant he was only left with 1 direct disciple. To be honest, he was not particularly concerned about the life and death of his direct disciples. However, he cared a lot about his prestige and image. If the other martial emperors and demon emperors knew that 4 out of 5 direct disciples under his Martial Emperor Shi command were dead, they would definitely burst out laughing. Don't you think the 2 of you owe me a compensation since you trespassed into my Lost Stone Forest and killed my direct disciples? Martial Emperor Shi asked in a deep voice. Since the white-clad little girl was able to kill 3 of his direct disciples so quickly, it meant that she was an emperor stage powerhouse. The other yellow-clad teenage girl, who seemed like the leader of the duo, was most likely stronger than the white-clad little girl. Due to this reason, he felt that these 2 people must be emperor stage powerhouses. Moreover, they had to be demon emperors too. Compensation? Before Han Xuanai opened her mouth, Little White snorted before she smirked. Don't you think you should compensate me for asking me to compensate you? Since Martial Emperor Shi was quite certain the white-clad little girl was a demon emperor, he did not dare to underestimate her even though she looked young. He asked in a deep voice, What do you mean? What do we mean? This time, it was Han Xuanai who smirked instead. You're Martial Emperor Shi, right? Did I hear that more than 6 months ago? your direct disciple named Zhou Yi or something snatched away my brother Ling Tian's woman, and we haven't heard from my brother Ling Tian ever since he came to your lost stone forest. Today, if you don't give me an explanation, I'll send you to the other world to accompany your 3 direct disciples." When Han Xuanai reached the end of her sentence, a piercing light appeared in her bright eyes, as though she was about to devour a certain somebody. Zhou Yi, brother Ling Tian's woman? At this moment, Martial Emperor Shi had an inkling about what was happening. He finally understood this yellow-clad teenage girl and white-clad little girl's intention. It was all for the sake of that purple-clad young man who caused a ruckus in his lost stone forest more than 6 months ago. The moment he thought of that purple-clad young man, he was instantly consumed with irritation. Until now, when he recalled the scene that took place more than 6 months ago, he was still consumed with a lingering fear. That purple-clad young man who possessed a horrifying strength with the help of that mysterious stone tablet had almost killed him. That was the biggest crisis he had ever faced ever since he broke through to the Martial Emperor stage. If it was not for the purple-clad young man's sudden departure, he would not be standing here. Zhou Yi again. The moment Martial Emperor Shi recalled this incident, he thought of Zhou Yi again. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. In his opinion, this incident was caused by Zhou Yi. If Zhou Yi did not snatch the purple-clad young man's woman away, there would not be so many incidents that happened one after another. What was worst was the fact that Zhou Yi had deceived him and switched the mysterious stone tablet that the purple-clad young man left behind. This was no doubt the biggest provocation he had ever encountered. Martial Emperor Shi felt irritated again the second he thought about Zhou Yi, who was now hidden somewhere, studying that stone tablet. Although Martial Emperor Shi knew what happened, he naturally would not obediently disclose everything to Han Xuanai. He snorted before he snapped in irritation. "Humph! I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is you killed 3 of my direct disciples. Today you'll have to compensate me. Moreover, the compensation has to satisfy me," Martial Emperor Shi said loudly. When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes shone brightly. Upon hearing Martial Emperor Shi's words, disdain could be seen in the depth of Han Xuanai's gaze. At the same time, she asked curiously, "I wonder what kind of compensation you want from us." "You killed 3 of my direct disciples and caused a heavy loss to my lost stone forest. You 2 must be demon emperors. Make an oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation and swear 30 years of servitude to me," Martial Emperor Shi answered. This was the compensation he wanted. Although he suspected the yellow-clad teenage girl and white-clad little girl before him were both demon emperors, he did not think they were powerful enough to defeat him. He was a 4th-level martial emperor after all. His strength could be considered as above average among all the martial emperors and demon emperors on Cloud Continent. In his opinion, these 2 demon emperors were very likely no match for him. This was because he knew all the demon emperors who were stronger than him on Cloud Continent, and these 2 standing before him were not among them. 30 years of servitude? Han Xuanai and Little White were stunned when they heard Martial Emperor Shi's words. As for the group of onlookers, all their eyes brightened immediately, regardless if they were the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers or the people who came to participate in the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. In their opinion, they would have a good show to watch soon. Do you think Lord Martial Emperor would be able to subjugate them for 30 years? I guess so. I can see that Lord Martial Emperor is very confident. Although he knows these 2 are demon emperors, he's not scared at all. If Lord Martial Emperor really manages to subjugate them, we'll have 2 additional demon emperors in our lost stone forest. I'm a little excited just thinking about it. Many Martial Emperor's disciples and followers felt a little excited. I can't believe we get to see Martial Emperor Shi before the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers even begins. I've long heard that Martial Emperor Shi is at the 3rd-level Martial Emperor stage. So many years have passed, he might have already broken through to the 4th-level Martial Emperor stage. He must have already broken through, otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident in front of those 2 who might be demon emperors. The participants of the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers held by Lost Stone Forest had a discussion among themselves. They were confident in Martial Emperor Shi's strength. Little White, Somebody wants us to subjugate ourselves to him for 30 years. Han Xuanai said as she looked at Little White. She was the first to return to her senses. Well then, let's see if he has the ability or not. Upon hearing that, Little White's bright eyes shone coldly as she looked at Martial Emperor Shi. Although her tone was calm, a murderous intent was hidden in it. Martial Emperor Shi did not respond to Little White's provocation. Instead, he said, "I'll let you know if I have that ability or not. Very soon, you'll tremble under my strength and will willingly swear 30 years of servitude to me." "In that case, I'll play with you," Little White replied nonchalantly. "It's my pleasure." Martial Emperor Shi answered nonchalantly as well. The moment the words left his mouth, the robe on his body fluttered as he emitted waves of blood-curdling aura. It caused most of the onlookers to take a few steps back. Some people with lower cultivation base were even forced to retreat far behind. A martial emperor's strength was just too strong. It was so strong that it sent chills down one's spine. As for Little White, she did not seem like she was afraid of the aura that Martial Emperor Shi emitted. It was as though she did not feel anything at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! Martial Emperor Shi and the white-clad little girl vanished on the spot at lightning speed from the eyes of most people present on the scene. They could only hear the distinct sound of wind whistling that disappeared as soon as it appeared. Boom! 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 Before they even realized what was happening, they heard a series of deafening explosions that reverberated in the air. They did not even have a chance to squint their eyes to have look when a flurry of hurricanes swept out and sent them flying like arrows leaving its bow. Only the martial emperor's disciples stayed rooted to their spots, squinting their eyes. Boom! The group of martial emperor's followers and disciples and more than 90% of the participants of the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers looked extremely wretched. Suddenly, another explosion resonated in the air, and an even more terrifying hurricane swept out. This time, even the martial emperor's disciples were sent flying. As for the others, their condition worsened. They were pale and bleeding profusely. Some were even sent flying out of everyone's sight. For a moment, other than the two people who created the storm, only Han Xuanai remained in the center of the storm. Although the storm raged furiously, she remained unmoved and stable like a mountain. Barf! When the group of martial emperor's disciples who were awfully pale managed to stabilize themselves, they heard the sound of someone throwing up. They squinted and looked toward the center of the storm just in time to witness Martial Emperor Shi throwing up blood. After he was done throwing up, his face turned horribly pale and the hand that was holding the 7-foot-long spear was trembling non-stop. It was apparent that Martial Emperor Shi had used the quasi-royal grade spirit spear in his hand earlier. However, he was still defeated in the end. As for the white-clad little girl who stood in front of him with a short dagger, she was merely breathing a little heavily. Apart from the few drops of sweat on her forehead, she looked no different from before. The difference in their strength could be seen from this. Lord Martial Emperor is defeated? The group of Martial Emperor's disciples was stunned and baffled. The Lord Martial Emperor, who was like an undefeatable god in their minds, had actually been defeated? When the group of Martial Emperor's disciples was still stunned and the remaining people were still confused, Martial Emperor Shi looked at the white-clad little girl with a pale face before he asked with dread, "Who are you exactly?" However, Little White did not answer him. Instead, she merely asked nonchalantly, "So, do you still want us to give you an explanation and swear 30 years of servitude to you?" Little White's pointed words were extremely unpleasant to hear. It caused Martial Emperor Shi to turn even paler when he heard it. It was like a slap to his own face. A blatant slap to his own face. This was everyone's thoughts. At this moment, the group of Martial Emperor's followers and other people began to regain their senses. All of them were staring at the scene before them in confusion. The owner of Lost Stone Forest, Martial Emperor Shi, was defeated in this battle? Moreover, he seemed to be injured as well. "Just tell me, what happened to my brother Ling Tian after he came to your Lost Stone Forest? Where's he now?" Han Xuanai asked again as she looked at Martial Emperor Shi. Martial Emperor Shi's mind went completely blank. His mind kept replaying the scene from earlier. Even after he used his full strength and his quasi-royal grade spirit spear against the white-clad little girl who looked no older than 10 years old, he was still defeated. At this moment, he realized this white-clad little girl was not only a demon emperor, but she was also a demon emperor who was more powerful than him. Moreover, this demon emperor was here for the sake of the purple-clad young man. "Didn't you hear my older sister Xuanai's questions?" When the childish voice that was filled with iciness entered Martial Emperor Shiqi's ears, he regained his senses and was hit by a pang of realization. Naturally, he was no stranger to this voice. It was the voice of the white-clad little girl who had defeated him. He immediately looked at the yellow-clad teenage girl standing nearby with a horrified expression. Only fear could be seen in his eyes now. What a joke! This white-clad little girl was already far more powerful than him. He strongly suspected the yellow-clad teenage girl, whom she addressed as older sister, might be even more powerful than her. Please say it again," Martial Emperor said to Han Xuanai fearfully. From his tone, compared to his previous aggressive and overbearing manner, he seemed to have transformed into another person. Naturally, this was because he did not know the white-clad little girl's strength earlier. Otherwise, he would not have acted that way. The strong ones ruled on Cloud Continent. Even if he was a martial emperor who was usually high and mighty in front of ordinary martial artists, he would still have to be humble when he encountered someone more powerful than him. The difficulty that a martial emperor went through was far from being comparable to an ordinary martial artist. Due to this reason, they would be willing to do all kinds of crazy things in order to survive, let alone admitting defeat. Han Xuanai glanced at Martial Emperor Shiqi coldly and repeated her words again in annoyance. Upon hearing it, Martial Emperor did not dare to slack and quickly replied. He began to recount what had happened the day he met Duanling Tian, how Duanling Tian had obtained strength that was comparable to his through the mysterious stone tablet, and even how they fought each other. He did not dare to hide anything as he recounted the incident. He recounted everything in detail, including how Duanling Tian lost his sanity and left while Feng Tianwu was brought away by someone else. How Zhou Yi, his direct disciple, had deceived him before he took that stone tablet away with him. Right now, he no longer cared about his prestige and image. Nothing was more important than his life. He did not dare to lie. It was too risky. If these two young misses were not happy with his story, they might just kill him in a bad mood. At that time, what was gained would not be able to make up for what was lost. Stone tablet? It made Big Brother Ling Tian lost his sanity? Frowning, Han Xuanai looked at Martial Emperor Shiqi and said, "Describe that stone tablet to me now." Han Xuanai had her own suspicion regarding the mysterious stone that could make its user lose his sanity and possess horrifying strength. But she was not entirely certain about it. If it's really the Devil Seal tablet, then I'm afraid Brother Ling Tian is in a bad situation. While interrogating Martial Emperor Shiqi, Han Xuanai's heart jolted, and it was filled with worries. In the face of Han Xuanai's query, Martial Emperor Shiqi did not dare to slack. He quickly described every characteristic of that stone tablet that he knew. It's weird actually, that stone tablet lacks a corner. It really is the Devil Seal tablet. The moment Martial Emperor Shiqi finished his words, Han Xuanai's face turned a little glum. How can this be so coincidental? The Devil Seal tablet is coincidentally in Brother Ling Tian's hand. Han Xuanai could still remember that time when she first came to Cloud Continent with Qing Nu. Apart from coming here to relax and travel, Qing Nu was actually here on her father's order to search for the Devil Seal tablet. It was because her father had received news that the Devil Seal tablet was on Cloud Continent, the mortal continent. At first, she thought she was merely a passing traveler on Cloud Continent, but who would have ever thought that she would meet her brother Ling Tian and 3 other little guys who were extraordinarily talented. Due to this reason, she had formed an indissoluble bond here on Cloud Continent. That time, Qing Nu spent a few years searching every corner of Cloud Continent, but she still wasn't able to find the Devil Seal tablet. I can't believe it's actually in Brother Ling Tian's hand. At this moment, Han Xuanai's feeling was very complicated. At the same time, she was worried about Duanling Tian too. She knew very well just how horrifying that Devil Seal tablet was. Did you say my brother Ling Tian left after leaving that stone tablet behind?" Han Xuanai asked again. Yes. Martial Emperor Shiqi did not dare to slack as he quickly nodded his head in reply. Not only did he not retrieve the stone tablet, but he didn't even bring his woman along with him. How can you prove that all you said is true? Han Xuanai subconsciously narrowed her eyes as she stared at Martial Emperor Shiqi. Her eyes were gleaming coldly. When Martial Emperor Shiqi saw the coldness in Han Xuanai's eyes, his heart turned cold. He hastily took an oath and swore by the Tribulation Oath, the 99 Heavenly Tribulation. I, Martial Emperor Shiqi, swear by the 99 Heavenly Tribulation. If what I said earlier contains even a tiny bit of lie, I'm willing to be struck to death by lightning. Boom, 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 boom. In just a blink of an eye, 9 thunderous sounds resonated in the air, corresponding to Martial Emperor Shiqi's oath. Taking an oath using the Tribulation Oath, the 99 Heavenly Tribulation, even a Martial Emperor would not be able to defy it. Otherwise, he would also be struck by lightning to death. Since Martial Emperor Shiqi dared to make such an oath, it meant he did not lie earlier. Duan Ling Tian did indeed leave behind the Devil Seal tablet, and that tablet was stolen by Zhou Yi, his direct disciple, by means of deceit. Feng Tianwu, on the other hand, was brought away by a powerhouse named Qihua. After making his oath, Martial Emperor Shiqi sighed in relief. Thank goodness he had the ability to read the situation and did not lie. Otherwise, he would not have survived. You better pray that nothing happens to my brother Ling Tian. Otherwise, I'll completely annihilate your lost stone forest. After casting a cold glance at Martial Emperor Shiqi, Han Xuanai's body moved and disappeared from Martial Emperor Shiqi's eyes at an extremely swift speed. From the beginning until the end, Martial Emperor Shiqi did not even see Han Xuanai's figure clearly at all. As expected, her strength is indeed stronger than the white-clad little girl. Martial Emperor Shiqi discreetly wiped his cold sweat away. At the same time, he anxiously looked at the white-clad little girl standing nearby anxiously. He was afraid this young miss would not let the matter go. Humph! Little White snorted coldly before she followed Han Xuanai and left. Only then did Martial Emperor Shiqi heave a sigh of relief as though a burden had been lifted off him. Soon after, Little White caught up to Han Xuanai, who had decreased her speed before, asking, Sister Xuanai, since he wanted to kill brother previously, why didn't you kill him earlier? Don't you think it'll be better to leave him alive and let brother Ling Tian avenge himself? Han Xuanai asked. A pang of realization hit Little White instantly. Then, it seemed like she had recalled something and she asked worriedly, but what if brother is... Little White did not continue, but the meaning was obvious. If something really happened to brother Ling Tian, I'll annihilate his entire lost stone forest. No matter where he, Martial Emperor Shiqi, hides, I'll search for him and kill him. Little White's words were like a blasting fuse that fully ignited Han Xuanai this powder cask. I'm sure brother will be all right, Little White muttered. I hope so too. Han Xuanai nodded, but her eyes were filled with worries. According to Martial Emperor Shiqi's description, she could roughly guess what her brother Ling Tian had gone through. Brother Ling Tian had forcefully drawn the soul remnant energy from the Devil Seal tablet into his body and devilified in one fell swoop. From there, he managed to possess extraordinary strength. However, after he was devilified, he lost his sanity. Right now, all I hope is that was his first time using the Devil Seal tablet. Otherwise, things will really be troublesome. Han Xuanai was most worried about this. When a person used the Devil Seal tablet for the first time, it would have some side effects, but not to the extent where it would threaten his life. However, if one kept using it, the side effects would consume his life. Although the person's physical body was still alive, it would only be an empty shell at most. An empty shell that was controlled by the soul remnant energy from the Devil Seal tablet. Sister Xuanai, I heard you mention the Devil Seal tablet or something earlier. Could the mysterious stone tablet that Martial Emperor Shiqi mentioned be the Devil Seal tablet you mentioned? Soon after, Little White recalled Han Xuanai's words. Although she did not speak loudly, she was still heard by Little White. That's right. It's the Devil Seal tablet. Han Xuanai nodded. Little White learned about many things after listening to Martial Emperor Shiqi's story. Curious, she asked, "What exactly is that Devil Seal tablet? How could it allow brother to possess such a strong energy in such a short time? Not only that, the side effects seem to be quite severe too." The Devil Seal tablet is one of the 10 great saint weapons according to the Tao Martial Saint Land's 10 great saint weapons rankings. Han Xuanai explained. What? Upon hearing this, Little White was shocked. It said that the weapons on the Tao Martial Saint Land's 10 great saint weapons rankings are all super saint weapons. They are extremely rare and precious treasures. If an ordinary person obtains it, it'll be enough for him to roam the Tao Martial Saint Land with ease. However, that's only when they are deified. Even if the saint weapon is very powerful, it won't be able to fully display its power if the person controlling it is weak. However, apart from the Devil Seal tablet, the boost in offensive power that the other super saint weapons in the 10 great saint weapon rankings grants to martial artists is far greater than ordinary saint weapons. Han Xuanai continued. Why apart from the Devil Seal tablet? Isn't the Devil Seal tablet a super saint weapon as well? Little White asked curiously. The Devil Seal tablet became a super saint weapon and is listed in the 10 great saint weapon rankings not because of the offensive power boost that it grants a martial artist. Actually, the offensive power boost that it grants is far less compared to many other ordinary saint weapons. The reason it became a super saint weapon and is listed in the 10 great saint weapon rankings is due to its surprising ability. It can suppress devil cultivators. Han Xuanai continued to explain. When she reached the end of her sentence, a hint of respect could be seen in her eyes. The Devil Seal tablet had always been a legend in the Tao Martial Saint Land. It was also the variant in the 10 great saint weapon rankings. If the Devil Seal tablet was used to deal with a devil cultivator, it would be able to suppress the devil cultivator. It would get the job done with only half the effort. However, if the Devil Seal tablet was used against an ordinary martial or Tao cultivator, it would not be as effective as most ordinary saint weapons, even though the Devil Seal tablet could be considered as an offensive saint weapon. After finding out about the use of the Devil Seal tablet from Han Xuanai, Little White could not help but gasp in surprise. When she learned about the side effects of the Devil Seal tablet, about how a person would lose his sanity completely and become a zombie after using the Devil Seal tablet multiple times, she could not help but feel worried about Duan Ling Tian. Sister Xuanai, brother will be okay, right? Little White had a worried expression on her face, and her big sparkling eyes appeared to be very pitiful. Don't worry. Blessed are the good men. Brother Ling Tian will be all right. Han Xuanai smiled as she reassured her. Although she told Little White not to worry, she was actually worried since she had no idea how many times her brother Ling Tian had used the Devil Seal tablet. If she knew that her brother Ling Tian had used the Devil Seal tablet 3 times, she would not have felt so optimistic. The most important thing right now is to find brother Ling Tian, Han Xuanai said. Little White nodded before she and Han Xuanai proceeded to fly toward the direction where Martial Emperor Shi said Duan Ling Tian had left in. They intended to look for traces of Duan Ling Tian to find him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware that somebody was worried about him and was looking for him everywhere. In Lingxian Peak, the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers continued as planned. The selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers that was going to be held by Lingxian Peak would be carried out on a vast stone platform situated at the mid-mountain of Lingxian Peak. This stone platform was so vast that the small stone platform that housed the residential area could not compare to it all. The area it occupied was extremely huge. Early in the morning, many people had appeared above the vast stone platform. They were either the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers from Lingxian Peak or people who came to participate in the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers held by Lingxian Peak. Somehow, the originally noisy and bustling atmosphere turned completely quiet the moment a figure appeared. It's Senior Brother Song Ting. Senior Brother Song Ting is here. After it had quietened down, a commotion broke out again. Many Martial Emperor's disciples and followers were staring at the person who came from afar excitedly. Their eyes were filled with excitement as though they had just seen an idol they admired very much. Song Ting. Who's Song Ting? He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Those people who came to participate in the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers had no idea who Song Ting was at all. A person who could elicit such respect from the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers naturally would have a high position. Don't tell me he's actually one of the martial emperor's 3 great disciples in Lingxian Peak? Someone opined. Many people agreed with him as well. That has to be it. Although this group of people agreed with him, they could not help but ask the martial emperor's disciples and followers standing close to them. It was as though they would only feel at ease if they had direct confirmation. That's right. He's the second disciple of our Lingxian Peak's Lord Martial Emperor Song Ting. Senior brother Song Ting isn't only the martial emperor's direct disciple, but he's also one of the 2 great judges for the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers held by our Lingxian Peak today. Many martial emperor's disciples and followers responded. Although they had already somewhat guessed it earlier after they confirmed Song Ting's identity with the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers, many people still exclaimed in shock with looks of admiration on their faces. The martial emperor's direct disciple. This was a person they looked up to. When Song Ting appeared, 2 people appeared behind him like shadows. Lu Zhong. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian, who stood in the crowd, immediately identified one of the people standing behind Song Ting. It was none other than the martial emperor's disciple who tried to pick a fight with him but was thwarted by Qiao Zhong in the end. Lu Zhong was the older blood brother of the mugger's leader, whom he had killed before coming to Lingxian Peak. When Duan Ling Tian killed the mugger's leader, he did not know he was also the martial emperor's disciple. Naturally, he would not have shown mercy even if he knew. When Duan Ling Tian noticed Lu Zhong, he also saw him. When Lu Zhong saw Duan Ling Tian, his eyes immediately turned red. It was as though he had transformed into a vicious beast lurking in the dark, ready to pounce and kill at any given time. He's the one who killed Lu Yi? Although Song Ting was not looking at Lu Zhong, it seemed as though he had eyes at the back of his head since he instantly noticed something was not right with Lu Zhong. He immediately looked in the direction where Lu Zhong was looking at. Soon after, his eyes landed on Duan Ling Tian. Yes. Lu Zhong gnashed his teeth in response. The eyes that were glaring at Duan Ling Tian almost bulged out of his sockets. He itched to swallow Duan Ling Tian whole. However, Duan Ling Tian was not bothered about Lu Zhong at all. He thought nothing of Lu Zhong. He was looking into Song Ting's eyes that were looking at him as well. It was as though the slightest thing would spark a fire. However, not long after Duan Ling Tian and Song Ting's eyes met, Song Ting quickly retracted his gaze. It was as though he found it beneath him to exchange glances with Duan Ling Tian. He completely looked down on Duan Ling Tian. Martial Emperor's direct disciple? Duan Ling Tian's gaze contained a strong hint of battle intent when he looked at Song Ting. Unfortunately, Song Ting did not notice that. Senior brother Zhong En. Senior brother Zhong En. Soon after, a series of courteous greeting resonated and attracted Duan Ling Tian's attention. Duan Ling Tian discovered another young man in his 30s was making his way here in the company of another 2 men. From the exchanges of the group of martial emperor's disciples and followers in his surroundings, Duan Ling Tian discovered the young man's identity. Zhong En, the 3rd direct disciple under martial emperor Lingxian's command. 2 days ago, Duan Ling Tian had learned about the situation in Lingxian Peak from Qiao Zhong. He knew that Lingxian Peak was divided into 2 factions. These 2 factions were led by the 2 martial emperor's direct disciples under martial emperor Lingxian's command. Today, he finally saw the leaders of the 2 factions. Song Ting, the martial emperor's 2nd direct disciple. Zhong En, the martial emperor's 3rd direct disciple. At first, I thought the one named Yang Hui is either the 2nd or 3rd martial emperor's direct disciple, but it seems like I'm wrong. A silhouette appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. The scene of the young man using his spiritual energy to wield the sword at the peak of Lingxian Peak was still vivid in his mind. Don't tell me Yang Hui is actually the martial emperor's 1st direct disciple, who's always secretive with his movements and whereabouts just like martial emperor Lingxian, according to Qiao Zhong? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more he found it plausible. Duan Ling Tian. Soon after, a familiar voice rang by Duan Ling Tian's ears. He did not need to look. He knew who the owner of the voice was. It was none other than Nangong Yi who came to Lingshan Peak to participate in the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. There were two faint sounds of wind whistling approaching him. He could easily guess that Nangong Chen was with Nangong Yi as well. "You're here." Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. After Nangong Yi appeared behind Duan Ling Tian, his gaze unconsciously landed on Lu Zhong, who was standing behind Song Ting in the distance. He asked with dread in his voice, "Duan Ling Tian, did Lu Zhong look for you?" "Yes, he did." Duan Ling Tian nodded in response to Nangong Yi's question. "Did you win him?" Nangong Yi asked, surprised. "We didn't battle." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Although Lu Zhong did look for him, he did not attack him all. Due to this reason, there was no winner or loser. "Didn't battle?" Nangong Yi was surprised. In fact, when Lu Zhong came to find him, he was furious. If it was not because Lu Zhong was wary of the fact that he was a participant of the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers, and he was not the real killer, Lu Zhong would have attacked him immediately. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was different. Lu Zhong's younger blood brother had died directly in Duan Ling Tian's hands. By right, Lu Zhong would not let him go so easily. "Are you confident in going against him?" Nangong Yi did not ask for the reason. He was more curious about this matter. Although Duan Ling Tian had killed Lu Yi, Lu Zhong's younger brother, who was a Martial Emperor's disciple, his attack at that time was sudden and took his opponent by surprise. If Lu Yi had been prepared, it would have been almost impossible for Duan Ling Tian to kill him. After all, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was just too low. The strength boost that his spirit weapon could grant was just too limited. Lu Yi had died due to his own recklessness. If it was the Duan Ling Tian from 6 months ago, Nangong Yi was certain he would not win if he went against Lu Zhong, the Martial Emperor's disciple, who was stronger than his younger brother, Lu Yi. Among all the Martial Emperor's disciples, his strength was in the top 3. However, 6 months had gone by. He had no idea how much Duan Ling Tian had raised his cultivation base. Due to this reason, he did not carelessly come to a conclusion. After all, it only took Duan Ling Tian a month to restore his cultivation base to the first-level void interpretation stage from the first-level core formation stage previously. 6 months had gone by. Just how much did Duan Ling Tian restore his cultivation base? He had no clue at all. Confident? When Duan Ling Tian heard Nangong Yi's question, he was momentarily stunned before he smiled faintly. His smile was so mysterious that it made Nangong Yi feel even more curious. Nangong Yi could not suppress his curiosity and ask again, "What? You're confident?" However, Duan Ling Tian still did not answer him, causing him to feel a little frustrated. In the distance, Song Ting and Zhong En, the Martial Emperor's second and third direct disciples in Lingshan Peak, gathered together. This was a sign that the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers of Lingshan Peak was about to begin. Song Ting and Zhong En were the two great judges for the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers today. Naturally, apart from the two who were the judges, there was another group of Martial Emperor's disciples who would work together with them in the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. As the supervisors today, the group of Martial Emperor's disciples would supervise the selection today. "Third junior brother, it has been a long time since I last saw you," Song Ting greeted Zhong'an with a smile. Those who did not know any better would really think that he and Zhong'an had a good brotherly relationship with each other. After all, they were both apprentices to the same master. "That's right. It has been such a long time. Second senior brother." Zhong'an responded faintly. A smile could be seen on his face as well. However, the smile did not reach his eyes. A hint of hostility gleamed in the depth of both their eyes. "Since we're both here, should we begin the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers?" Song Ting asked. "Yeah, let's begin." Zhong'an nodded. He glanced at the surroundings before announcing loudly, "All the martial artists who are participating in the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers today descend on the stone platform below. The first selection will begin in 15 minutes. The moment Zhong'an's words spread out, a group of people descended one after another like dumplings being dropped down on the vast stone platform. Duan Ling Tian and the Nangong brothers did not join the crowd. It was only until the crowd descending began to thin that they descended. They landed on the side of the stone platform firmly and waited for the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers to begin. Not long after Duanling Tian and the two others landed, an annoying voice resonated in the air. His voice was filled with mockery. TSK, Nangong Chun, they're your companions. A middle-aged man who was dressed in a silver robe appeared before the three of them. From the beginning until the end, he did not look at Nangong Chun at all. His gaze was firmly fixed on Duanling Tian and Nangong Yi instead. I've not seen the two of them before. I guess this means their cultivation base must be below the 7th level martial monarch stage, huh? A mocking smile appeared on the silver-robed middle-aged man's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Based on his words, it was obvious that he had stayed at the same place with Nangong Chun for his cultivation during these 6 months. When Duanling Tian and the other two first arrived in Lingxian Peak, each of them had been arranged to stay in different cultivation places. Duanling Tian, whose cultivation base was below the 4th level martial monarch stage, was assigned to one place. Nangong Yi, whose cultivation base was above the 4th level but below the 7th level martial monarch stage, had been assigned to another place. And Nangong Qin, whose cultivation base was above the 7th level martial monarch stage, had been assigned to another place away from Duanling Tian and Nangong Yi. Since the silver-robed middle-aged man was assigned to the same place as Nangong Chun, it meant that his cultivation base was at the 7th level martial monarch stage 6 months ago. Moreover, since he dared to ignore Nangong Qin in such way and blatantly provoke Duanling Tian and Nangong Yi in front of him, it meant that he did not fear him. His strength must be at least on par with Nangong Chen, or he might be even stronger. Nangong Chun, who usually did not talk much, had an aloof expression on his face as he snarled loudly, "Scram!" When Nangong Chun snarled at the silver-robed middle-aged man, his face turned grave immediately. He glared at Nangong Qin and snapped loudly, "Nangong Qin, let's hope none of your companions faces me in the selection later. Otherwise, I'll beat them to death until they don't even have an intact body to be buried." The silver-robed middle-aged man's piercing eyes shone as though he was about to devour somebody when he reached the end of his sentence. "Well, we'll have to see if you have that ability to beat us until there are no bodies left to be buried." Nangong Yi, who was initially clueless, snorted when he heard the silver-robed middle-aged man's words. Only Duanling Tian remained silent from the beginning until the end. He merely cast a cold glance at the silver-robed middle-aged man before retracting his gaze again. An unnoticeable killing intent flashed in the depth of his eyes. "You'll soon find out if I have that ability or not. Even Nangong Qin doesn't dare to guarantee that he can win me, let alone a little boy like you who haven't even entered the 7th level martial monarch stage. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as stepping on an ant." Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, the silver-robed middle-aged man continued to mock him. Finally, he left under Nangong Yi's furious gaze and stood at the side. Nangong Yi retracted his gaze and instantly looked at Nangong Chun before he asked, "Nangong Chun, you can't defeat him? We're well matched." Nangong Chun replied nonchalantly, taciturn as always. "No wonder he's so mad and dares to provoke you. Duanling Tian and me." Nangong Yi snorted. "However, it's okay for him to provoke you and me, but how dare he provoke Duanling Tian? He really wants to die." When Nangong Yi reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duanling Tian and saw that Duanling Tian was calm. It was as though he was not infuriated by the silver-robed middle-aged man's provocation. Nangong Yi immediately felt slightly disappointed. To Duanling Tian, the incident with the silver-robed middle-aged man was just a minor issue. He had forgotten about it quickly. 15 minutes quickly passed by. 15 minutes have gone by. The first selection is going to begin soon. I wonder what it's going to be. We'll soon find out. Many people whispered among each other. They were nervous and filled with anticipation in regards to the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. There were no more than 10 people, including Duanling Tian, who could remain calm. Even Nangong Yi looked glum as he waited attentively for the first round of the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers to begin. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Song Ting and Zhong flew out at the same time and arrived at the sky above Duanling Tian and the others. They did not say anything for a long time as they hovered in the air. "What's going on? What are they trying to do now? When the crowd was still puzzling over the situation, Song Ting and Zhong finally made their moves. Their bodies moved slightly, and a tremendous wave of aura surged out of their bodies. The aura belonged to a powerhouse who had reached the peak of the martial monarch stage, spread toward Duan Tian and the others. It was not simply a matter of 1+1 when the auras of the two powerhouses who had reached the peak of the martial monarch stage merged. The aura enveloped the ground, everyone became shaky apart from Duan Tian and several dozens of people. Boom! Soon after, some people could no longer endure it. With a slam, they fell on the ground on their backs, and their faces were utterly grave. Boom! 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 In the next instant, more and more people fell. The people who fell first were mostly from the same cultivation place as Duan Tian. They were all martial artists below the 4th level martial monarch stage. They could not endure the auras from the two powerhouses who had reached the peak of the martial monarch stage that enveloped them. Soon after, apart from Duan Tian, everyone from the same cultivation place as him for the past 6 months fell to the ground. They were all eliminated. Humph! They're all trash. Song Ting snorted in disdain as he looked at the scene from above. This is also because our Ling Xian Peak didn't set a requirement for the participants of the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to participate at all. However, it seems like they've bitten off more than they can chew even if they successfully came here. Zhong chimed in nonchalantly. He did not find it surprising as he watched the scene below him. With this feeble strength, all of you want to be the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers in our Ling Xian Peak? You've overestimated yourselves. Many Ling Xian Peak's Martial Emperor's disciples and followers who were watching from the sky smirked disdainfully. All martial artists below the 4th level martial monarch stage soon fell on the ground. They could no longer get up. As for the remaining martial artists above the 4th level martial monarch stage, even the weakest one was able to withstand Song Ting and Zhang En's aura, albeit with great difficulty. Naturally, they all looked wretched. A few moments later, Song Ting and Zhong finally withdrew their auras. Looking at the crowd sitting on the ground, Song Ting shouted coldly, "Throw these trashes out. Do you think anyone can simply join our Ling Xian Peak just like that?" The moment Song Ting's words left his mouth, the group of Martial Emperor's followers who had been waiting immediately acted and brought the people who had fallen on the ground away. Only a group of people with incredible strength, including Duan Tian, was left on the vast stone platform. The first selection has ended. We're going to start the second selection soon, Zhongyan said at a speed that was neither hurried nor slow as he looked at the people who had passed the first selection. In the next instant, Origin energy filled the sky with just a lift of his hand. At this moment, the sky quaked, and ripples began to spread out instantly. Like a stone that was thrown into a calm lake, ripples continued to spread out ceaselessly. Inscription formation. At the same time, everybody present on the scene could sense the rich inscription formation aura instantly. They knew Zhong and had activated an inscription formation. Among the crowd of people who had passed the first selection, there were a few people, including Duan Tian, who were not surprised by this. This was because they had already noticed there was an inscription formation hidden here. This inscription formation was extraordinary. It was personally set up by an inscription master at the Martial Emperor stage or above. Unless one was an inscription master as well, one would not have known about this. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the inscription formation was activated and a translucent cylinder appeared in the sky. From the top until the bottom, the cylinder appeared to be hollow as though one could easily pass through it. The cylinder was around 100 meters long. The space inside could accommodate about 10 adults at each plane. It would be very crowded if it was any more than that. Apart from that, the translucent cylinder was separated into 7 different colors. The 7 colors were the colors of rainbows: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The gravitational stairs formation? Duan Tian identified the inscription formation with just a glance at the cylinder. He was no stranger to this inscription formation. He had a record of this inscription formation in his mind. The gravitational stairs formation was an inscription formation that could only be inscribed and set up by an inscription master at the Martial Emperor stage or above. It was neither an offensive nor defensive inscription formation. If one really had to put a label to it, then it could be categorized as an assistive inscription formation. The gravitational stairs formation was mainly set up using a fixed number of Earth profundity fragments and a great number of supreme-grade origin stones along with other materials. It would form a gravitational stairs once it was activated. The cylinder in front of everybody's eyes was a gravitational stairs. From the bottom to the top, it had 7 colors. It was red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The 7 colors of the rainbow represented the different gravitational force in the gravitational stairs. If one did not possess enough strength, it would be impossible for one to climb the gravitational stairs. It was because the higher the gravitation stairs was, the gravitational force would become even more horrifying. This is the gravitational stairs formation. At this moment, Zhong began to introduce the gravitational stairs formation. His explanation was similar to the information in Duanling Tian's mind. So this is the legendary gravitational stairs formation. It said that only the strongest martial monarchs are able to successfully climb the gravitational stairs formed by the gravitational stairs formation. It's extremely difficult for an ordinary martial monarch to go through this. I've heard that before. However, we'll definitely be able to do it as the martial emperor's disciples of Ling Xian Peak. Let alone the martial emperor's disciples, it won't be difficult even for us martial emperor's followers to do it. The group of martial emperor's disciples and followers buried their heads together in discussion. Each of them was confident in their own strength. Naturally, this was because they had heard about the gravitational stairs formation before. Gravitational stairs formation. If we don't have a cultivation base at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above, it'll most likely be impossible for us to pass. Many people sighed. Not necessarily. Who knows? A 6th level martial monarch might just be able to pass through this gravitational stairs with the help of various profundities that far exceed his cultivation base. Oh yeah, that's possible as well. The group of martial emperor's disciples and followers studied Duanling Tian and the others with interest. They looked forward to seeing them enter the gravitational stairs. They wanted to see how many people could climb the gravitational stairs. It's difficult for a person whose cultivation base is lower than the 7th level martial monarch stage to climb the gravitational stairs? Nangang Yi's face was a little glum when he looked at the gravitational stairs in the sky. However, a hint of anticipation gleamed in the depth of his eyes. Usually, it'll be difficult for a martial artist below the 7th level martial monarch stage to climb it. But, if you're very determined and have a profundity that far surpasses your cultivation base, you'll stand a chance of passing this stage, Duanling Tian said. There was a detailed record of the gravitational stairs formation in his memory. He believed that as long as his cultivation base made a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage, along with the familiar yet strange message in his memory, he would be able to inscribe and set up a gravitational stairs formation on his own if he had enough materials. The gravitational stairs is the second selection for all of you today. Only those who can pass this round will be allowed to enter the next round. Zhong continued to announce as he looked at Duanling Tian and the others. Those who enter the next round will become the martial emperor's followers of our Ling Xian Peak. Even if you don't pass the 3rd selection, you can still remain in our Ling Xian Peak as a martial emperor's follower, Song Ting chimed in after that. Apart from Duanling Tian, the eyes of everyone on the vast stone platform brightened immediately. Even Nangang Chen, who was usually aloof and taciturn, was not an exception. Little E, I'll avenge you soon. You can just stop and rest for a while in the other world and wait for this enemy who killed you. At that time, you can give him a good bashing. In the distance, Lu Zheng glared at Duanling Tian with hatred. If it was not for the fact that he did not dare to disrupt the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers today, he would have long made his move and killed this enemy who killed his younger brother. In his opinion, he would be able to personally avenge his brother soon. There's going to be a good show to watch soon. An old man stood at another side as he looked at Lu Zheng. A faint smile could be seen playing at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Zhong, what good show? Another old man beside him asked curiously. You'll find out very soon. The old man called Xiao Zhong answered nonchalantly with a smile. Xiaozhong was the old man who brought Duan Lingtian to his cultivation place 6 months ago. At that time, he was the one who blocked Lu Zhong when he tried to pick a fight with Duan Lingtian. He was also a martial emperor's disciple in Lingxian Peak. However, unlike Lu Zhong, he was a member from Zhongen, the martial emperor's third direct disciples faction. As long as we pass this selection, we'll be able to become the martial emperor's followers? The eyes of the people on the vast stone platform brightened. They knew very well that it was almost impossible for them to become the martial emperor's disciple with the strength they currently possessed. Due to this reason, they could only settle for second best and become the martial emperor's followers. As long as they become the martial emperor's followers, they would be able to stay in Lingxian Peak and enjoy the cultivation resources here. Moreover, a martial emperor's follower would still have the chance to be promoted to become a martial emperor's disciple once they become powerful. They might even become a martial emperor's direct disciple if they caught martial emperor Ling Xian's eyes. The second selection will begin now. 10 of you will form a group and enter the gravitational stairs from below. Whoever comes out on top will be regarded as passing the second selection, Song Ting said. His voice resonated loudly in the sky. After Song Ting's words left his mouth, nobody, including Duan Lingtian, moved. Nobody was willing to go out first and be the lab rat. When Song Ting saw this, his face turned glum. He asked with a frown, "What? Are all of you giving up?" Only then did someone begin to make a move. One by one, they rose up into the sky. In a span of 10 breaths, a group of 10 was finally formed as they stood below the gravitational stairs. Duan Lingtian glanced at them and discovered none of the 10 people were at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. It'll be difficult for these people to pass the gravitational stairs, he thought to himself. He was very familiar with the gravitational stairs formation. Naturally, he was familiar with the gravitational stairs too. It was almost impossible for an ordinary martial artist at the 7th level martial monarch stage or below to successfully climb the gravitational stairs. Naturally, that was only for ordinary martial artists at the 7th level martial monarch stage or below. If those martial artists at the 7th level martial monarch stage or below were strong and had comprehended a strong profundity, it would not be difficult for them to climb the gravitational stairs. Take the current Duan Lingtian for example. Although he was not a martial artist above the 7th level martial monarch stage, it would still be easy for him to climb the gravitational stairs since the profundities he had comprehended were strong. When Song Ting saw 10 people standing at the bottom entrance of the gravitational stairs, his face turned a little warmer, and he said casually, "Enter." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, the 10 people standing at the entrance of the gravitational stairs began to make their move. One by one, they rushed into the gravitational stairs. Their bodies were lightning fast initially. However, they gradually slowed down after entering the gravitational stairs. The higher the stair, where it was closer to the violet zone, the stronger the gravitational force was. On the contrary, the lower the stair, where it was closer to the red zone, the weaker the gravitational force was. After the 10 of them unleashed all of their energies and entered the gravitational stairs forcefully, they managed to pass through the red, orange, yellow, and green zone even though their speed was turning slower and slower. When they reached the blue zone, their movements began to slow down drastically. It seemed like it was difficult for them to continue moving upward. All 10 of them were stuck in the blue zone on the gravitational stairs. There were only the indigo and violet zone left in the gravitational stairs above the blue zone. Once they made it past the violet zone, they would be regarded as passing the gravitational stairs. Everyone present on the scene was staring at the 10 people in the gravitational stairs with utmost concentration. After the 10 of them had reached the blue zone of the gravitational stairs, every step was difficult for them. Every step they took was extremely difficult that it seemed unlikely for them to make it through. Just a little bit more before that guy makes it through. Soon after, everyone present on the scene noticed a man who had almost passed through the blue zone to enter the indigo zone. Once he entered the indigo zone, he only needed to go through the violet zone before he would be regarded as passing the entire gravitational stairs. The reason this guy almost made his way out of the blue zone was due to the fact that he was using his spirit weapon, on top of the origin energy and profundity he had unleashed, to withstand the great gravitational force. Both of his arms were raised over his head as he held the spirit sword tightly in his hands. The origin energy on his body that had merged with many profundities made him seem like he had transformed into a gigantic sword. This sword had its tip pointed up as he did all he could to dispel the uninterrupted flow of gravitational force inside the gravitational stairs to help reduce the pressure. Whoosh! At the same time, he relied on his force to soar up into the sky and enter the indigo zone of the gravitational stairs in one breath. Just as everyone's eyes brightened because they thought this man stood a chance of passing the gravitational stairs. Boom! The indigo zone of the gravitational stairs suddenly released an even more powerful gravitational force. It slammed into the man, causing him to fall like an arrow that left its bow. Barf! Under the watchful eyes of the others, the man threw up a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying by the gravitational force, causing him to lose the chance of becoming the martial emperor's disciple or follower. I'm too careless. After he was sent flying, he sighed and wiped the blood off his mouth. He left quietly after that. It was precisely because he was happy that he had made it into the indigo zone of the gravitational stairs that he became careless. It resulted in him being sent flying by the gravitational force of the gravitational stairs. Otherwise, he would not be so wretched even if he did not manage to enter the violet zone of the gravitational stairs. Although he was eliminated by the gravitational stairs, he served as an example to the people after him. Based on his experience, the others learned they could use their spirit weapons to dispel the uninterrupted flow of gravitational force inside the gravitational stairs. The remaining 9 people took out their spirit weapons one after another. With the help of the strength from their spirit weapons, they were able to make it to the indigo zone of the gravitational stairs. Unlike the other man who was careless, they advanced slowly, making sure their steps were firm and successfully withstood the gravitational force in the indigo zone. Duan Ling Tian, they've made it up to the indigo zone. Do you think they'll be able to reach the violet zone and make it through the gravitational stairs? A voice suddenly resonated by Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was Nan Gongyi. After Duan Ling Tian, who was keeping an eye on the situation inside the gravitational stairs, heard Nan Gongyi's question, he replied, "They'll not be able to make it through the gravitational stairs. As for going into the violet zone, well, maybe one of them will able to." There was one among the remaining 9 who was quite powerful. He could be considered as the best among 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artists. Only one person will make it to the violet zone? Nobody will be able to make it through the gravitational stairs. Nan Gongyi's face turned glum when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He had some impression of the 10 people who entered the gravitational stairs. They were all people from the same cultivation place with him in the past 6 months. They were all above 4th level but below the 7th level martial monarch stage. Some of these people were even more powerful than him. Then, does this mean that I have no hope of passing the gravitational stairs? Nan Gongyi's face turned glum. Despair could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Soon after, another person was sent flying from inside the gravitational stairs. This person actually wanted to rely on the spirit weapon in his hand and charged into the violet zone of the gravitational stairs by force in one breath. However, as soon as the spirit weapon in his hand touched the violet zone, it triggered an even more powerful gravitational force that sent him flying. After he was sent flying by the gravitational stairs, he sighed. He left in a daze, slightly battered. As time went by, more people were eliminated. In the end, only one person was left. He was also the person whom Duan Ling Tian had a better impression of. This person forcibly charged into the violet zone of the gravitational stairs with the help of his spirit weapon and entered it completely. When most people thought he was going to pass the gravitational stairs, he was sent flying downward. His body slammed down on the vast stone platform with a loud bang. By the time he stood up, his entire body was covered in blood. His appearance was wretched. Before he left the vast stone platform, he announced to the crowd, "I'm giving all of you a piece of advice. If your cultivation base is not at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above, it's better not to overestimate your strength." His words left a dark shadow in many people's hearts. These people were all below the 7th level martial monarch stage, including Nan Gongyi. The only exception was Duan Ling Tian. "Humph! You don't have a cultivation base at the 7th level martial monarch stage and above, and yet you still dream of becoming a martial emperor's disciple or follower in Ling Xian Peak. You guys really overestimated yourself. At this moment, a disdainful snort broke the silence on the vast stone platform. It was the silver-robed middle-aged man who had provoked Duan Ling Tian and the other two earlier. Many people, including Nan Gongyi, were infuriated when Duan Ling Tian suddenly said at a speed that was neither fast nor slow, "How smelly! Whose mouth is so stinky? PSSST. Ha 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 ha. Indeed it's stinky. I can also smell it." The entire place was silent for a moment before people burst out laughing after they regained their senses. The group of martial artists below the 7th level martial monarch stage, including Nan Gongyi, laughed as they continued to joke, releasing their anger to their heart's content. "Boy, you're going to die." The silver-robed middle-aged man finally snapped back to reality. His eyes were cold as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. If it was not for the fact that this was not somewhere he was allowed to wreak havoc, he would have instantly killed the purple-clad young man. It would be like beating the lion before the dog to warn the others of the consequences of offending him. "It seems like the smell is getting worse now," Nan Gongyi said sarcastically as he deliberately pinched his nose. As the silver-robed middle-aged man glared at Nan Gongyi and Duan Ling Tian, he said to incite them, "Why you two boys. If you dare, enter the gravitational stairs with me right now. I'll show you just how impossible it is for ants like you to climb the gravitational stairs and pass the second selection." Nan Gongyi turned grave immediately when he heard this. He really did not have the confidence to pass the gravitational stairs. In his heart, he had already made mental preparation for getting eliminated. However, in the face of the silver-robed middle-aged man's provocation, he really did not know how to respond. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man and asked, "You mean you can go through the gravitational stairs and pass the second selection?" "Of course," the silver-robed middle-aged man answered as though it was a matter of course. "Looks like you're quite confident in yourself." After taking a long look at the silver-robed middle-aged man, Duan Ling Tian proceeded to look at Nan Gongyi and smiled. "Since he's so confident, let's join him in this game then." "All right." Although Nan Gongyi had no idea what Duan Ling Tian was planning, he still agreed to it in the end. In his opinion, although he did not possess the strength to climb the gravitational stairs, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to climb the gravitational stairs with his strength. As the silver-robed middle-aged man rose up into the sky, he looked at Nan Gongchan and mocked, "Nan Gongchan, you'll soon witness the scene of your two companions being eliminated by the gravitational stairs. Just an ant who hasn't even stepped into the 7th level martial monarch stage, and you still dare to challenge the gravitational stairs. You really have overestimated yourself too much." Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and asked in a provocative tone, "Since you're so confident, do you dare to make a bet with me then?" "What bet?" The silver-robed middle-aged man snorted. "Let's bet whether the three of us and you will be able to pass through the gravitational stairs and pass the second selection or not," Duan Ling Tian said. "How should we bet?" "Bet with what?" The silver-robed middle-aged man tried to maintain his imposing manner as he glared at Duan Ling Tian before smirking. "Bet with our lives." When Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes gleamed coldly. "Bet with our lives." The moment these words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, a commotion immediately broke out. Even the two martial emperor's direct disciples, Song Ting and Zhong, instantly shifted their gaze toward Duan Ling Tian. "Interesting." Zhong smiled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with interest. "I like this guy." "Hermph." Unlike Zhong, Song Ting merely snorted coldly. It was obvious he knew Duan Ling Tian was the person who killed Lu Zhong's younger brother. As for the silver-robed middle-aged man, he was also taken aback the moment he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After he noticed everyone's eyes shifting to him, he regained his senses. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked in a deep voice, "How do you want to bet?" Until now, he still stubbornly tried to maintain his imposing manner. "Let's all swear by the tribulation oath. The 99 heavenly tribulation. If any one of us three fail to pass the gravitational stairs, or if you successfully pass the gravitational stairs, the lightning penalty from the 99 heavenly tribulation will strike me to death." Duanling Tian looked at the silver-robed middle-aged man and enunciated each of his words clearly. On the contrary, if the three of us pass the gravitational stairs and you're unable to pass, you'll be killed by the 99 heavenly tribulations lightning penalty instead. The second these words left Duanling Tian's mouth, the entire place immediately fell silent. Is this purple-clad young man crazy? When people snapped out of their shock, they began to whisper among each other. They felt that Duanling Tian had gone crazy. According to Duanling Tian, if either him, Nangong Chen, or Nangong Yi did not pass the gravitational stairs, he would die. Even if all of them passed, he would also die if the silver-robed middle-aged man managed to pass the stairs. Only if all three of them passed the gravitational stairs and the silver-robed middle-aged man failed to pass will the silver-robed middle-aged man die. Are you sure you want to bet like this? After hearing Duanling Tian's words, the silver-robed middle-aged man looked at Duanling Tian with a sneer and smirked coldly. In his opinion, this purple-clad young man in front of him was merely digging his own grave. Do you dare? Duanling Tian asked nonchalantly. Do you dare? The second these words left Duanling Tian's mouth, the crowd's eyes shifted to the silver-robed middle-aged man again. He instantly became the center of attention again. Interesting. Zhong and flashed a brilliant smile. Song Ting, who was standing next to him, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as he stared intently at the purple figure as though he was deep in thoughts. Why wouldn't I? The silver-robed middle-aged man smirked and said, but your life is not valuable enough to bet with me. Unless you count Nangong Chen's life in as well. After the silver-robed middle-aged man finished his sentence, he looked at Nangong Chen with a sneer. Nangong Chen, your companion is going to bet with his life. Do you dare to participate? Why wouldn't I? Nangong Chen glanced at the silver-robed middle-aged man and said calmly, We'll do as you said. I'll stake my life as well. He trusted Duanling Tian unconditionally. If Duanling Tian did not help him and his twin brother, Nangong Yi, half a year ago, they would have died. Duanling Tian had saved their lives. Moreover, he had confidence in Duanling Ting. Even if he had no confidence in Duanling Tian, he would not publicly undermine Duanling Tian. Good, very well. The silver-robed middle-aged man smiled widely upon hearing Nangong Chen's words. If that's the case, the three of us will swear an oath. The silver-clad middle-aged man licked his dried lips as an anticipatory expression appeared on his face. It was as though he could not wait to see Duanling Tian and Nangong Chen being killed by the lightning penalty. Following that, the three of them swore an oath under everyone's watchful eyes. Boom, 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 boom. 27 consecutive claps of thunder reverberated in the sky in correspondence to Duanling Tian, Nangong Chen, and the silver-robed middle-aged man's oath. The deafening sound pierced the sky and entered everyone's ears. Since all of you are betting your lives, this time, only 4 of you will enter the gravitational stairs in the second round of selection. Zhong and said slowly. After that, he looked at Song Ting next to him and asked with a smile, Second senior brother, do you have any opinion about this? I have no opinion, Song Ting responded coolly. Nangong Chen, you and this overconfident guy will be killed by the lightning penalty soon. The silver-robed middle-aged man glanced at Nangong Chen and sneered. He looked at Duanling Tian and said mockingly, Boy, you'll find out soon. The bet you made will get you killed. Faced with the silver-robed middle-aged man's sarcastic remarks, Duanling Tian's expression remained indifferent as he responded, I'll wait and see. Let's go. He called out to the Nangong twins and took the lead to head to the gravitational stairs. The gravitational stairs with 7 colors towered above them. The red zone of the gravitational stairs was the closest to them. It was also the zone with the weakest gravitational force. Duanling Tian and the other 2 arrived at the bottom of the gravitational stairs along with the silver-robed middle-aged man. He still had a sneer on his face. You go first. At this moment, Duanling Tian looked at Nangong Yi as he spoke to him through voice transmission. You don't have to care about anything else. Just take your spirit weapon out and charge up with your fastest speed and full strength. Okay. Similar to Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi also trusted Duanling Tian unconditionally. After hearing Duan Ling Tian's words through voice transmission, he immediately acted without saying another word. Boom! Nangong Yi released his origin energy and profundities before he took his spirit weapon out and charged up the gravitational stairs. You're overestimating yourself. The silver-robed, middle-aged man snickered. He slowly took a step up as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Boy! Don't say that I'm bullying the weak. You can go first. The sneer on his face became even more apparent as he spoke. Duan Ling Tian was not courteous to him. He climbed up and caught up to Nangong Yi. Only after Duan Ling Tian entered the gravitational stairs did the silver-robed middle-aged man and Nangong Chin begin to climb the stairs. They climbed the gravitational stairs at the same time. So, as the first person to enter the gravitational stairs, Nangong Yi, a 6th-level martial monarch, arrived at the indigo zone of the gravitational stairs with his spirit weapon in his hands. After the indigo zone was the violet zone. The violet zone was also the last zone. If they managed to pass through, they would be considered as successfully passing the gravitational stairs and the second round of selection. However, Nangong Yi was currently stuck in the indigo zone. He could not enter the violet zone because the gravitational force was too strong. There's no way. Nangong Yi's heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. He hated himself for being too weak. He would never be able to forgive himself if Duan Ling Tian and Nangong Chen failed the gravitational stairs because of him and were killed by the 99 Heavenly Tribulations lightning penalty. When Nangong Yi thought of that, he hastened his speed. He rushed up in a frenzy, trying to enter the violet zone. I must pass the gravitational stairs. I must pass the gravitational stairs. Boom! Nangong Yi was surprised to find he managed to enter the violet zone with his spirit weapon in hand. In fact, he felt the gravitational force in the violet zone was quite weak. It was not even as strong as the gravitational force in the red zone. So, Nangong Yi was bewildered as he successfully broke through the last hurdle of the gravitational stairs. He became the first person to successfully pass the gravitational stairs today. Hua! After Nangong Yi rushed out of the gravitational stairs, the onlookers fell silent. Gulp! Gulp! On the vast stone platform, the group of people participating in the selection of martial emperor's disciples and followers gulped. The scene before their eyes had shocked them. Nangong Yi was no stranger to those martial artists between the 4th-level martial monarch stage and the 7th-level martial monarch. They were in the same cultivation place for the last 6 months. Isn't he a 6th-level martial monarch martial artist? He climbed the gravitational stairs like he was just playing a game. They found it unbelievable. The other group of people participating in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers who were 7th-level martial monarchs could tell Nangong Yi's cultivation base was not above the 7th-level martial monarch stage. When they learned about Nangong Chen's actual cultivation base from the discussion in their surroundings, they felt it was odd. The gravitational stairs are formed by the gravitational stairs formation. Could it be there's something wrong with the gravitational stairs formation? It's hard to say. Theoretically, even a 7th-level martial monarch wouldn't be able to pass through the gravitational stairs so quickly, let alone a 6th-level martial monarch martial artist. There's something wrong. It's weird indeed. Many people felt that something was wrong. It was completely beyond their expectation that Nangong Yi successfully passed the gravitational stairs so easily. What happened? Even Zhongyan and Songting, the 2 martial emperor's direct disciples, could not help but look at each other. Both of them saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They could clearly see Nangong Yi's strength. With that strength, it was unlikely for him to be able to enter the violet zone of the gravitational stairs, let alone pass through it. For a time, they also felt that something must be wrong with the gravitational stairs formation. That's impossible. At the same time, the silver-robed middle-aged man in the gravitational stairs also noticed that Nangong Yi had successfully passed through the gravitational stairs and the second round of selection. Hints of shock and amazement could be seen on his face. Nothing's impossible. In the next moment, a calm voice sounded by his ear. It was as loud as thunder. When he recovered from his shock, he saw the purple-clad young man who had entered the gravitational stairs before him was climbing up at an outrageously fast speed. In fact, even Nangong Chen's progress was incredibly fast. In just a blink of an eye, he discovered the two people he could not wait to kill had successfully passed through the gravitational stairs after Nangongyi. At once, he was the only one left at that huge gravitational stairs. No. The silver-robed, middle-aged man's face changed suddenly. He did not have time to think about anything else. He could sense the imminent danger. He hurriedly took his spirit weapon out. He intended to quickly pass through the gravitational stairs. He still had a shot. Even if 3 of them passed the gravitational stairs, he would not die if he managed to pass. Naturally, he would die if he could not pass the gravitational stairs. Passing through the gravitational stairs should be easy for me. Even at this moment, the silver-robed middle-aged man was still filled with confidence. The way Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen passed through the gravitational stairs was as smooth as passing clouds and flowing water. They did not seem to be affected by the gravitational force within the gravitational stairs. Both of them were as relaxed and impressive as Nangongyi when they passed the gravitational stairs. There shouldn't be a problem with the gravitational stairs, right? Song Ting and Zhong and looked at each other again. Their eyes glinted with uncertainty. Soon after, they realized that something seemed to be wrong with the gravitational stairs. Boom, 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 boom. Under everyone's watchful eyes, all the gravitational force from the 7 zones began to stir. They seemed to merge before they landed on the silver-robed middle-aged man. Following that, everyone heard a shrill and bitter scream. No! In the next moment, the silver-robed middle-aged man was enveloped by the gravitational force from the 7 zones. His strength and his spirit weapon strength vanished in just an instant. Boom! Another loud bang sounded. The silver-clad middle-aged man abruptly fell off the gravitational stairs. He's dead. Many people thought to themselves when they saw the silver-robed man fell off the gravitational stairs. Almost at the same time, the sky darkened as dark clouds gathered from all directions, while the clear sounds of thunder were heard. No! No! When the silver-clad middle-aged man heard the thunder, he reacted as though he saw a ghost. He moved as if he intended to escape. However, could he escape it? Under everyone's watchful eyes, the silver-robed middle-aged man was struck by the 99 heavenly tribulations lightning penalty. Even his profundity fragments were not an exception. The only thing left was his spatial ring that solitarily fell to the ground. The silver-robed middle-aged man died just like that. Betting on his life, an oath with the 99 heavenly tribulation could not be violated. Once it was violated, the person would be killed by the lightning penalty no matter where he was. Duan Lingtian, what happened there? Nangongyi was baffled about him mysteriously passing through the gravitational stairs. Moreover, Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen had flashed through the gravitational stairs so quickly that it added to his doubts. Although he knew both of them possessed the strength to pass the gravitational stairs, it was impossible for them to be so fast. When he saw the silver-robed middle-aged man did not make it through the gravitational stairs and was killed by the lightning penalty, he became even more confused. Who? When Nangongyi was speaking to Duan Lingtian went to the place where the silver-robed middle-aged man was killed by the lightning penalty and kept his spatial ring. His movement was as smooth as passing clouds and flowing water. Isn't it obvious? The 3 of us passed the gravitational stairs, and he didn't, so he was killed by the lightning penalty. Duan Lingtian only responded to Nangongyi after he returned to stand next to the Nangong twins. However, Nangongyi could tell that Duan Lingtian was brushing him off. He felt more and more certain that the earlier incident, including him passing the gravitational stairs and the gravitational stairs' sudden movement that made the silver-robed middle-aged man who was stronger than him fall, had something to do with Duan Lingtian. However, he could see that Duan Lingtian did not plan to explain anything, so he did not persist in asking even though there were a million questions in his mind. Who? When everyone was still in shock over the scene earlier, Song Ting and Zhong En, the 2 martial emperor's direct disciples, went to the gravitational stairs. Currently, the 7 colors of the gravitational stair that represented 7 levels of gravitational force had returned to normal. So, Song Ting and Zhong En glanced at each other and moved simultaneously. They disappeared before everyone's eyes. In the next moment, Everyone saw their figures on the gravitational stairs as they quickly climbed up. From the beginning to the end, they did not use much of their power. They did not even mobilize the heaven and earth energy, let alone form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Who? When Song Ting and Zhong reappeared, they were standing before Duanling Tian. Song Ting looked at Duanling Tian with a piercing gaze as he asked in a deep voice, "What did you do earlier?" However, Duanling Tian ignored Song Ting's question. He maintained his carefree expression as though he would remain indifferent even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. "You're pretty good. If Master is here, I'm sure he'll like you." Unlike Song Ting, Zhong was quite friendly toward Duanling Tian as he sized Duanling Tian up with interest. The master he was referring to was naturally Martial Emperor Ling Xian, the master of Ling Xian Peak. Whether it was Zhong or Song Ting, they did not find any abnormalities when they passed through the gravitational stairs. As such, there was only one possibility. The purple-clad young man before them had to be the cause of the earlier incident. Although they did not know how he did it, it was the only possibility. "I wouldn't necessarily like him, even if he likes me," Duanling Tian calmly responded when he heard Zhong's statement. For a time, the smile on Zhong's face became a little bit forced. Song Ting's face sank after hearing Duanling Tian's word. A fierce voice suddenly scolded, "How presumptuous!" Following that, a figure appeared behind Song Ting. He glared at Duanling Tian and continued to scold in a deep voice, "Boy, you dare to disrespect the Lord Martial Emperor so rudely. You should be killed." The person who appeared was Lu Zhong. Originally, he was extremely unhappy when he saw Duanling Tian won the bet, but he could only wait for the right opportunity to kill Duanling Tian. He thought he would have to wait until the third round of selection before he would be presented with a chance to kill Duanling Tian. He did not think Duanling Tian would dare to disrespect Ling Xian Peak's Martial Emperor. He instantly realized this was his opportunity to kill him. It was justified. "What? You're in such a hurry to kill me?" Duanling Tian said calmly as he narrowed his eyes at Lu Zhong. "I don't know what you mean by that. The only thing I know is you disrespected Lord Martial Emperor, so you must die." Lu Zhong looked at Duanling Tian with a darkened expression. He turned to look at Song Ting and Zhong and asked for permission respectfully. "Senior Brother Song, Senior Brother Zhong, please let me kill this boy as a warning to the others, so they won't follow his example." This time, Zhong did not open his mouth. Although he thought Duanling Tian was pleasing to the eyes, his words had angered him. Every dragon had a reverse scale. Touch it and one must die. His master was his reverse scale. Hence, he acquiesced to Lu Zhong's request. "Go." As for Song Ting, he looked Duanling Tian with a cold glint in his eyes as if he was waiting for the opportunity to devour him. Yes. When Lu Zhong heard Song Ting's words, his eyes lit up. He was very excited. He finally had his opportunity. He could finally avenge his brother. Lu Zhong looked at Duanling Tian once again as he said through voice transmission, "Boy, you dared to kill my brother. I want your life today." However, he said something different outwardly. "Boy, you dare to disrespect our Ling Xian Peak's Lord Martial Emperor. Don't even think about being a Martial Emperor's disciple or follower. You'll leave this world today. I, Lu Zhong, will kill you today and send you to hell for the pride of our Ling Xian Peak's Martial Emperor," Lu Zhong said with pseudo-righteousness as he stepped toward Duanling Tian. One step was faster than the other. The air turned turbulent and a series of air explosions sounded with every step he took. "You just want to avenge your brother," Duanling Tian sneered as Lu Zhong charged toward him with a great momentum. "It doesn't matter what you say. You're definitely dying today." Lu Zhong did not care about Duanling Tian's words. The origin energy on his body surged suddenly as a variety of profundities trailed after it like shadows. He charged out like the god of war, poised to attack. Meanwhile, everyone's gaze, including the two Martial Emperor's direct disciples, Song Ting and Zhong, landed on Duanling Tian and Lu Zhong. Even the Nangong twins were no exceptions. They had received a voice transmission from Duanling Tian asking them to stand further away. However, that did not stop them from staring intently at Duanling Tian and Lu Zhong. In addition to being Senior Brother Song Ting's right-hand man, Senior brother Lu Zhong's strength is ranked in the top 3 among the martial emperor's disciples in Lingxian Peak. I'm afraid the purple-clad young man is unlucky today. That was the inner thoughts of the group of Lingxian Peak's martial emperor's disciples and followers. They did not think Duanling Tian could win Lu Zhong. Whereas the people who came to participate in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and follower were staring expectantly at Duanling Tian. They hoped that Duanling Tian would win and bring honor to them. After all, they were not Lingxian Peak's people yet. Even the 2 martial emperor's direct disciples, Song Ting and Zhong En, did not think Duanling Tian had the strength to win Lu Zhong, even though they thought he was strange. They knew about Lu Zhong's strength. He was ranked top 3 among all the martial emperor's disciples in Lingxian Peak. Boy, if there's a next life, remember that you can't just simply offend anyone as you please. Lu Zhong's voice sounded again. This time it was laced with irritation. He took out his spirit weapon and moved, disappearing before most people's eyes. He was so fast that it was shocking. When he disappeared, the heaven and earth phenomenon at the void above him also charged forward. Its target was Duanling Tian. 5 ancient black dragons' silhouettes and 7,000 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes lunged at Duanling Tian with bared fangs. That was Lu Zhong's strength. Lu Zhong's speed was outrageously fast that it was difficult for most people, including the Nangong twins, to catch. However, in the eyes of Duanling Tian, Lu Zhong's speed was so slow that it was pitiful. It was so slow that he casually raised his hand and easily caught the spirit weapon in Lu Zhong's hand. Pa! He caught Lu Zhong's spirit weapon with his bare hands. The crisp sound caused the entire place to fall silent. Many people had a shocked expression on their faces. They had a hard time believing the scene before them was true. Impossible! As one of the people involved, Lu Zhong was the first to react. He stared at the purple-clad young man in horror as he shook his head woodenly. Nothing's impossible, Duanling Tian said faintly. As he responded, a 5-colored energy that just appeared on his body suddenly surged. It was as though it had transformed into a 5-colored beast with an opened mouth that devoured Lu Zhong. In an instant, Lu Zhong was swallowed whole. There was nothing left of him. It seemed as though he had followed in his brother, Lu Yi's footsteps. After Lu Zhong was reduced to ashes, only a few profundity fragments and a spatial ring were left. All of it was kept by Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian withdrew the 5-colored energy on his body. It was as though it was never there in the first place. In fact, the heaven and earth phenomenon did not even have time to fully form from the time the 5-colored energy appeared to the time it disappeared. That showed how fast Duanling Tian's attack was. Even the heaven and earth energy did not have time to react. Silence. The scene was dead silent. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of heavy breathing and gasping. The Nangong twins were dumbstruck by the earlier scene. Although they noticed Duanling Tian's improvement in the past 6 months was huge, they did not think it would be this great. Lingxian Peak's martial emperor's disciple, Lu Zhong, had mobilized the strength of 5 ancient black dragons and 7,000 ancient horned dragons with his spirit weapon. However, he was still killed by Duanling Tian with just a blow. From the beginning until the end, not only did Duanling Tian not use his spirit weapon, but he did not even make any obvious movement. He had killed Lu Zhong with just the raging energy that rose from his body. He's too strong. His strength. I'm afraid he's on par with the martial emperor's direct disciples. The way he killed senior brother Lu Zhong was so simple, as if he was killing an ant. At this moment, Duanling Tian naturally became the center of attention. This was because his strength was just too terrifying and shocking. At this moment, Song Ting finally recovered from the shock and stared coldly at Duanling Tian. He asked sharply, "Who are you? What's your purpose for coming to our Lingxian Peak?" Meanwhile, his robe fluttered as origin energy rose from his body and profundities followed like shadows. It was as though it had transformed into blazing bright-colored flame before it enveloped him. When Song Ting asked his question, everyone's attention shifted to Duanling Tian. Except for the Nangong twins, everyone else was curious. Yes, this purple-clad young man's strength was not inferior to the martial emperor's direct disciples, and yet he came to participate in the selection of Lingxian Peak's martial emperor's disciples and followers. It was really quite strange. One had to know there were quite a few martial emperors and demon emperors who were stronger than martial emperor Lingxian on Cloud Continent. Martial emperor Lingxian's strength was at most average compared to all the publicly known martial emperors and demon emperors on Cloud Continent. In their opinion, people like Duanling Tian with his strength at the peak of the martial monarch stage could be the direct disciple of a stronger martial emperor or demon emperor. What purpose could I have? In the face of Song Ting's question, Duanling Tian merely glanced at him coldly. He shrugged lazily and said, "You're overthinking things. It seems like you won't talk if I don't attack." Song Ting's face sank, and his tone became colder. "What? You still want to attack me?" Duanling Tian smiled brightly. He narrowed his eyes as he smiled. "Do you think you're invincible just because you're able to kill one of our Ling Xian Peak's member? You should know that the Lu Zhong you killed was merely a normal martial emperor's disciple of Ling Xian Peak." Song Ting's voice held a hint of certainty. "I'll admit you're quite strong. However, if you think I'm as useless as Lu Zhong, then you're really stupid." No matter what, Lu Zhong was one of his people. As the saying went, one has to look at the master before beating the dog. The purple-clad young man had killed Lu Zhong in front of him. That was equivalent to hitting him in the face. It embarrassed and angered him. At this moment, he seemed to feel the mocking gazes directed at him from all directions. Even Zhong En, who stood at the side, was shocked. He did not think the purple-clad young man would kill Lu Zhong, Song Ting's crazy dog. He had to admit he was a little pleased. "Zhong En, I'm afraid this person with a mysterious identity came to our Ling Xian Peak to participate in the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers with an ulterior motive. You and I should join hands to force him to tell us his purpose for coming to Ling Xian Peak. We'll kill him if he refuses to say anything to save trouble in the future." Song Ting sent a voice transmission to Zhong En. Zhong En frowned slightly. To be honest, he was not unwilling to fight together with Song Ting. However, the identity of the purple-clad young man was too mysterious. Although he and Song Ting were usually on opposite sides, they were still united in important matters regarding the safety of Ling Xian Peak. Therefore, he flew out and stood beside Song Ting. Both of them were going to fight Duanling Tian together. Senior brother Zhong En is going to join hands with senior brother Song Ting? That scene shocked many people. That Duanling Tian. He actually... In the distance, Xiao Zhong was dumbstruck. He could not recover from the shock for quite a while. When Duanling Tian easily killed Lu Zhong, he was shocked by Duanling Tian's strength. Although he knew Duanling Tian was strong, he did not think his strength would be so great. When he saw the martial emperor's direct disciple whose side he was on, Zhong En, had joined hands with Song Ting to fight Duanling Tian, he could not help but feel excited. Duanling Tian could actually make the two martial emperors' direct disciples, who were usually as incompatible as fire and water, join hands and fight him. I'm afraid his luck is really bad. Regardless if it's senior brother Song Ting or senior brother Zhong, they're both Ling Xian Peak's martial emperor's direct disciples. The purple-clad young man's strength is at most on par with a martial emperor's direct disciple. He might win one of them, but it's impossible for him to win when it's 2 against 1. How do you know his strength is at most on par with a martial emperor's direct disciples? HP Mage. As we all know, martial emperor's direct disciples are already at the peak of martial monarch stage. Those stronger than martial emperor's direct disciples are only martial emperor powerhouses. Do you think he's a martial emperor powerhouse? The group of martial emperor's disciples and followers were whispering among themselves. None of them thought Duanling Tian had the advantage facing the 2 greatest martial emperor's direct disciples in Ling Xian Peak. Your strength is admirable. I'm Zhong En, the 3rd direct disciple under Ling Xian Peak's martial emperor. I would like to know why you're participating in our Ling Xian Peak selection for the martial emperor's disciples and followers with your strength. Zhong En looked at Duanling Tian solemnly and asked, "As far as I know, most of the cultivation places of martial emperors and demon emperors in the inner land of Cloud Continent are also holding the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. Why do you ask so many questions? I know he's bad with just a look." Before Duanling Tian could respond, Song Ting sneered again with a cold gleam in his eyes. Then, He disappeared with a "who" sound and reappeared in front of Duanling Tian. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air, causing airwaves to sweep out in all directions. The airwaves set off a series of air explosions that sounded like exploding mines. It created a flurry of hurricane that caused everyone, apart from Zhongyan, to squint. Although they did not clearly see what had happened, they knew Duanling Tian was fighting with Song Ting. Song Ting. Zhongyan's face sank. He did not expect Song Ting to be so eager. Naturally, he knew of Song Ting's intention. He wanted to kill the other party without giving the other party a chance to speak to vent his anger. So, although he guessed Song Ting's intentions, he still could not stand by and watch because he could see that Song Ting was not a match for his opponent. Naturally, he intended to fight, but he did not plan to go along with Song Ting's plan to kill the other party. He would cooperate to suppress the other party and force him to tell him his purpose for coming to Lingshan Peak. If his purpose was not malicious, who knew if there would be a fourth martial emperor's direct disciple in Lingshan Peak? When Zhongyan thought about how the other party might become his junior brother, he was so excited that he held back his attacks and movement. However, he quickly discovered that the opponent's strength did not allow him to hold back. Boom! 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 A burst of deafening explosion reverberated in the air again. Duanling Tian was already in a fight with both martial emperor's direct disciples, Song Ting and Zhongyan. Both Song Ting and Zhongyan had taken out their spirit weapons. On the other hand, Duanling Tian remained empty-handed. However, it did not seem like he was at a disadvantage. In fact, he seemed to have a slight advantage. Xiao! Zing! Song Ting and Zhongyan used a sword and a blade respectively. They still could not win the battle after a while. Feeling embarrassed and angry, they finally decided to unleash their full strength. As Lingshan Peak's martial emperor's direct disciples, their blades Ray and swords Shadow cooperated seamlessly with each other and headed straight for Duanling Tian with a great momentum. Wherever the blades Ray and swords Shadow passed, the onlookers evaded. The group of people who stood on the stone platform behind also had to evade it. When the blades Ray and swords Shadow fell, the vast stone platform was cut into countless pieces like a tofu. The stone platform with countless cracks was swept by their strength. In a blink of an eye, it began to fall apart. Moreover, with their attacks, some of the broken stones from the ruined vast stone platform flew up in the air. When both of them attacked, the heaven and earth energy stirred and eventually formed a vast heaven and earth phenomenon. At the void above them, there were 7 ancient black dragons silhouettes respectively. It meant each of their attacks contained the strength of 7 ancient black dragons. God! He's also so strong. While many people fawned over the strength Song Ting and Zhongyan displayed, someone's shout caught the people's attention. On the other side stood a purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man stood there as his robe billowed in the wind. His long black hair was also fluttering in the wind since his hairband was shattered by the powerful force. There was a 5-colored flame blazing on the purple-clad young man's body. It exuded a chilling aura. At the void above him, there were 7 ancient black dragons silhouettes that indicated he was not inferior to Song Ting and Zhongyan. That's why Zhongyan and I couldn't capture him. It turns out he has been using the strength of 7 ancient black dragons from the beginning. Song Ting was not shocked when he saw the scene. Instead, he laughed. However, with me and Zhongyan unleashing our full strength, any one of us would be on par with him. The killing intent in Song Ting's eyes intensified when he thought about this. What kind of person is he? He can mobilize the strength of 7 ancient black dragons without utilizing his spirit weapon. Many onlookers exclaimed in shock. Their exclamations were heard by Song Ting, and it shocked him. He seemed to have noticed something before his face changed dramatically. Yes. The strength their opponent displayed was before he utilized his spirit weapon. Third junior brother, we have to kill him before he takes his spirit weapon out. Otherwise, we'll be the ones dying today. Song Ting hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Zhongyan, who was fighting Duanling Tian with him. After Zhongyan heard Song Ting's voice transmission, Zhongyan trembled for a moment before he reacted. Earlier, he was also stunned by the strength Duanling Tian displayed without even using a spirit weapon. At this moment, he knew their opponent's strength was greater than theirs. When he heard Song Ting's reminder, his expression turned solemn. He no longer dared to be negligent. If their opponent took out his spirit weapon, he and Song Ting would be defeated. At that time, not only Song Ting, but he would also be at the mercy of the other party. For a time, both Zhongyan and Song Ting's strength seemed to increase a little. They headed straight for Duanling Tian with great momentum. Despite facing the two incoming most powerful martial emperors' direct disciples who were as fast as lightning, Duanling Tian still remained calm. He only moved when the both of them were inches away from him as the gleam of the overwhelming blade and the shadow of the sword covered him. More accurately, he did not actually move, but the blazing five-colored flames surged forward. Boom! The five-colored flames billowed and caused the air to stir. Suddenly, a deafening air explosion burst, shaking many of the people. As Song Ting and Zhang An's attack almost landed on Duanling Tian in that split second, the surging five-colored flames around him took on the shape of a sword. In an instant, Duanling Tian seemed to have transformed into a huge five-colored sword and struck down at the both of them who were heading towards him as if he was separating heaven and earth. Boom! 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 Wherever the huge sword passed, the air became turbulent and a burst of deafening loud bangs popped. The rolling waves seemed to transform into a hurricane and swept in all directions. "Mercy, please!" Before anyone had the time to react, an earnest cry from a distance was heard. Many people glanced up in surprise as they wanted to see who it was. At that very second, boom! They merely saw a figure appearing in front of Duanling Tian beside Song Ting and Zhong En. They heard an even more frightening noise before they could clearly see the figure. A loud bang reverberated as if the sky was falling and the earth was being shattered. From where the bang was heard, the rolling shockwave spread out in all directions, knocking the surrounding people down. The group of martial emperor's disciples was still doing fine. They merely took a dozen steps backward. On the other hand, the martial emperor's followers and people who came to participate in the selection were sent flying quite a distance away. Those with a lower cultivation base even turned ashen and spat blood as they suffered quite severe injuries. Such powerful strength! The two colliding forces created a shock wave. That kind of strength goes beyond the strength of a martial monarch. Many of the martial emperor's disciples were shocked as they stared ahead. They discovered that both Song Ting and Zhong En were also sent flying away. Their faces paled and the corners of their mouths were stained with blood. Two people stood at the epicenter of the shock wave. In addition to the purple-clad youth, there was another man in plain clothes. As they saw him standing there, it seemed as if he was one with the power to command heaven and earth. He looked like one could not differentiate him in a crowd. However, he looked a bit gray right then. Pooh! Finally, he could not suppress it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood while taking 2 steps backward. He looked at the purple-clad youth in front of him with an alarmed expression. Are you a martial emperor powerhouse? Without a doubt, the purple-clad youth was Duanling Tian. Earlier, he had been prepared to kill both Song Ting and Zhong En, the martial emperor's direct disciples of Ling Xian Peak, with a single strike. In that split second, the middle-aged man in front of him appeared just in time and saved both of them. First-level martial emperor stage. Are you martial emperor Ling Xian? Duanling Tian asked the middle-aged man in front of him calmly. Obviously, he could tell what his opponent's cultivation base was. If the middle-aged man was martial emperor Ling Xian, then he was really disappointed because he was completely different from the martial emperor Ling Xian that Duanling Tian had imagined. First-level martial emperor stage. Martial emperor Ling Xian. After Duanling Tian finished his sentence, everyone's attention was drawn to the man. He's the Lord Martial Emperor? A group of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers gawked at the middle-aged man with surprise as their eyes were laced with suspicion. They were not very convinced. Their Ling Xian Peak Lord Martial Emperor lost to a person who came to participate in the selection of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. It was too ridiculous. Is he Martial Emperor Ling Xian? As for the group of people who came to participate in the selection of Ling Xian Peak Martial Emperor's disciples and followers, including Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi, all of them were stunned while they stared at the middle-aged man. I don't think that's possible. If he is Martial Emperor Ling Xian, Does that mean the purple-clad youth can beat martial Emperor Ling Xian in a battle? Yes. The middle-aged man lost earlier after all. As far as I know, shock waves can only be created when martial Emperor powerhouses' attacks collide with each other. Perhaps they are both real martial Emperor powerhouses. If the purple-clad youth is a martial Emperor powerhouse, then what's he doing here at the Ling Xian Peak selection of the martial Emperor's disciples and followers? Maybe he came to crash the party. Who knows? While they were discussing, puzzlement and confusion were apparent on their faces. Martial Emperor Powerhouse? The Nangong twins glanced at Duan Ling Tian and then saw the shock in each other's eyes. Is he really a Lord Martial Emperor? The group of Ling Xian Peak Martial Emperor's disciples and followers looked bitter. If the middle-aged man really was Martial Emperor Ling Xian, then it would really be humiliating for Ling Xian Peak. Even though they were Martial Emperor's disciples and followers of Ling Xian Peak, they had never seen the Martial Emperor Ling Xian, which was why they were not certain if the middle-aged man was the Martial Emperor Ling Xian or not. However, from the performance earlier, it was obvious that the middle-aged man had lost to the purple-clad youth. If he really were the Martial Emperor Ling Xian, the incident today would be a laughingstock. Everyone would say that Martial Emperor Ling Xian of Ling Xian Peak was not as talented as someone who participated in the Ling Xian Peak selection of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers. How ironic! Is or isn't he the Lord Martial Emperor? Among all of us here, I'm afraid only Senior Brother Song Ting and Senior Brother Zhang En would know, said one of the Martial Emperor's disciples. The rest of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers shifted their gaze to Song Ting and Zhang En, looking expectantly at them. At that point, they finally recuperated from their grave injuries after consuming some healing pills. Lingering fear was still apparent on their faces. When they looked up at the purple-clad youth in the distance, they were stunned. Martial Emperor Powerhouse. He's actually a Martial Emperor Powerhouse. They never thought that the purple-clad youth who came to participate in Ling Xian Peak selection of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers was an actual Martial Emperor Powerhouse. A Martial Emperor Powerhouse who came to participate in the Ling Xian Peak selection of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers? They could not think of a reason for him to do so even after they racked their brains. Soon, their eyes shifted away from the purple-clad youth and landed on the middle-aged man as they greeted respectfully, "First Senior Brother! First Senior Brother!" The group of Ling Xian Peak Martial Emperor's disciples and followers finally relaxed after they heard Song Ting and Zhong En's address. So, it turns out to be the Lord Martial Emperor's first direct disciple, Senior Brother Zhou Di. It's my first time seeing Senior Brother Zhou Di. Senior Brother Zhou Di is famous at Ling Xian Peak to be as elusive as the Lord Martial Emperor. I never expected Senior Brother Zhou Di to be a Martial Emperor powerhouse. According to the purple-clad youth, Senior Brother Zhou Di is a first-level Martial Emperor stage. However, we still don't know the background of this purple-clad youth. Even Senior Brother Zhou Di, whose cultivation base is at first-level Martial Emperor stage, lost to him. The group of Ling Xian Peak Martial Emperor's disciples and followers were discussing it as their gaze landed on Duan Ling Tian in unison, making him the center of attention again. The Nangong twins also turned to look at Duan Ling Tian after glancing at Zhou Di. It isn't Martial Emperor Ling Xian. However, Zhou Di would undoubtedly be the strongest person in Ling Xian Peak after Martial Emperor Ling Xian, yet he lost to Duan Ling Tian. Did he really come to participate in the Ling Xian Peak selection of Martial Emperor's disciples and followers? If he did, I'm afraid the strongest person in Ling Xian Peak after the Martial Emperor Ling Xian is now someone else. Many people were whispering among themselves while some smarter ones glanced at the Nangong twins. Some of them more or less knew the Nangong twins. Nangong Chun, you seem to know him. Nangong Yi, I remember the first time that I saw you all. You were with him from then on. Did you all know that he was a Martial Emperor powerhouse? Many people were curiously asking the Nangong twins. The Nangong twins felt speechless and shocked while they looked at each other. Did Duan Ling Tian have any reservations back then? He couldn't have obtained the strength equivalent to a Martial Emperor powerhouse within half a year, could he? In both of their hearts, only their shock remained. Both Duan Ling Tian and Zhou Di had reserved their strength after the shock wave spread. Therefore, there was no heaven and earth phenomenon. Therefore, the people could only speculate that their strength was equivalent to a martial emperor powerhouses through their conversation from the shock wave that had appeared earlier. He's a martial emperor powerhouse. Xiao Zhong, who stood at a distance, finally recovered from the shock, and immediately he broke out in a cold sweat. He did not expect the purple-clad youth, who he had personally received 6 months ago, would turn out to be a martial emperor powerhouse. Thinking of his cold shoulder towards him, Xiao Zhong felt a chill run down his spine. He had been so close to death. At that minute, Zhou Di said faintly, "Both of you, come here," obviously calling out Song Ting and Zhong'an. The both of them did not dare to dawdle. They hurried to Zhou Di's side with their heads down and greeted respectfully again. First senior brother. Before Zhou Di, both of them were as gentle as a cat. "Both of you apologize," Zhou Di ordered them while looking at Duanling Tian. "Apologize." Song Ting and Zhong'an could not help but be stunned when they heard him. After that, the duo came to their senses and realized that their first senior brother had asked them to apologize to the purple-clad youth before them. First senior brother, although Song Ting was stunned by the strength displayed by Duanling Tian, he still could not apologize to him. Naturally, he would not resign to that. However, he was interrupted by Zhou Di before he finished his sentence. Zhou Di calmly said, "He is Master's guest." Zhou Di emphasized the word, guest. Master's guest? Song Ting was astonished after he heard Zhou Di. "Sir, sorry for offending you. We didn't know that you're Master's guest. I hope you'll forgive us." At that point, Zhong'an had already bowed to Duanling Tian and apologized. Although Duanling Tian looked mind-blowingly young, the strength he presented was sufficient for Zhong'an to bow to him and apologize. Moreover, who knew if he was a demon emperor powerhouse? Song Ting took a deep breath and followed suit. Now he would not dare to be reckless. What kind of joke was this? First senior brother Zhou Di had said that he was Master's guest. If he still continued to act recklessly, it would mean that he was disrespecting the Master. For that reason, he would never dare to do so. However, Duanling Tian ignored their apology as he looked at Zhou Di and asked puzzledly, "Martial Emperor Ling Xian knows me?" Duanling Tian also knew that the middle-aged man in front of him was not the martial emperor Ling Xian, but his first direct disciple. "You're kidding, aren't you? If the Master didn't know you, he wouldn't have asked me to come and invite you for a gathering." Zhou Di said to Duanling Tian, "Please follow me." He left after that. Duanling Tian raised his eyebrows and followed closely with his heart full of curiosity and confusion. After Duanling Tian left with Zhou Di, above the spacious stone platform, which was ruined, was dead silent, although there were many people. The silence was terrifying. After a while, they slowly came to their senses. Their faces and their eyes were filled with shock. "Guest? That purple-clad youth is the Lord Martial Emperor's guest?" Everyone was shocked. "Song Ting, you seem to be a little off today, as if you can't wait to kill him. Is it because you have some deep hatred for him?" "I've been totally dragged down by you today." Zhong'an looked at Song Ting and complained through voice transmission, "Don't tell me it's because of Lu Zhong's death." When he heard Zhong'an's voice transmission, Song Ting, who was a little wooden, finally recovered from the shock. Unconsciously, a bitter smile hung from the corner of his mouth. At first, he wanted to kill him because of Lu Zhong's death. To be more precise, it was because of the death of Lu Zhong and his brother. One should look at the Master before beating the dogs. By killing his men, he felt challenged, which was why he wanted to kill the other party so badly. Who knew that the other party had the strength equivalent to a martial emperor powerhouse? In fact, the other party was stronger than first senior brother and was a guest of his Master's. If he had known all that, he would not have made it difficult for the other party and consequently be bogged down deeper and deeper. "I hope Master won't blame me for this." At that moment, Song Ting started to be afraid. "Martial Emperor Ling Xian's guest? Why, I have never heard of that from Duanling Tian." The Nangong twins looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion and doubts. However, they felt another surge of shock when they remembered the strength he showed. Eventually, Zhong'an announced after he recovered, "We'll continue with the second round of selection. The others also slowly came back to their senses from the earlier surprises and shifted their focus to the second round of selection. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was following Zhou Di with a slight frown while doubt filled his heart. I don't seem to know that Martial Emperor Ling Xian, he thought to himself. Following Zhou Di's lead, he finally saw Martial Emperor Ling Xian in a mist-shrouded stone platform on the side of the Ling Xian Peak summit. Behind the mist, there was a little stone platform, and on it was a simple and neat house with a courtyard. In the courtyard, a stone table stood quietly with 2 stone benches on each side. Master, the guest has arrived. After Zhou Di brought Duan Ling Tian here, he bowed to the person who sat at the stone table with a very respectful tone. The person who sat there was a youthful man. When he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, his face was also on display for all to see, and Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned. It's you. Looking at the familiar but strange face before him, he was slightly surprised because it was not the first time they had met. The youthful man was Martial Emperor Ling Xian. He looked at Duan Ling Tian while exclaiming, I originally said that you've got the chance to comprehend the sword profundity. Seems that I was wrong about you. You already comprehended the sword profundity early on. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian was following Zhou Di, the sword profundity was on the surface of his body. As a sword cultivator, the Martial Emperor Ling Xian could easily notice that. Me too. I've overlooked it. It turns out that you're Martial Emperor Ling Xian. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Martial Emperor Ling Xian was no other than the person whom he had met at the summit of Ling Xian Peak back then. Yang Hui. He still remembered the first time when he saw Yang Hui. The Martial Emperor had been controlling the sword with his spiritual energy. At that time, he thought that Yang Hui was an inscription master, so he had not checked his cultivation base with his spiritual energy. Looking back, Yang Hui was not necessarily an inscription master. Martial Emperor powerhouses could send out their spiritual energy. Apart from controlling the sword with spiritual energy, they could even attack with the same spiritual energy and battle with it. It was nothing to them. It was because of your pointers then that I could finally improve my sword profundity by a level. And coincidentally, my cultivation base also broke through to the next level after I improved my sword profundity. Martial Emperor Ling Xian, Yang Hui's gaze on Duan Ling Tian was filled with kindness without the haughty air of a Martial Emperor powerhouse. Sit. After that, Yang Hui gestured to Duan Ling Tian to sit at the stone table. Zhou Di, who was standing aside, was stunned. Although he knew that the purple-clad youth was his master's guest, he never imagined that the purple-clad youth would have given tips to his master and help him break through his sword profundity and cultivation base. Congratulations, master. After Zhou Di recovered from the surprise, he quickly congratulated Yang Hui while feeling a little excited. His master was originally a 3rd-level Martial Emperor, so this breakthrough must have catapulted him to the 4th-level Martial Emperor stage. In addition to the breakthrough on the sword profundity, his master's current strength was sufficient to be considered upper mid-level among the Martial Emperor powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses on the surface of the Cloud Continent. When he heard Zhou Di's congratulations, Yang Hui nodded faintly. Leave us. Master. However, Zhou Di did not move when he remembered the incident earlier. He decided to tell his master all about it. Who knew if his master's guest would put the blame on his junior brothers or not? After listening to Zhou Di's narration, Yang Hui frowned as he cried out, those 2 blind bastards. Following that, Yang Hui looked at Duan Ling Tian and apologized. Brother Ling Tian, I'm sorry that my 2 direct disciples have offended you. I hope you can forgive them. If they were ordinary Martial Emperor's disciples or followers, he would not have felt anything even if he executed them. However, the problem was that both Song Ting and Zhang Yan were his direct disciples. He only had a total of 3 direct disciples. Hence, obviously, he would be reluctant to lose them. You don't have to apologize. Just do me a favor, Duan Ling Tian said calmly. I remember that you said you needed my help back then, Brother Ling Tian. What is it, Brother Ling Tian? What can I help you with? Yang Hui nodded and asked curiously. I want to know where I'm from, Duan Ling Tian revealed. Where you're from? Yang Hui could not help but be stunned. Brother Ling Tian, don't you even know where you're from? My soul was injured for some reason and I've lost some of my memories, including where I'm from. You're a well-known Martial Emperor powerhouse on the Cloud Continent, adept in currying favors. I'm pretty sure you can help me with this. I see. That's not a big deal. Yang Hui nodded and then looked at Zhou Di, who was leaving. Order the others to do it and be sure to get it done properly. As a martial emperor powerhouse on the surface of the Cloud Continent, Yang Hui controlled Ling Xian Peak and owned an intelligence team. With a single order, there would be many intelligence personnel working for him. Yes, Zhou Di answered respectfully and then he left. Brother Ling Tian, don't worry. With Ling Xian Peak's intelligence, we'll be able to know where you're from very quickly. I believe you're definitely not a mediocre nobody with such strength, Yang Hui assured. As a martial emperor powerhouse, he did not need a demon revelation mirror to know that the person before him was not a demon. Because he could see that Duan Ling Tian was not a demon, he understood how outstanding he was. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian nodded towards Yang Hui. Brother Ling Tian, you're so courteous. I wouldn't have broken through my sword profundity so quickly if it weren't for your pointers. Moreover, my cultivation base improved because of the opportunity from the breakthrough I made with the sword profundity. Speaking of which, I should thank you, Yang Hui said while smiling. Earlier, I heard from Zhou Di that Brother Ling Tian could easily defeat him. Brother Ling Tian, if you don't mind me asking, you don't seem to be a martial emperor. Yang Hui sized up Duan Ling Tian and trailed off puzzledly. Ever since Yang Hui had broken through to the 4th level martial emperor stage, his spiritual energy underwent a qualitative change. He could sense whether a person was a martial emperor powerhouse or not. According to the sense of his spiritual energy, the purple-clad youth in front of him did not seem to be a martial emperor, but merely a martial monarch. That's right. I'm still a distance away from the martial emperor stage. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised that martial emperor Ling Xian, Yang Hui, could see that he was not a martial emperor. At the same time, he could guess that Yang Hui's cultivation base must be above the 4th level martial emperor stage. Only someone above the 4th level martial emperor stage could sense whether he was a martial emperor or not. Still a distance away from the martial emperor stage, and you've already comprehended the sword profundity. Brother Ling Tian, you're really a bizarre genius in sword art. Yang Hui mused. He had long seen Duan Ling Tian's attainment in the sword art before. Amazement and admiration rose from the bottom of his heart. Upon hearing Yang Hui's amusement, Duan Ling Tian merely let out a faint smile before asking curiously, I've heard that it's not only Ling Xian Peak that holds the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. Other cultivation places of other martial emperors hold such a selection too, don't they? That's right. Yang Hui nodded. As long as they're well-known martial emperors or demon emperors in the Cloud Continent, they've all been recruiting disciples and followers recently too. Of course, like Ling Xian Peak, their ultimate intention is to get their hands on outstanding martial emperor's disciples and even direct disciples. A martial emperor's disciple would have to have at least the strength at the peak of the martial monarch stage. The requirement for the martial emperor's direct disciples would be even higher. They would usually have to have at least half a foot in the martial emperor stage already. Let me guess. There's a reason all of you recruit outstanding martial emperor's disciples with such flourish, isn't there? Duan Ling Tian voiced out his speculation. You guessed correctly, Brother Ling Tian. We do have a reason. Yang Hu nodded before turning glum a little. Actually, this time, the reason we recruited martial emperor's disciples and followers in such a way is that of an edict we received from the Overseas Saint Islands. Overseas Saint Islands? Edict? Duan Ling Tian was perplexed. What's that? The Overseas Saint Islands are always very mysterious. It's no surprise that you've not heard of it before, Yang Hui explained. The Overseas Saint Islands are islands that are situated far away in the sea north of the Cloud Continent. Of course, there are many islands in the sea, but there are only 4 islands that are truly spacious and house rich origin stone resources. They are the 4 great Overseas Saint Islands. Of all the 4 great Overseas Saint Islands, one of them is the majestic one, with the remaining 3 Overseas Saint Islands surrounding it belonging to its affiliation. And this time, all of the martial emperors and demon emperors active on the surface of the Cloud Continent have all received an edict from one of the affiliated islands that's the closest to our Cloud Continent. That affiliated island is known as the Hidden Fog Island. Several years ago, the Hidden Fog Island already sent its messenger here to ask us to bring our 10 most outstanding disciples to join the Hidden Fog Martial competition a few years later. Not long before this, the messenger of the Hidden Fog Island came again, telling us that the Hidden Fog Martial competition will be moved forward a year earlier. For this reason, we've held our selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers a year earlier than planned, Yang Hui continued. Is the Hidden Fog Island scary? It can actually order all of you around, Duanling Tian commented. The Hidden Fog Island is indeed scary. However, the reason we go along with the Hidden Fog Island's edict isn't because of how scary it is. Instead, we're targeting the rewards promised by the Hidden Fog Island for the Hidden Fog Martial competition. If the Martial Emperor or Martial Demon's disciple performs outstandingly in the Hidden Fog Martial competition, he or she will be able to get the Saint Stone. The moment Yang Hui mentioned the Saint Stone, his breathing became slightly more rapid right away. Saint Stone. Duanling Tian was confused. That's right. The Saint Stone. Yang Hui nodded. To a certain extent, the Saint Stone is like the Origin Stone. However, even a supreme-grade Origin Stone is far less precious than a Saint Stone. If a Martial Emperor gets his hand on the Saint Stone, his cultivation base will advance at a tremendous pace with huge giant strides. I'll give you an example. If a first-level Martial Emperor gets his hand on a Saint Stone and absorbs all of the energy inside it, he'd be able to make a breakthrough to the second-level Martial Emperor in one fell swoop. Not only that, he would make it in no time at all, Yang Hui introduced. It's that amazing? Duanling Tian was stunned. This was his first time hearing about this Saint Stone. Although his mind contained a broad and profound memory, there was no record about the Saint Stone at all. Now that he heard about the function of the Saint Stone, he could not help but be taken by surprise. Just one Saint Stone could allow a first-level Martial Emperor to make a breakthrough to the second-level Martial Emperor in one fell swoop in a short period. That was basically heaven-defying. That's exactly how amazing it is. Yang Hui's eyes were filled with longing. It was only when he looked at Duanling Tian again that he retracted the lust in his eyes. By now, you must understand why we're so concerned about this edict issued by the Hidden Fog Island now. Don't you? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. After finding out about the Saint Stone's function, he could understand the emotions of the group of Martial Emperors and Demon Emperors, including Yang Hui. Which Martial Emperor and Demon Emperor did not want to raise their cultivation base rapidly? For the sake of this alone, let alone getting people to join the Hidden Fog Martial competition, even if they were asked to do some other difficult things, they would not so much as frown at all. Where does this Saint Stone come from? Duanling Tian was very curious. I don't really know as well where exactly. But one thing I'm sure of is that the Saint Stone isn't a product of the 4 overseas Saint Islands. I've even asked the Hidden Fog Island's messenger about this before, Yang Hui replied. Even though he still had 1,000 questions about the Saint Stone, Duanling Tian knew that he was far from even scratching the surface of that level yet. Therefore, he did not proceed to ask any more questions. He believed that once he had reached that level, all of the questions in his heart would finally be answered. How much do you know about the Hidden Fog Island? Duanling Tian asked. I've only heard about the Hidden Fog Island after I broke through to the Martial Emperor, Yang Hui replied. The Hidden Fog Island is situated at the far north of the Cloud Continent's North Pole. It'd take 6 months for even a first-level Martial Emperor stage to reach the Hidden Fog Island from the Cloud Continent, even if he flew at his fastest speed. 6 months for even a first-level Martial Emperor stage at his fastest speed? Duanling Tian was amazed. That far? Distance isn't the main problem here. The main problem is the ocean that you'd have to cross on your journey to the Hidden Fog Island. You'll sometimes come across many demons in the sea, and some of them are even on the Demon Emperor stage. Besides that, once the Martial Emperors in our Cloud Continent have raised their strength to a certain level till there's nothing left for them to pursue anymore, they'll usually go to the Hidden Fog Island and start a new journey there. For this reason, there are a lot of powerhouses on that island. Like me, even though I'm a 4th-level Martial Emperor, I'd still have to be humble if I go to the Hidden Fog Island. Yang Hui continued to explain and introduce everything about the Hidden Fog Island to Duanling Tian. Have the Martial Emperors in the Cloud Continent been to the Hidden Fog Island before? Duan Ling Tian asked. Right at this moment, he only felt that a mysterious world seemed to be opening its door gradually, waiting for him to enter. That's right. Yang Hui nodded before he continued again. Casting aside all other people, just the messenger from the hidden fog island who came to find me some time ago alone used to be a martial emperor who was very well known in the Cloud Continent. By the time his name was spread all over the Cloud Continent, I've only just made my breakthrough to the martial emperor stage. As Yang Hui reached the end, he sighed a little as if he recalled his own past. Since the hidden fog island is willing to present the Saint Stone to all of you, it means that this hidden fog martial competition must be no ordinary martial competition. Do you know the main purpose of the hidden fog island? Duan Ling Tian asked. Since the Saint Stone was so precious, he doubted that anyone on the hidden fog island would be so kind-hearted. There must be a huge conspiracy behind this hidden fog martial competition. I've never heard of this before, but I guess the hidden fog island must be seeking something, Yang Hui answered. As a martial emperor, of course, he was no idiot and could easily pinpoint this out. Is there any requirement for the people who enter this hidden fog martial competition? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Yes. Yang Hui nodded. According to the hidden fog island's messenger, everyone who joins the hidden fog martial competition must have their age measured using the age measuring pearl. Participants must be below 70 years old? Duan Ling Tian had some knowledge about the age measuring pearl. He knew that it could measure someone's age up till 70 years old at the most. It could not measure the age of somebody who was over 70 years old. Yes, Yang Hui affirmed again. Then the two of them continued with idle chat. After that, Yang Hui arranged for accommodation for Duan Ling Tian to stay in just right beside his own residence. It was a small, standalone courtyard on a tiny stone platform. There was a little house in the courtyard. Sending Duan Ling Tian all the way to the door of the little house, Yang Hui told Duan Ling Tian, Brother Ling Tian, I'll do my utmost best to help check your origins. However, I hope you won't spread the story about the Saint Stone. In fact, even my first direct disciple doesn't know about the existence of it at all. I understand. Of course, he knew Yang Hui's intention of keeping the Saint Stone a secret. It was because he did not want to let the martial emperor's disciples under his command think that he asked them to risk their lives for the stone. In that case, I'll bid my goodbye first. Yang Hui proceeded to leave. Wait a minute. However, Duan Ling Tian suddenly called out to him in a timely manner. Yes? Anything else? Yang Hui asked. There's one thing that I hope you could help me with, Duan Ling Tian answered. Just tell me, Yang Hui straightforwardly said. There's a pair of twin brothers with the surname Nangong among the people joining the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers. Right now, they've already passed the second round of the selection, and it's already certain that they'll become your martial emperor's followers. If possible, I'd like to ask you to take care of them, Duan Ling Tian told Yang Hui. There you're... Looking at him, before Yang Hui could finish his question, he was already cut off by the young man in purple. They're my friends. Since they're your friends, it means that they're my friends too. Don't worry, Brother Ling Tian. I won't mistreat them, Yang Hui quickly replied. After Yang Hui left, Duan Ling Tian sat in front of the stone table in the courtyard and muttered to himself, the hidden fog martial competition. Earlier, when Yang Hui mentioned the hidden fog martial competition, he had intended to ask him to join it on behalf of Ling Xian Peak. In addition to that, Yang Hui was willing to give all the Saint Stones that he had obtained to him. In the case of Yang Hui, other than obtaining the Saint Stones in the hidden fog martial competition, he wanted Ling Xian Peak to overpower the people of the other martial emperors and demon emperors from the Cloud Continent. There were many strong martial emperors and demon emperors in the Cloud Continent. Of course, this would mean that they would always compare among one another a lot. Especially now that Yang Hui's strength had been greatly elevated. He would be a walking joke if the disciples under his command did not perform well in the hidden fog martial competition. For a martial emperor, prestige was always very important. Bastard, do you know about the Saint Stone? Duan Ling Tian asked the soul hidden inside his body, Wang Ba's soul. He had a feeling that Wang Ba would know about it. However, no matter how he called for him, Wang Ba did not respond at all. It was as though he had entered a deep slumber. That's weird. I haven't heard from that guy for more than 6 months already. Seeing that Wang Ba did not respond for a long time, Duanling Tian stopped calling him and stood up before going back to his room and sat on his bed cross-legged to start his cultivation. 9 dragons were sovereign technique, divine dragon form. The divine dragon form was the 9th and last form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. It could assist its user to boost his martial monarch stage cultivation base to the martial emperor stage. In the past 6 months, Duanling Tian had recultivated his cultivation base, and right now, his cultivation base was even greater than it had been in his prime time. Previously, Duanling Tian had only been on the 4th level martial monarch stage. In contrast, after 6 months of cultivation, his cultivation base improved swiftly with the help of the rebirth pill's tyrannical medicinal efficacy. Today, he had already reached the 6th level martial monarch stage. The 7th level martial monarch stage now beckoned to him as a lamp did to a moth. Of course, the reason his cultivation base could have such a great elevation was not entirely due to the tyrannical medicinal efficacy of his rebirth pill. It was mostly because of the construction after the destruction took place. Construction after destruction was a difficult concept to grasp, but Duanling Tian could clearly feel the great changes these 3 words brought him. After his Dantian was restored, his cultivation had indeed yielded twice the results with only half the effort. It was even more extraordinary after adding the rebirth energy's medicinal efficacy. Of course, the most extraordinary elevation Duanling Tian's strength underwent these 6 months was not actually his cultivation base. Instead, it was the 2 profundities that he comprehended, the fused profundity and his sword profundity. Perhaps it's because my soul has been suppressed by the soul remnant energy from the soul devil seal tablet to the point that it went through some transformation. As a consequence, my effort to comprehend the 2 profundities ended up yielding twice the results with half the effort. In the end, Duanling Tian could only come up with such a conclusion. This seemed to be the only plausible reason. Slowly, Duanling Tian did not overthink anymore. He continued to cultivate and comprehend his 2 profundities. He believed that with the cultivation speed that he had now, it would not take long for him to make a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage. While he was cultivating, Lingxian Peak had also started to activate its intelligence channel to check for Duanling Tian's origins. As the center of knowledge, they carried out an inch-by-inch probe. As for the selection of the martial emperor's disciples and followers of Lingxian Peak, it was still in an ongoing process. What was worth mentioning was that when Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi were about to join the 3rd round of the selection, Zhong'an brought them away. As the Nangong twins followed behind him, Nangong Yi asked anxiously, "Lord Zhong'an, where are you bringing us to?" He was worried that Zhong'an would make his move on the twins just to seek revenge on Duanling Tian. Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, Zhong'an started in surprise before he hastily shook his hand. "Brother, please don't call me Lord. I can't bear that at all. Not only that, I know that you both have the surname Nangong, but I wonder what your names are." At the same time, he looked at the Nangong twins again with a friendly expression. What a joke. The twins were guests that his master, Martial Emperor Lingxian of Lingxian Peak, had asked him to bring over. If his master found out that these 2 addressed him as Lord, he would have a hard time later. Zhong'an's friendliness took the twins by surprise. Nevertheless, after some time, they finally returned to their senses and introduced themselves separately. Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi. Right then, they could faintly guess in their hearts that the reason this martial emperor's direct disciple, Zhong'an, was so polite towards them was most likely because of Duanling Tian. "Oh, so your brother Nangong Chen and brother Nangong Yi. If you 2 have such a high opinion of me, call me Big Brother Zhong then. What do you think?" Zhong'an grinned. "Big Brother Zhong, are you bringing us to see Duanling Tian?" Nangong Yi, who had guessed why Zhong'an was so polite towards them, felt at ease and justified right away. At the same time, he could not help but ask curiously. "No," Zhong'an shook his head. "No, not only Nangong Yi, but even Nangong Chen was also taken aback. Just now, Master told me to bring you over to see him," Zhong'an explained. Boom! The moment these words left Zhong'an's mouth, it was like thunder had struck down on the Nangong twins, stunning them. Without a doubt, the master that he was referring to was none other than the owner of Lingxian Peak, Martial Emperor Lingxian. Right now, Martial Emperor Lingxian wanted to see them? When the two of them finally snapped back to reality, they exchanged glances with each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Nangong Chin was still slightly more collected. Nangong Yi, on the other hand, had a horrified expression on his face. Although he really wanted to meet Martial Emperor Ling Xian, it had never crossed his mind that he would be able to meet him so quickly. Of course, he knew that all of this was thanks to Duan Ling Tian. At the south of the Innerland, two figures rose up into the air all the way to a dangerously steep mountain peak in the distance, Ling Tian Peak. Ling Tian Peak was where the Ling Tian sect was. Soon, the two figures arrived at Ling Tian Peak and their identities became clear at once. One was a teenage girl in daffodil yellow while the other one was a little girl in white. The eyes of the teenage girl were gleaming with a mischievous luster. As for the little girl, her cute, little, naive face was taut, making her look like a miniature adult. Sister Xuanai, what should we do now? How should we find brother? Looking at the teenager, the little girl asked. She was none other than the small white python, Little White. The teenage girl in yellow was Han Xuanai. After they had received some news about Duan Ling Tian in the Lost Stone Forest, they proceeded to search around, but could not find any trace of him at all. In the end, they had no choice but to give up temporarily and search for some other alternatives. Let's go look for Little Gold and Little Black. Perhaps it's time for us to make a slightly bigger commotion now. A brilliance flashed across Han Xuanai's mischievous eyes. A bigger commotion? Little White was perplexed, but she still followed Han Xuanai to look for Little Gold and Little Black. She knew that once she met Little Gold and Little Black, she would know what the bigger commotion Sister Xuanai meant. After Han Xuanai gathered together with the three little fellows and plotted their scheme, a plan that would take the entire Cloud Continent by surprise started to form. When Luo Ping and Zhang Sen knew about this plan, the two vice-sect leaders of Ling Tian Peak, they were so taken by shock that they could not utter a word for a long time. This plan eventually started to be put into action soon. Han Xuanai, Little White, Little Black, and Little Gold went separate ways and left the Cloud Continent, each going in different directions. Not long after that, a series of shocking news started to spread out. One by one, many first-rate forces started to announce that they would become the affiliated force of the Ling Tian sect. Other than having to hand over a great amount of origin stones to the Ling Tian sect every year, each of them would also hand their most outstanding disciple to them. These outstanding disciples from every force joined the Ling Tian sect one after another and became a member of the sect. The Ling Tian sect that was originally empty became busy with activity right away. Those four little ancestors. There really, when Zhang San and Luo Ping, the two vice-sect leaders of the Ling Tian sect, got together, their faces did not have any other expression except for shock. How did Duan Ling Tian come to know these little freaks? After Chen Xiao Shui found out about them, he could not help but let out a wry smile as well. Young master, the Ling Tian sect is no longer the same as before. I think that soon after this, Miss Han Xuanai, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold will be able to unify all of the first-rate forces in the south of the Innerland. At the summit of Ling Tian Peak, Xianxia stood muttering to himself, "Now, we'll just wait for you and Miss Tian Wu to come back." "That's right, master. Please come back as soon as possible." Standing beside Xianxia, the gold thug was also waiting for his master, the sect leader of Ling Tian Peak, to come back. "Hi, gold thug boy." Suddenly, a voice resonated from afar. When the gold thug and Xianxia returned to their senses, someone was already standing right in front of them. It was a little girl dressed in gold. Little Gold. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xianxia's eyes brightened up right away. As for the gold thug, he shivered for no reason and asked with a long face, "Young miss, is there any reason you're looking for me?" He was afraid of this little girl in gold from the bottom of his heart. Of course, it's for a good reason. She was none other than Little Gold, the jade-eyed heavenly mouse who used to follow Duan Ling Tian the last time. Gee, good reason? The gold thug looked at her, full of doubt. Slap. However, before he could realize what was happening, Little Gold had already given him a good slap on his forehead. "Come on, gold thug boy, you still don't believe me?" "And no, of course not." The gold thug immediately recoiled in fear before answering faintly. In front of Little Gold, despite being a hell golden hound, he turned as docile as a house cat. "Take this." With a lift of her hand, Little Gold handed a shining pill-like item that dazzled brilliantly to the gold thug. "Why, young miss, this is—" The gold thug was stunned at first. However, after he carefully studied the item that Little Gold passed to him, his eyes could not help but narrow right away. His body began to tremble for no reason as well. "Beast core." He gaped at Little Gold, trembling. "Why, young miss, this is a demon emperor's beast core?" Usually, a beast core could only be formed in the body of a powerful fierce beast or a demon beast. However, usually only a fierce beast or the demon beast who stood at the summit of the Cloud Continent, which was also known as the Demon Emperor, could have left a beast core behind upon its death. Everyone knew that once a fierce beast broke through to the void-prying stage, it would undergo a transformation to become a demon beast. The moment the fierce beast transformed into a demon beast, the beast core in his body would form a tight bond with its body's energy that could also be referred to as a symbiotic relationship. If one did not make a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage, this symbiotic relationship would not be able to be called off. For this reason, even if an ordinary demon beast was killed, it would not leave behind a beast core because at that very second, the beast core would be shattered along with the dissipation of its energy. Only a powerful demon beast who had made a breakthrough to the martial emperor could separate the beast core and its body's energy. By that time, if it were killed, the beast core would become a gift to somebody else as well. If a demon emperor's beast core was consumed by a demon monarch, it would allow him to raise his cultivation base at a swift speed. As long as the demon monarch, whose cultivation base was originally high, could comprehend the emperor stage profundity, it would not be difficult for him to make a breakthrough to the demon emperor stage with the help of the demon emperor's beast core. Of course, only a demon monarch could consume the demon emperor's beast core directly. If a human martial monarch wanted to consume it, he could just ask a grade 1 alchemist to spend some time to make it into a pill along with some other ingredients. Of course, the success rate of forming such a pill was very low as well, even if it was created by a very outstanding grade 1 alchemist. For this reason, the boost that a demon emperor's beast core offered to a human martial monarch was not as great as what a demon monarch would receive. That's right. This is a demon emperor's beast core. In the face of the excited gold thug, Little Gold nodded her head. At the same time, she passed the demon emperor's beast core to the gold thug. When the gold thug had taken the beast core in his hands, both of his hands trembled even more violently. Demon emperor's beast core? By the side, Xianxia was astonished. "Oh, Little Gold, you've killed a demon emperor?" "Yes." Little Gold nodded and answered casually. "I killed a brainless fella." "Wasn't your target the first-rate force of the south of the inner land? Why did you attack a demon emperor instead?" Xianxia was confused. "Well, my target was indeed a first-rate force, but that demon emperor seemed to have owed a favor to that force since many years ago. For this reason, it rushed out in a timely manner, wanting to protect that force. He dared to actually cast an attack at me first, but in the end, I killed him instead." Little Gold answered as though she was reciting an unimportant manner. "I can't believe that a first-rate force actually has a demon emperor protecting them," Xianxia mused. "Well, it's only a first-level demon emperor," Little Gold answered nonchalantly. Although she did not make it clear, one could still hear the disdain in her tone. "Only a first-level demon emperor?" Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Xianxia and the gold thug, who had just returned to his senses, exchanged glances with each other. They both stood rooted to the ground in a daze. To them, even a first-level demon emperor was already enough to crush them with just one finger. "Young miss, I'll go back and cultivate first." After receiving the demon emperor's beast core, Gold Thug was itching to go back to cultivate. He believed that it would not take him long to make a breakthrough to the 9th-level demon emperor stage successfully with the help of this demon emperor's core beast. Once he had comprehended the emperor stage profundity, he would be able to make a breakthrough to the demon emperor stage in one fell swoop and become a demon emperor. "All right, go cultivate as soon as possible then. After you've made your breakthrough to the demon emperor stage, I'll bring you out abroad for some trips. There are many demon emperors abroad, and when we reach there, you can get yourself more demon emperor's beast cores." Little Gold nodded. As she reached the end of her sentence, her eyes gleamed brightly. "Yes." Upon hearing this, the gold thug's blood was boiling with excitement as well. Hastily, he left and quickly went to cultivate. After the gold thug left, Xianxia studied Little Gold up and down and asked curiously, "Little Gold, you can even kill a first-level demon emperor now. What level is your cultivation base now actually?" It had never crossed his mind that the plain-looking little gold mouse last time had now come to achieve such an achievement. She elicited an inexplicable sense of amazement from the bottom of his heart. "Young master, please come back as fast as possible. Come back and look at the three little fellas and Miss Xuanai as well," Xianxia muttered in his heart. In the face of Xianxia's question, Little Gold merely smiled mysteriously and did not answer. Whoosh! The next moment, Little Gold vanished from the air in front of Xianxia. It was apparent that she had already left. Upon seeing this, Xianxia only smiled as he shook his head. With the move from Han Xuanai, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land were subdued one by one. Each of them soon became affiliated forces of the Ling Tian sect. At once, the Ling Tian sect's fame became very influential in the southern area of the inner land in the cloud continent like the sun in mid-sky. As for the rest of the first-rate forces that had not fallen yet, each of them was overwhelmed with fear, for they knew that not long in the future the Ling Tian sect would make its move on them. The Ling Tian sect is crazy. Does it intend to unify the entire southern area of the inner land? At every part of the southern area of the inner land, people from all over the place speculated. Indeed, the crazy Ling Tian sect did intend to do that right then. However, just as the first-rate forces in the south of the inner land were frightened out of their wits, Han Xuanai and the other three had returned to the Ling Tian sect in unison, as though they had already planned it out. Indeed, they had already planned it beforehand. In the next period, all of you mustn't be careless. You must patrol everywhere of the Ling Tian peak more. Calculating the time now, I think they'll make their way here soon, Han Xuanai told Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. In her words, it was as though she was worried that somebody would come to attack the Ling Tian sect. "Yes, Sister Xuanai." Little Black and the other two nodded their heads obediently. Compared to their decisiveness to kill outside, they seemed to have transformed into other people. Time continued to pass by quietly. 7 days quickly passed by in just the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The air whirled outside Ling Tian Peak as a figure appeared out of thin air. This was a plain-looking old man in gray. However, his eyes were brimming with radiating vigor and his face was very calm, as though he would not even bat an eye even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp instantly as he glared at the dangerously steep peak not far away before he muttered, "Ling Tian sect?" The next second, he disappeared again, and by the time he showed up, he was already on the other side of the Ling Tian Peak. "Hold it right there." However, before he entered Ling Tian Peak, he was already blocked by somebody. The voice that had shouted out loudly at him was a young little girl's voice, stunning him for a while. By the time he had already returned to his senses, he noticed that the person who blocked his pathway was an inconspicuous little girl in gold. Demon Emperor? However, he did not look down on her, although she appeared to be just a little girl in front of her. Instead, his face turned grave right away. In the face of his questioning tone, Little Gold did not give a damn at all. Instead, she asked nonchalantly, "Are you the old man from the Han clan? Are you the one who killed Han Jing?" Cold brilliance shone from his eyes as he asked in a deep voice. "Han Jing." Little Gold was taken aback at first before returning to her senses. "Looks like you're really the old man from the Han clan. Are you here to avenge the brainless guy?" As she reached the end of her sentence, her eyes gleamed brilliantly with chilliness. "No matter who you are, if you kill a member of my Han clan, you'll have to pay the price," he said nonchalantly, his words filled with a tone that allowed no doubt. Before Little Gold returned to her senses, an apathetic voice resonated from far. "Really?" By the time the voice entered the ears of the old man and Little Gold, a figure had already appeared in a timely manner. It was a teenage girl in yellow who appeared to be about 15 or 16 years old. The face that appeared to be slightly childish-looking was pretty. In just one glance, one could easily know that this girl would grow up to become a beauty so enchanting that she would topple nations. She had a pair of mischievous eyes. One could easily see that she was a playful person. However, right now, her expression was slightly glum, as though the sky was filled with clouds and was about to rain. It's better for an unrelated person to leave now. Don't blame me if the city gates catch fire. Looking at the teenage girl, the old man in gray warned in a calm tone. His words were filled with threats. Unrelated person? After the teenage girl studied him for some time, she finally replied calmly, "What if I was the one who killed that person that you said?" At once, his expression changed in a flash. Murderous intent radiated from his face, as though he was about to devour somebody. "Sister Xuanai, leave this old man to me." Little Gold looked at the yellow-clad teenage girl and said in anticipation. The yellow-clad teenage girl was none other than Han Xuanai. As Han Xuanai had said, Han Jing, the Han clan's powerhouse, did indeed die in her hands that time. "I'll give him to you if you want him," Han Xuanai replied, as though she was not at all concerned that she was not the one going against the old man in gray by herself. "Thank you, Sister Xuanai." Upon receiving Han Xuanai's approval, Little Gold's eyes lit up right away. Then, staring at the old man glaring fixedly at Han Xuanai, she snarled coldly, "Hey, old man. I'm your opponent." The moment the words left her mouth, she made her move. As though she had transformed into a golden lightning bolt, she blasted out towards the old man, who snapped back to reality and started to be locked in a battle with Little Gold. Both of them were evenly matched in first in the battle. However, as time continued to pass, Little Gold soon fell into a disadvantageous position and appeared to be very wretched. The gray-clad old man, on the other hand, seized this chance to pursue and cast his attack on her, intending to kill Little Gold, the little girl who looked not more than 10 years old. "Help me, Sister Xuanai." At once, Little Gold asked Han Xuanai for help hastily. This was not a time to be playful now. If she really got killed at that second, it would mean that everything would be over for her now. Humph! Almost at the second Little Gold's words left her mouth, Han Xuanai snorted in a low voice and raised her hand. No other movement could be seen from her. Bang! A loud bang resonated. The old man who was pursuing Little Gold suddenly was sent flying by a blast. As he flew out, he left behind a trail of blooming bloody flowers. It was blood that gushed out of his mouth. The air shadowless palm. How did you know my Han clan's suppressing martial skill? Soon, horror dawned on the old man, who had finally managed to come to a halt with difficulty after being sent flying. The shadowless air palm was the clan-suppressing martial skill from the ancient Han clan in the Cloud Continent. This set of martial skills dominated all heaven-rank advanced martial skills. Not everybody in the Han clan could cultivate it. As one of the strongest people in the Han clan, the old man in gray was very sure about this. He was also one of the few people in the Han clan who had cultivated the shadowless air palm. Not only did he know that the shadowless air palm was a powerful martial skill that ruled all other heaven-ranked advanced martial skills, but he also knew that this set of martial skills could be considered a Saint-grade martial tactic. The Saint-grade martial tactic was a saying passed down in the Han clan a long time ago. It was said that it originated from a faraway land and referred to martial skills that prevailed over heaven-rank advanced martial skills. The old man, who was awfully pale, was filled with astonishment and disbelief as he glared directly at Han Xuanai. Shadowless air palm? Upon hearing the old man's words, Han Xuanai was first stunned before giving him a disdainful smile. "Are you sure that the one that I cast was the shadowless air palm?" The moment her words left her mouth, without waiting for the old man to respond, Han Xuanai made her move once again. A cold aura spread out in the air and burst into a biting cold as piercing iciness radiated across. At the same time, gales of cold wind brushed past them as well. Boom! 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 A series of loud bangs resonated. The light shield rose from around the old man's body and crumbled like dried leaves. In just a heartbeat, he was already swept by the gale of icy aura coming from all directions, transforming him into an ice sculpture. One could faintly see that there was a streak of clear palm prints around the old man's body in the ice sculpture, as though he had been slapped many times. "Right now, do you still think that this is the shadowless air palm?" Han Xuanai asked nonchalantly. At the same time, she gradually lifted a hand up. The ice sculpture around the old man's body began to melt into nothingness, as if it had never once appeared. Spurt! Barf! The moment the ice sculpture around his body disappeared, the old man shuddered before he opened his mouth and blood gushed out of it. Staggering as though he was about to fall, he teetered at the gates of death. It was only until he took out a pill and swallowed it that color started to creep upon his face once again. If Duanling Tian had been here, he would definitely have been able to tell that this healing medicinal pill that the old man in gray just consumed was none other than the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill that he was very familiar with. It isn't the shadowless air palm. As Han Xuanai's words resonated by his ear, the old man in gray could not help but shiver as he looked at her with a horrified expression. His heart was completely consumed with shock. Even though it looks like the shadowless air palm, it's a martial skill that's much more powerful than the shadowless air palm. It's a saint-grade martial tactic. A freaking saint-grade martial tactic. A saint-grade martial tactic that's even more powerful than the shadowless air palm. Who is she? As far as I know, only the two great ancient clans in the entire Cloud Continent, including our Han clan, have the saint-grade martial tactic. But she actually knows a saint-grade martial tactic too. Not only that, it's a saint-grade martial tactic that's far more powerful than our Han clan's shadowless air palm. Don't tell me she actually came from that place. As thoughts raced through the old man's mind, he seemed to have recalled something. He appeared to be looking at a ghost as he stared at the teenage girl. As one of the two great ancient clans in the Cloud Continent that had a legacy of 10,000 years, the Han clan knew a lot of things that other ordinary Cloud Continent powerhouses did not. There were other continents other than the Cloud Continent. Besides that, there was a secret journal that was passed down to every generation of the Han clan. It held journal records that only a disciple from the Han clan lineage was qualified to read. According to the journal, the first clan leader of the Han clan, who was also the ancestor that established the Han clan, did not actually originate from the Cloud Continent. Instead, he came from another continent. According to that Han clan ancestor, where he originated from, even a martial emperor was stood only at the peak of the mortal stage. Many people transcended the mortal stage in that continent, which was called Dao Martial Saint Land. I've heard from Qing Nu a while ago that there's a clan here in the Cloud Continent that can roughly be considered as part of our clan's branch. It's also known as the Han clan. Somehow, Han Xuanai had started speaking nonchalantly, and nobody knew whether she was talking to the old man in gray or to herself. The fact that the shadowless air palm has been passed down means that this person who founded the Han clan must be a collateral disciple of our clan no matter how useless he was. Boom! The words that Han Xuanai seemed to mutter to herself entered the ears of the old man, striking him like a thunderbolt. He trembled all over as he asked, Miss, did you just say that our Han clan's ancestor was actually your clan's collateral disciple? As a lineal disciple of the Han clan and the former clan leader, his knowledge about the Han clan surpassed anyone else in the clan. According to the record written in the journal the ancestor left behind, when he was still in the Dao Martial Saint Land or something, he was indeed a collateral disciple of a large clan. Although the ancestor didn't describe the clan in detail, he did mention that the huge clan carried a big weight in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The moment he thought about this, his body started to quiver in fear when he looked at Han Xuanai again. After undergoing the saint-grade martial tactic that this teenage girl cast, he faintly suspected that this person must have come from the mysterious Dao Martial Saint Land. The saint-grade martial tactic that she cast was even more powerful than the saint-grade martial tactic that their Han clan and the other ancient clan possessed. The saint-grade martial tactic that both clans possessed originated from the mysterious Dao Martial Saint Land. That was the reason why he would come to such a conclusion. After hearing her mutter to herself and the message recorded in the journal that their Han clan ancestor left behind, he assumed that she must have come from the huge clan just like his ancestor. Not only that, the saint-grade martial tactic that she cast had some resemblance of the shadowless air palm, although it appeared more like an upgraded version. Connecting all these points together, he had no choice but to suspect Han Xuanai's identity. He felt that she might really be related to their Han clan ancestor and even their Han clan. What? Do you think I'd be so utterly shameless to forge a connection with your Han clan? Upon hearing the old man's query, Han Xuanai snapped in disdain. If I remember correctly, given your strength, even if you aren't the most powerful person in your clan, you must be at least in the top 3. Do you think that my strength isn't even comparable to the strongest powerhouse in your Han clan? Her sentence dripped with sarcasm. No, I didn't mean that. Miss, I really didn't mean that. The old man became panic-stricken right away. As she said, although his strength was not the most powerful in the Han clan, he was still among the top 3. However, even if she faced the strongest person in the Han clan, he would not turn out to be so weak to the point that he could not attack her at all. Sister Xuanai, why are you talking so much to him? If I were you, I'd have killed him directly. Little Gold stood by the side and piped up nonchalantly. At the same time, she glared at the old man. Hi, didn't you want to avenge Han Jing? My sister Xuanai is right here now. Go on. Make your move, hurry. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, the old man's cheeks that had just returned to its normal pallor turned white again. Hastily, he quickly replied, It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. The reason I came here is just to learn how Han Jing died. Since you killed him, miss, I'm sure that's because he was the one who dug his own grave. He deserved to die. Looking at Han Xuanai, he said with a horrified expression. On top of that, we Han clan can be said to be closely related to you as well, Mississippi. Please forgive me this time for the sake of our Han clan ancestor, he pleaded. Is your surname Han? Han Xuanai asked coolly. Yes. I'm called Han Tong. The old man hastily replied, not daring to slack at all. Well, all right, I can do that. But you must make up for your mistakes, she retorted. Miss Xuanai. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Little Gold frowned for no reason. She itched to exterminate this old man who had almost killed her just now. Little Gold, there's still some use keeping him alive, Han Xuanai reassured. Little Gold nodded. Despite still being slightly unhappy, she dared not disobey Han Xuanai at all. Miss, please tell me. Please tell me how, miss. Han Tong begged humbly as though he was afraid that she would regret her decision. Activate your clan's forces and help me search for someone, Han Xuanai replied. At Lingxian Peak, another 2 standalone wooden houses were erected on the tiny platform beside Martial Emperor Lingxian's residence. It was evident that they had been newly erected not long ago. The occupants of the 2 wooden houses were none other than the 2 brothers, Nangong Chun and Nangong Yi. Ever since the last time they came to meet Martial Emperor Lingxian, they had started staying here. According to Martial Emperor Lingxian, since they were both Duan Lingtian's friends, they were then his friends too. For this reason, he found it awkward to keep them as his disciples or followers, but he allowed them to remain in the Lingxian Peak as guests. Though they were the guests, they were allowed to enjoy all of the benefits of a martial emperor's direct disciple. This took the 2 Nangong twins by shock and joy. Shock by just how highly Martial Emperor Lingxian thought of Duan Lingtian, and joy for being able to stay at the Lingxian Peak to enjoy all of the benefits of a martial emperor's direct disciple. According to the Martial Emperor Lingxian, they could stay at the Lingxian Peak for as long as they liked. If they did not want to stay anymore, they could leave anytime they wanted. Even after they had left, they could come back anytime they wanted to. The other wooden house erected on the stone platform not far away was the residence of Duan Lingtian. However, ever since the Nangong twins arrived here, they had never seen Duan Lingtian coming out of his residence before. For this reason, they had never been able to meet with him all along. Days continued to pass. Today, Yang Hui, Martial Emperor Lingxian, left his own residence and came to the front of Duan Lingtian's residence. Brother Lingtian, Yang Hui called out as a greeting. The next instant, the door to the wooden house that Duan Lingtian was opened wide before he flew out of it. Standing in front of Yang Hui, he asked, Yes? Is there any news now? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened right away. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the fact that Yang Hui had taken the initiative to look for him at his residence most likely meant that he had managed to find out about his origin. However, he soon realized that he had overestimated Yang Hui. No, not yet. Yang Hui knew what he was asking about. Therefore, he immediately shook his head. Brother Lingtian, I'm sure you know it just as well as I do. Just the inner land of the Cloud Continent alone already occupies a vast area of land. I'd need more time to explore your origin. Duan Lingtian nodded his head in slight disappointment before asking again, Then, is there anything you've come looking for me for? Yes. Yang Hui nodded before he replied. I'm here to give you a heads up, Brother Lingtian. We'll be making our move in 10 days. Making our move? Duan Ling Tian was stunned at first before he finally realized what he was talking about. Quickly, he asked, "The Hidden Fog Island?" "Yes." "All right then," Duan Ling Tian responded. Then, seeing that Yang Hui did not go any further, he proceeded to return to his own room and continue his cultivation, working on the two profundities. His strength was making progress at a breakneck rate. 10 days was not a long stretch for an ordinary person, let alone Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating all night and all day. In just the blink of an eye, 10 days flew by. Walking out of the wooden house, Duan Ling Tian shook his heavy head as he muttered to himself, "I've regained more of my memory now, but I still don't seem to be able to recall who I am yet." Duan Ling Tian. Not long after he had stepped out of the wooden house, two familiar voices rang in his ear immediately. As he squinted to look at the direction of the voice, he realized that it was Nangong Yi who was calling him. There was another cool and aloof figure standing right beside Nangong Yi. It was none other than Nangong Chen. "Why are you two here?" Upon seeing them, Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. "It's all thanks to you that we're able to cultivate here." Nangong Yi beamed before telling him about the story of how Zhong'an, Martial Emperor Ling Xian's third direct disciple, brought them there and how the Martial Emperor had given them special care. "Oh, I see." Duan Ling Tian finally understood. "That's quite good too. You two can stay here in Ling Xian Peak as you wish, and with the way the Martial Emperor's direct disciple is treating you, I'm sure your achievements will go far in the future." "Duan Ling Tian, we heard that Lord Martial Emperor is going to bring 10 people, including his 3 direct disciples under his command, somewhere far today. Now that you've come out of your house at this time, does it mean that you're going with him too?" Nangong Yi asked in curiosity. "Brother Ling Tian, it's time for us to go now." Before he had the time to reply, a familiar voice resonated from the sky. "Yes, Lord Martial Emperor." The Nangong twins immediately could tell that this voice belonged to Martial Emperor Ling Xian. At the same time, they were also sure that Duan Ling Tian would indeed be going away with the Martial Emperor. After bidding goodbye to the twins, Duan Ling Tian proceeded to fly towards the voice. Soon he saw the owner of Ling Xian sect. It was Yang Hui, Martial Emperor Ling Xian. Yang Hui stood right there with 3 more people following behind him. Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to these 3. They were none other than Yang Hui's 3 direct disciples, who were also the only 3 direct disciples of the Ling Xian sect. They were Zhou Di, Song Ting, and Zhong'an. Another 6 people followed behind the trio. These 6 were all unfamiliar faces to Duan Ling Tian, as he did not seem to have seen them before. Of course, even if he did, he might have forgotten about them already. Seeing Duan Ling Tian approaching, Yang Hui welcomed him to stay by his side with a friendly gesture. As for the 3 direct disciples behind him, Zhou Di and Zhong'an both nodded and smiled at him by way of greeting. Only Song Ting maintained a glum face ever since he showed up. It was already good enough that he did not battle it out with him. Lord Ling Tian. Following Zhou Di's order, the remaining 6 people also bowed and greeted Duan Ling Tian courteously. They even called him Lord in a respectful manner. Right then, Duan Ling Tian was indeed worthy to be called that title, at the very least in front of these people. "Let's go." As Yang Hui motioned, a tremendous and vast invisible energy spread out tyrannically and soon enveloped everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, in just the blink of an eye. The energy did not leave anybody out. In the next instance, Duan Ling Tian saw a blur in front of his eyes. A second later, he felt his body flying out without him even having to control it. Only then did he realize that Yang Hui was guiding him and the rest on their journey, which made sense to him. If they made their journey at a speed that followed the one with the weakest cultivation base, let alone the fact that they had no idea how long it would take them to reach the Hidden Fog Island, they did not even have an inkling how long it would take them to leave the Cloud Continent. Compared to Duan Ling Tian's temporary shock, the rest of the people other than Zhou Di and the other 2 Martial Emperor direct disciples froze in shock for a long time the second they were brought flying into the air. "Brother Ling Tian, I think the next time when we come back here, you'll be able to find out about your origin soon," Yang Hui exclaimed on the journey. Yang Hui actually felt a little guilty about not being able to help him find out his origin after so long. "Yes," Duan Ling Tian nodded. Having been mentally prepared for a while, he did not find it surprising. My memory is slowly recovering as time goes by, perhaps like what Bastard told me. My memory will automatically fully recover after a year, he thought to himself. The Hidden Fog Island. The Overseas Saint Islands. I'm looking forward to it. Somehow his thoughts got carried away. As a flash of brilliance appeared in his eyes, he was thrilled to explore the place they were heading to. And that exquisite jade box that the cheapskate father left for me. I should be able to open it with my strength now. Shouldn't I? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Then, raising his hand, a delicate jade box appeared in his palms. Just as he tried to open the jade box, a series of figures rose in the north of the inner land of the Cloud Continent, where snow covered everything. There were a total of 11 people, all of them women. Let's go, the chief announced. At the same time, an invisible energy gushed out of her body and enveloped the 10 women behind her, leading them towards the north at a rapid speed. Among the 10 women, the most seductive-looking and enchanting woman who had an unparalleled beauty with a provocative body told her companion, Kur, it's all thanks to your Frost God's sword technique. If it hadn't been for it, we wouldn't have been able to become the Martial Emperor's direct disciples the moment we arrived at Yuhan Valley, let alone have this opportunity to go see the foreign world abroad. Her companion's beauty was in no way inferior to the former, but her temperament was a completely different story. Unlike the allure and the rapture of the former, she appeared to be more like a beautiful girl next door. At the northwest polar region of Cloud Continent, 11 figures rose up to the sky. Among the 11 people, an old man with a heavy build stood at the lead. Although his eyes were awe-inspiring, it was not angry-looking. He appeared majestic, clad entirely in a gold robe. There were 10 people following behind the old man. Among the 10, one of them was a woman and the remaining were men. However, it seemed like the woman held the highest position among the 10 people because she was directly behind the old man while the others stood behind her. Ha! The golden-robed old man seemed to have noticed something as he suddenly turned around to look at a black-clad young man standing at the very end of the group. This black-clad young man had a huge build and was very good-looking. However, it seemed like he wanted to maintain a low profile since he traveled at the end of the group. Yo-e! You've made a breakthrough to the Martial Emperor stage? The golden-robed old man asked in shock. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. As soon as the words left the old man's mouth, the blue-clad woman behind him instantly regained her senses. A hint of shock could be seen in her eyes. The remaining 8 people returned to their senses as well. Turning around one after another, they stared at the black-clad young man following behind them as though they had just seen a ghost. Martial Emperor stage? He had made a breakthrough to the Martial Emperor stage? Yes, master. The black-clad young man nodded to the golden-robed old man in a manner that was neither servile nor arrogant. If any of Lost Stone Forest's people were here, they would be able to recognize the black-clad young man with just a glance. He was none other than the former direct disciple of Lost Stone Forest's Martial Emperor. He was Zhou-Yi, the direct disciple Martial Emperor Shi doted on the most. Previously, after Zhou-Yi had betrayed Martial Emperor Shi by committing fraud and stealing the Devil Seal Tablet, he had fled Lost Stone Forest. In the end, although Martial Emperor Shi had searched for Zhou-Yi, he realized it was too late since Zhou-Yi was nowhere to be found. During that time, Zhou-Yi hid in various places, afraid of being found by Martial Emperor Shi. It was only until recently when he heard that a Martial Emperor was recruiting Martial Emperor's disciples and followers at a place close to his whereabouts that he decided to join under this Martial Emperor. He had long heard about this Martial Emperor. He was even more powerful than Martial Emperor Shi. Zhou-Yi easily passed the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers and successfully became the Martial Emperor's disciple, relying on the fact that he already had half a foot in the Martial Emperor stage. After he had become the Martial Emperor's disciple, he intentionally made himself stand out and attracted the attention of the Martial Emperor before becoming the Martial Emperor's direct disciple. Although he had become the Martial Emperor's direct disciple, he did not dare to act arrogant like how he did in Lost Stone Forest. Ever since he left Lost Stone Forest, he had learned how to keep a low profile. He was very clear that a poisonous snake that lurked in the shadow, poised to attack, had a longer lifespan in comparison to a vicious wolf that attacked people as it pleased. Due to this reason, he became this martial emperor's most humble direct disciple. It took the group of people by surprise now that the humble martial emperor's direct disciple had broken through to the martial emperor stage. The golden-robed old man was one of the top well-known martial emperors on Cloud Continent. His title was Lei Ming, and his strength was in no way inferior to the one in Yuhan Valley. Haha, that's great. Great. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's admission of breaking through to the martial emperor stage, Martial Emperor Lei Ming laughed heartily. In this case, this means there are currently 2 martial emperor stage martial emperors direct disciples under my Martial Emperor Lei Ming's command now. Martial Emperor Lei Ming beamed in delight. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Lord Martial Emperor. At this moment, all the 9 people, including the blue-clad woman, following behind Martial Emperor Lei Ming congratulated him in unison. Many people looked at Zhou Yi enviously. They knew very well that the second Zhou Yi had broken through to the Martial Emperor stage, he would become Martial Emperor Lei Ming's most doted direct disciple. To be more precise, one of the 2 most doted on Martial Emperor's direct disciples. This was because there was another Martial Emperor under Martial Emperor Lei Ming's command. It was Lan Bai, the blue-clad woman following directly behind Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Junior brother Zhou, congratulations on your breakthrough to the Martial Emperor stage. Lan Bai looked at Zhou Yi and smiled as she congratulated him. Thank you, senior sister Bai. Zhou Yi immediately thanked her. Junior brother Zhou, why are you so far behind? Don't tell me you're afraid of being eaten by Master and me? Lan Bai asked with a frown as she looked at where Zhou Yi was standing. Of course not. Zhou Yi shook his head. At this moment, Martial Emperor Lei Ming also chimed in. Zhou Yi, go stand next to your senior sister. You're a direct disciple under my Martial Emperor Lei Ming command? Why are you standing so far behind for? Yes, Master, Zhou Yi replied respectfully. Zhou Yi did not dare to disobey Martial Emperor Lei Ming since he still needed to rely on his protection. Although he had already broken through to the Martial Emperor stage in regards to strength, let alone Martial Emperor Lei Ming, he was not even comparable to his former master, Martial Emperor Shi Qi of Lost Stone Forest. I hope you'll be able to make me proud in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. If you get a good ranking, I'll definitely treat you well, Martial Emperor Lei Ming announced unhurriedly as he looked at Zhou Yi, who finally stood next to Lan Bai. Rest assured, Master. I, Zhou Yi, will definitely do my best and make you and Thundercloud Peak proud, Zhou Yi replied confidently. Thundercloud Peak was the cultivation place of Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Great, great. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's reply, Martial Emperor beamed in delight. With a raise of his hand, a narrow saber with lights revolving around it immediately appeared in his hand. You can consider this spirit saber as a congratulatory gift from me for breaking through to the Martial Emperor stage. As Martial Emperor Lei Ming spoke, he handed the spirit saber in his hand over to Zhou Yi. This Martial Emperor Lei Ming's action took all the 9 people, including Lan Bai, by surprise. It's the spirit saber that Lord Martial Emperor always carries around with him. The spirit saber that Lord Martial Emperor always carries around with him is one of the only 2 quasi-royal grade spirit weapons in our Thundercloud Peak. The other quasi-royal grade spirit weapon has already been given to senior sister Lan Bai by Lord Martial Emperor when she made a breakthrough to the Martial Emperor stage a few years ago. In this case, this must be the only quasi-royal grade spirit weapon left in Lord Martial Emperor's hands. If Lord Martial Emperor gives it away, he'll have to use a grade 1 spirit weapon. Soon after, many people regained their senses and began to whisper among one another. Many people looked at Zhou Yi enviously, and some of them glared at him bitterly. Those few people in the latter group were the Martial Emperor's direct disciples. They had originally been covetously eyeing the quasi-royal grade spirit saber in Martial Emperor Lei Ming's hand. They had hoped to break through to the Martial Emperor stage as soon as possible so they could get their hands on the quasi-royal grade spirit saber. Who knew that a person who had just joined Thundercloud Peak and became the Martial Emperor's direct disciple would make a breakthrough to the Martial Emperor stage before them? Master, please don't. Junior brother Zhou only just entered our Thundercloud Peak recently. It's too dangerous to give the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon to him just like that. That's right, Master. The other 2 Martial Emperor's direct disciples hastily advised Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Their words were very obvious. They were worried Zhou Yi would leave Thundercloud Peak after obtaining the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. At that time, the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon would turn into Zhou Yi's dowry. Hermph. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Martial Emperor Lei Ming snorted coldly when he heard his two direct disciples' words. Blame yourself for being such a disappointment instead. From now on, this quasi-royal grade spirit saber of mine will be Zhou Yi's spirit weapon. When Martial Emperor Lei Ming reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Zhou Yi again under the unwilling eyes of the two Martial Emperor's direct disciples. Master, senior brothers actually have a point. I think it's better if you keep this spirit saber for yourself, Master. Zhou Yi did not take the spirit saber that Martial Emperor Lei Ming handed over to him. Just take it. I've already said I'll give it to you. Although this quasi-royal grade spirit weapon is not that much powerful than a grade 1 spirit weapon, it's still better than a grade 1 spirit weapon. With this in your hands, you'll be able to display your strength better during the Hidden Fog martial competition and get a better ranking. Martial Emperor insisted on giving the quasi-royal grade spirit saber in his hand to Zhou Yi. Master, I understand your meaning, but I actually already have a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in my hand. Even if you give your spirit saber to me, Master, there's no occasion for me to use it at all. Zhou Yi smiled. Zhou Yi's words did not only take Martial Emperor Lei Ming by surprise, but the others were also equally shocked as well. Zhou Yi had his own quasi-royal grade spirit weapon? Junior brother Zhou, you mustn't joke about this. This concerns the Hidden Fog martial competition, so don't listen to those two sarcastic remarks. To be honest, they're just jealous of you. Lan Bai chimed in as she looked at Zhou Yi, making the other two Martial Emperor's direct disciples turn a shade of green before they turned pale. They were rendered speechless for a long time. As the Martial Emperor's direct disciple at the Martial Emperor stage, Lan Bai was the strongest person in Thundercloud Peak after Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were no match for Lan Bai. Lan Bai is right. You mustn't joke about this. Martial Emperor Lei Ming also chimed in solemnly. Master, senior sister, have a look. Zhou Yi shook his head. With a raise of his hand, a strange stone tablet appeared in his hands. The stone tablet was described as strange because it was chipped on one of the corners. Apart from the chipped corner, an array of strange words was inscribed on the stone tablet. All these words emitted an ancient aura that spoke of the vicissitudes of life. Whoosh! As Zhou Yi's origin energy surged into the strange stone tablet in his hand, the stone tablet suddenly trembled. The heaven and earth energy above the sky began to whirl. Two silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared before they were followed by another two silhouettes of ancient black dragons. For silhouettes of ancient black dragons contrasted finely with each other. The two silhouettes of ancient black dragons were the indicator of a first-level martial emperor martial artist. On the other hand, 100% boost was a sign of a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. It really is a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Many people lost their cool as they exclaimed in shock. Martial Emperor Lei Ming and Lan Bai finally believed him. As it turned out, Zhou Yi really did possess a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. The stone tablet with a chipped corner that Zhou Yi took out was none other than the Devil Seal tablet. Previously, he had betrayed his master, Martial Emperor Shi, and lost Stone Forest for the sake of the secret hidden in the Devil Seal tablet. However, until now, he could not find other uses for it apart from the fact that it could be used as a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. Junior brother Zhou, I admire you. At this moment, Lan Bai raised a thumb up toward Zhou Yi as she mused, if I were you, I wouldn't have rejected the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon Master gave me even if I already have a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. The crowd present on the scene agreed with Lan Bai's words. Even Martial Emperor Lei Ming's eyes were filled with satisfaction when he looked at Zhou Yi. Right now, do you still think Zhou Yi will leave my Thundercloud Peak after receiving the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon? Martial Emperor Lei Ming asked as he looked at the two direct disciples casually. The moment both of the direct disciples heard this, they merely lowered their heads and smiled wryly. They could not refute at all. They did not think Zhou Yi would be this vicious. He actually refused a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that was given to him. Quasi-royal grade spirit weapons were priceless on Cloud Continent. Nobody would think that having more was too much. The fact was nobody in the group, including Martial Emperor Lei Ming, actually understood Zhou Yi's real thoughts. He did this not because he was righteous or anything. The reason he did this was to leave a good impression on Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Just in case he happened to meet Martial Emperor Shi on Hidden Fog Island, Martial Emperor Lei Ming would protect him. He did not have to be afraid anymore since he would be under Martial Emperor Lei Ming's protection. I'll need to make a sacrifice so that I can benefit from it later. This was currently how Zhou Yi reassured himself inwardly. It would be fake if he said he did not find it a pity to give up the quasi-royal grade spirit sword just like that. Let's go! Martial Emperor Lei Ming yelled as a tremendous invisible energy surged out of his body. He led the 10 people, including Zhou Yi and Lan Bai, north. Their destination was the overseas Saint Island far in the middle of the sea at the north of the Cloud Continent, the Hidden Fog Island. At a place far away, at the southeast of Thundercloud Peak. Whoosh! 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 Silhouettes of figures that were faster than lightning flashed across the sky. The wind and mist were dispersed at the places they passed through, only merging together again after a long time. The destination of these figures was the north of the inner land, also the north of Cloud Continent. There were a total of 11 figures. The leader was a young man. When he flew, it seemed as though he had transformed into a gigantic sword. Under his leadership, the 10 people following him also seemed to have transformed into gigantic swords. The gigantic sword pierced through the sky at a speed so fast that it was terrifying. Snap! A crisp sound resonated in the air. Duanling Tian noticed that the exquisite jade box in his hand had opened, revealing a gap. At this moment, Duanling Tian fell into a daze. He still remembered how he had tried with all his might to open this exquisite jade box many times in the past. However, all his efforts had been in vain. At that time, he had even used his spirit weapon. However, it did not yield any results. At this moment, without any spirit weapon and origin energy, he managed to open the exquisite jade box easily just with the strength of his 2 profundities. The moment the exquisite jade box opened, he instantly attracted the leader's attention. It was Yang Hui, Martial Emperor Ling Xian. Brother Ling Tian, this is... I think it's something my father left me, Duanling Tian answered. This was also a small part of his memory that he recently recovered. Why you remember your origin? Yang Hui's eyes brightened up instantly when he heard Duanling Tian's words. No, Duanling Tian shook his head. I only managed to recover a small part of my memory. I just happened to remember this thing and its origin. As for the others, I still can't recall anything. When he reached the end of his sentence, he frowned. It seemed as though he was trying to recall his memory, but it was all in vain. I see. Yang Hui finally understood. When he saw Duanling Tian trying to recall his memory, he did not ask anything more in fear that he would affect Duanling Tian's emotion again. I still can't recall anything. Duanling Tian sighed in his heart. Although he had recalled the origin of the exquisite jade box in his hand and knew that it was left behind by his miserly father, his memory of his miserly father was still very vague. He could not recall anything at all. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. In the end, it still yielded no result. Perhaps it's like what Bastard has said. All I need is time, Duanling Tian thought to himself. In the last 6 months, his memory had been recovering, and he could recall many things that he could not remember previously. This left him no choice but to believe Wang Ba's words. According to Wang Ba, he only needed slightly more than a year at most to recover all of his memory. According to the memory that I recently recovered, this jade box seems to contain something my miserly father left behind. Moreover, it seems to be very important. Duanling Tian opened the exquisite jade box curiously. The contents of the exquisite jade box fully revealed to him. There was a jade piece lying quietly inside the exquisite jade box. It was none other than a voice transmission jade slip. Apart from the voice transmission jade slip, there was another jade slip that was slightly thicker. Upon closer inspection, it did not look like a jade slip. It looked more like a jade token. Other than the voice transmission jade slip and jade token, There was nothing else inside the exquisite jade box. What's this? Duan Ling Tian was confused when he saw the jade token. There was no record of such thing in the memory he regained. Perhaps the answer lies with the memory that I had lost. Duan Ling Tian was not certain he would recognize what this jade token was even if he regained all his memory. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian took the voice transmission jade slip out. He still remembered what a voice transmission jade slip was. This must be a message left behind by my miserly father. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted as he inserted his origin energy into the voice transmission jade slip, causing it to blink faintly before it let out a dazzling light. At once, a seemingly familiar voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears clearly. Tianer, when you open the exquisite jade box and take this voice transmission jade slip out, I believe that your cultivation base must have already made a breakthrough to the innate void restoration stage. Innate void restoration stage? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. If it was in the past, he might not know what innate void restoration stage meant. However, ever since Wang Ba explained it to him, he knew the innate void restoration stage was equivalent to the martial emperor stage on Cloud Continent. How did my miserly father know about the innate void restoration stage? Duan Ling Tian was baffled. Because Duan Ling Tian had lost part of his memory, he did not know his father had brought his mother and another 3 girls away from Cloud Continent and went to a faraway place that might possibly be the Dao Martial Saint Land. According to Bastard, the innate void restoration stage seems to be the way of calling in that Dao Martial Saint Land or something, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The voice transmission jade slip continued to transmit the seemingly familiar voice. The innate void restoration stage is the martial emperor stage on Cloud Continent. A first-rate martial emperor can be considered as standing at the summit on Cloud Continent, but it can only be considered as the summit of the mortal stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to this reason, you can't be too proud of yourself. I'm sure you must be filled with curiosity and have a lot of questions about the Dao Martial Saint Land, so I'll give you a brief explanation about it now. The Dao Martial Saint Land is another continent in this world. Like Cloud Continent, this place has a rule of the jungle where the strong rules. However, Cloud Continent's martial emperors are not considered powerhouses at all here. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the peak of the mortal stage is the innate void restoration stage. After you've entered the innate void restoration stage, you must cultivate all the way to the peak of the innate stage before you can truly transform. Using a common expression, this transformation is called mortal shedding. The mortal shedding stage comes after the innate void restoration stage. Once you've entered the mortal shedding stage, then only can you be considered as truly entering the threshold of becoming a powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Saint Rudiment stage comes after the mortal shedding stage. This is actually what the saying, transcending worldliness and entering the sainthood, means. The stage that comes after the Saint Rudiment stage is the Saint stage. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the mortal shedding stage can be considered as entering the threshold of being a powerhouse, but those people who are commonly known as powerhouses are all above the saint stage. Right now, you must know the meaning of these 9 words. There are humans beyond humans and heavens beyond heavens, right? Compared to the Dao Martial Saint Land, Cloud Continent is merely a mortal continent. The seemingly familiar voice continued to enter Duan Ling Tian's ears, introducing to him the other world, the Dao Martial Saint Land. Previously, he had heard some things about the Dao Martial Saint Land from Wang Ba. Due to this reason, he was not completely surprised. Although he was not surprised, his heart was filled with a longing for the Dao Martial Saint Land. There are many places in the Dao Martial Saint Land that are different from Cloud Continent. For example, there are only martial cultivators on Cloud Continent, but in the Dao Martial Saint Land, in addition to martial cultivators, they have Dao cultivators and even devil cultivators too. Moreover, no matter how strong a person is, he wouldn't be able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy and gather it into the heaven and earth phenomenon in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Apart from that, the saint-grade martial tactic in the Dao Martial Saint Land is the authentic skills and techniques. No matter how strong the martial skills on Cloud Continent are, they are only vassals to the energy. On Cloud Continent, even without using any martial skill, as long as you're powerful enough, you can defeat those who are weaker than you even if they have cultivated heaven-rank martial skills. However, such a situation won't happen in the Dao Martial Saint Land. To sum it up, the Tao Martial Saint Land is a place filled with many marvels. I didn't bring you along with me when I left Cloud Continent is because I wish that you'll stay on Cloud Continent to train so it'll be easier for you to gain a foothold in the Tao Martial Saint Land in the future. I hope that you'll understand my good intention. Please don't blame your father. The seemingly familiar voice continued to enter Duanling Tian's ears, giving him a rough introduction on the Tao Martial Saint Land. There were some parts that left him confused. After hearing my miserly father's words, it seems like he purposely didn't bring me to the Tao Martial Saint Land, and the reason he did that is so that I can train here. Duanling Tian was perplexed. Since he had lost his memory, he did not know when his father had left Cloud Continent. Moreover, he had also realized one extremely horrifying thing. Although he knew he had a miserly father, he could not remember anything else about him, like how he looked like and so on. Soon after, the seemingly familiar voice continued to speak again. Since you've made a breakthrough to the innate void restoration stage, then you have the ability to cultivate the Saint Grade Martial Tactic. I left behind a set of Saint Grade Martial Tactic for you, and I hope that it'll be beneficial to you. I won't continue saying unnecessary words. I've already arranged for someone to meet you. When you arrive at the Tao Martial Saint Land, go look for this guy and he'll bring you to me. He's at. The voice came to a halt without any warning as it reached here as though it had been cut off. Duanling Tian could tell the voice was indeed cut off abruptly. What's going on? The voice being cut off at the most crucial moment caused Duanling Tian's face to turn grave immediately. At the same time, he lifted the voice transmission jade slip in his hand and carefully studied it. Soon after, he noticed there were a few unnoticeable cracks on the voice transmission jade slip. Don't tell me that the cracks on the voice transmission jade slip were caused when I forcefully tried to open it last time? Duanling Tian easily guessed the reason. The inside of the exquisite jade box was made of incredibly hard jade. If the things inside it were violently shaken, it would definitely incur some damage. How great! Father said he has already arranged for someone to bring me to him when I arrive at the Tao Martial Saint Land. However, a problem arises in the most crucial part. I don't even know where he asked his man to stand by. Since I don't know where his man is, I won't be able to meet with the man he has arranged for me to meet, and he won't be able to bring me to meet Father. Duanling Tian's face turned gloomy as a wry smile crept up on his mouth. Looks like even after I arrive at the Tao Martial Saint Land, I won't be able to meet that miserly father of mine immediately. The moment he thought of this, the wry smile on his face became even more apparent. However, Duanling Tian very quickly returned to his old self. He knew very well that since things had progressed in this direction, there was nothing he could do no matter how hard he thought about it. Father said, he left behind a set of Saint Grade Martial Tactic for me. After Duanling Tian regained his senses, he put the voice transmission jade slip away before he shifted his attention to the exquisite jade box again. Other than the voice transmission jade slip, there was only a thick jade token inside the exquisite jade box. This is the Saint Grade Martial Tactic Father left for me? Duanling Tian fell into a daze when he looked at the jade token. However, he quickly snapped back to reality. Then, he took the jade token out of the exquisite jade box and infused his origin energy into it in an attempt to explore its profound secret. However, his origin energy did not resonate with the jade token at all. Don't tell me it's because my cultivation base is not high enough that I can't read the information stored inside? Duanling Tian thought to himself. He could roughly guess that the set of Saint Grade Martial Tactic that was mentioned in the message his father left behind in the voice transmission jade slip was stored in this jade token. After using his origin energy, Duanling Tian tried to infuse his spiritual energy into the jade token again. Boom! As soon as Duanling Tian's spiritual energy came in contact with the jade token, a continuous stream of complicated messages rushed into his mind and became part of his memory. The messages seemed to have etched itself on his mind that it was impossible for him to forget it. This is the Saint Grade Martial Tactic? Duanling Tian's heart jolted after he skimmed through the messages inside the jade token. These messages were a set of martial skill that dominated other heaven rank advanced martial skills. Naturally, martial skill was what Cloud Continent called it. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, it was called the Saint Grade Martial Tactic. It was greatly beneficial to a martial cultivator, and it could be considered as a powerful part of a martial cultivator's strength. Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Soon after, Duanling Tian learned the name of the Saint-grade martial tactic. He also learned this was a set of long-range offensive Saint-grade martial tactic. Apart from having an innate void restoration stage cultivation base, cultivating this set of Saint-grade martial tactic requires me to have a set of bow and arrows that are at the Saint weapon grade. Duanling Tian gleaned all this information from the Saint-grade martial tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Saint weapon. Duanling Tian muttered softly to himself, I wonder if the quasi-royal grade spirit weapons that are superior to grade 1 spirit weapons are considered as saint weapons or not. Bastard! Bastard! The moment he thought of this, he began to summon Wang Ba, or to be more precise, Wang Ba's soul, that took up residence in his body. You're so noisy, boy. Why are you calling me? Wang Ba finally responded. From his tired voice, it was obvious that he had just woken up. Wang Ba, what type of weapon is considered a saint weapon? Duanling Tian asked curiously. Don't you have a saint weapon yourself? Wang Ba snapped in irritation. Isn't that sword of yours a human rank primitive saint weapon? Moreover, that time when you relied on the Devil Seal's energy to battle with that guy at the innate void restoration stage, the long spear in his hand is a human rank primitive saint weapon too. And that Devil Seal tablet? That's a super saint weapon that dominates all heaven rank prominent saint weapons. Wang Ba finished his sentence in one breath. Human rank primitive saint weapon? Heaven rank prominent saint weapon? Duanling Tian was stunned. He asked curiously again, what are the levels of these saint weapons? The saint weapons are divided into 3 great ranks, heaven, earth, and human. They're the heaven rank saint weapons, earth rank saint weapons, and human rank saint weapons. Among the 3, the heaven rank is the best while the human rank is the worst. The heaven, earth, and human rank are further divided into 3 grades, the primitive, mediocre, and prominent. The prominent rank is the best while the primitive is the worst. The human rank primitive saint weapons are the worst saint weapons. The heaven rank prominent saint weapons are the best ones. Of course, this doesn't include the super saint weapons of the 10 great saint weapons rankings. The super saint weapons are saint weapons that dominate all heaven rank prominent saint weapons. The Devil Seal tablet is one of the super saint weapons. Wang Ba continued saying, since it's a super saint weapon, why didn't you help me keep it previously? After listening to Wang Ba's words, Duanling Tian began to understand more about saint weapons. However, there was something he did not understand. According to Wang Ba, that Devil Seal tablet was supposed to be his, yet Wang Ba had thrown it away instead. Humph! I told you before that I don't like it. Wang Ba snorted. As a devil cultivator, he would not be able to use the Devil Seal tablet even if it was a super saint weapon. Not only was it useless to him, but he would be devoured by it as well. Due to this reason, the Devil Seal tablet was no different from trash in his opinion. Why you threw it away, Jay, just because you don't like it? Upon hearing Wang Ba's words, Duanling Tian was instantly infuriated. A good super saint weapon was gone just like that. How could he not feel infuriated? That super saint weapon was of no use to Wang Ba, but it was useful to him since he was not a devil cultivator. Right now, I can only wait until I regain my memory and remember where I left the Devil Seal tablet. I'll go snatch it back at that time. Duanling Tian thought to himself. The moment he thought of this, his mood took a turn for the better. According to Wang Ba, when he had been devilified by the Devil Seal tablet previously, he had battled an innate void restoration stage martial cultivator. When he left, he did not bring the Devil Seal tablet with him. An innate void restoration stage martial cultivator was also known as a martial emperor on Cloud Continent. Duanling Tian was confident he would be able to snatch the Devil Seal tablet from that martial emperor's hands. After Duanling Tian regained his senses, he relaxed his body and allowed Yang Hui, martial emperor Ling Xian, to guide him north. At the same time, he studied the message about the Colossal Aerolite Arrow in his mind. The Colossal Aerolite Arrow was a set of saint-grade martial tactic. All the martial skills he had mastered could not be compared to its strength at all. Being able to shoot with great precision without missing the target every time. This was the Colossal Aerolite Arrow. If I want to cultivate this Colossal Aerolite Arrow, my cultivation base must make a breakthrough to the Martial Emperor stage first. Not only that, but I need to refine a set of saint-grade bow and arrows, Duanling Tian thought to himself. According to the memory I regained, as long as I have the necessary materials, I'll be able to refine a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. The sword in my hand is a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon too. Moreover, there seems to be a spirit weapon even more powerful than the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon in my spatial ring. I think it's called the royal grade spirit sword or something? The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he quietly took out a spirit sword from his spatial ring. This sword was dull without any luster, as though it had returned to its original nature. This sword had indeed returned to its original nature. It was not as simple as it looked, it was a royal grade spirit sword. When it was wielded, it would grant a 120% boost in strength. Wang Ba, can you identify the grade of this sword? Duanling Tian asked Wang Ba again. Initially, Wang Ba's voice sounded irritated, but after he noticed the royal grade spirit sword in Duanling Tian's hand, he could not help but exclaim out loud in surprise, "Boy, you're so annoying." "Yeah? Isn't this the human rank mediocre saint weapon? Boy, are you sure you're from the mortal continent?" Wang Ba's voice continued to resonate in his mind. His voice was filled with a trace of doubt. He had a reason for his doubt. After all, this tiny little martial cultivator from the mortal continent kept taking out items that belonged exclusively to the Dao martial saint land. Just this alone was enough to raise suspicion. It's only a human rank mediocre saint weapon? When Duanling Tian heard the first part of Wang Ba's words, he was disappointed. It caused him to ignore the second half of Wang Ba's words. Based on the memory I've regained, I can only refine a human-rank mediocre saint weapon after I've made a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage. Duanling Tian shook his head and sighed as he looked at the royal grade spirit sword in his hands before putting it away. The quasi-royal grade spirit weapons on Cloud Continent were equivalent to the Dao martial saint land's human-rank primitive saint weapons. Royal grade spirit weapons were equivalent to human-grade mediocre saint weapons. Duanling Tian immediately gained a new understanding regarding the saint weapons in Dao martial saint land. Since I can only cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow after I break through to the martial emperor stage, I guess I'll only refine a bow and arrows after I break through to the martial emperor stage. Duanling Tian made up his mind. He wanted to craft a set of royal grade bow and arrows to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow. Royal grade spirit weapons were human grade mediocre saint weapons, so it could be used to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow. As time went by, Duanling Tian stopped thinking about unnecessary things. He calmed his heart, cultivating the 9 Dragons War sovereign technique and comprehending the 2 profundities. His strength was rising with every minute and second. Although the speed of his progress was not extremely fast, the progress he made was not small with the passing of time. Apart from Duanling Tian, the other 9 people, including the 3 martial emperor's direct disciples, Zhou Di, Song Ting, and Zhong'en, were also cultivating with their eyes closed. Perhaps this was why martial emperor Ling Xian brought the group of people to the hidden fog island with his strength alone. He wanted to give them more time to cultivate and comprehend in peace so that they could improve their strength as much as possible. After all, the objective of their trip to the Hidden Fog Island was for the sake of the Hidden Fog martial competition. In the martial competition, the performance of the people he brought was linked to his and Ling Xianpeik's prestige and image. Due to this reason, he could not help but feel concerned. One must admit that as a 4th-level martial emperor Ling Xian, Yang Hui's speed was extremely fast. After only 10 days, he had already brought Duanling Tian and the others through the northern area of the inner land on Cloud Continent that was entirely covered with snow and all the way to Ruoshui River. Ruoshui River encircled the inner land on Cloud Continent. It was also the divider for the inner land and the outer land on Cloud Continent. Snowflakes whirled in the sky like feathers at Ruoshui River in the north, but the surface of Ruoshui River was still as calm as always. It did not freeze nor was it tempestuous. With Yang Hui's speed, it only took him a few days to cross Ruoshui River and enter the northern outer land on Cloud Continent with Duanling Tian and the others. There was no doubt it was even colder in the northern outer land. Large snowflakes fell mercilessly and continuously. However, when it reached above the heads of the group that was led by Yang Hui, they seemed to be repelled by an invisible energy. The white snow that landed on the invisible energy was shaken away. However, white snowflakes still gathered densely together before they were shaken away. The invisible energy on the group of people looked like a huge eggshell underneath the white snow that landed on them. This was Martial Emperor Ling Xian, Yang Hui's strength. His strength guided the other 10 people, including Duan Ling Tian, forward. Apart from guiding them forward, this energy also blocked the wind and snow. No matter how cold and gruesome the weather was, it did not affect them at all. 2 weeks later, Yang Hui, Martial Emperor Ling Xian, brought Duan Ling Tian and the other 9 to the fringe area at the north of the northern outer land on Cloud Continent. When they arrived, the snow had stopped and the weather had turned warmer. As they hovered in the sky, the scene that entered their sight was a boundless sea that stretched out as far as their eyes could see. When they looked in the distance, the blue sea and the azure sky seemed to have merged into one. At this moment, Yang Hui deliberately decreased his speed as well. "We're at the seaside now." The group of people, including Duan Ling Tian, began to return to their senses. They stopped cultivating and were absorbing the sight of the ocean that stretched out as far as their eyes could see. Even a first-level martial emperor would take about 6 months to go to the Hidden Fog Island, one of the overseas Saint Islands on Cloud Continent. The words that Martial Emperor Ling Xian had said previously replayed in Duan Ling Tian's mind. However, Martial Emperor Ling Xian's speed when he flew and carry us is a lot faster than a first-level martial emperor. I'm sure it'll only take a few months at most to reach the Hidden Fog Island. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After the crowd glanced at the boundless sea, they immediately lost interest. The sea seemed never changing and had no novelty, causing the crowd to quickly lose their interest. "Let's continue." When Martial Emperor Ling Xian, Yang Hui, saw this, he announced indifferently and continued to bring them flying to the north. He had stopped for a moment earlier to inform the others they were leaving Cloud Continent soon. At this time, under Yang Hui's guidance, the group of people officially left Cloud Continent and entered the boundless sea as they headed to their destination, the Hidden Fog Island. "Master." After leaving, they left Cloud Continent for a period of time. Zhong En, Yang Hui's third direct disciple, could not suppress the question he had on his mind. "I heard after leaving Cloud Continent for a distance, there's a sea region that separated the overseas and Cloud Continent completely. The heaven and earth energy there is completely different from the heaven and earth energy on Cloud Continent and its surrounding sea area. The heaven and earth energy overseas world won't solidify into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Is this true?" When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Yang Hui with bright eyes. "It won't solidify and become the heaven and earth phenomenon?" Upon hearing Zhong En's words, the group of people, including Zhou Di and Song Ting, shifted their attention to Yang Hui. Their eyes were also filled with curiosity. Even Duan Ling Tian was currently looking at Yang Hui. According to the message in the voice transmission Jade slip left by my miserly father, he only said when the martial, Dao, and devil cultivators in the Dao martial Saint land attack, they won't mobilize the heaven and earth energy and gather it into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted. However, according to Zhong En, as long as we leave Cloud Continent Sea region and arrive at the overseas world, our heaven and earth energy won't solidify into the heaven and earth phenomenon? The heaven and earth phenomenon was formed by the heaven and earth energy mobilized by the martial artists on Cloud Continent when they made their move. On Cloud Continent, anyone could tell how much strength a martial artist possessed from the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy that was mobilized by the martial artist when he made his move. For example, it would be the strength of how many ancient mammoths, ancient horned dragons, or ancient black dragons. All of these would be revealed by the heaven and earth phenomenon or the silhouettes. However, the heaven and earth phenomenon would not appear anymore once they left Cloud Continent and enter the overseas world. If that's the case then, I guess the heaven and earth phenomenon must be a special characteristic of Cloud Continent, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. That's right. In the face of Zhong En's query, Yang Hui nodded his head. However, there's still a distance from here to that sea region. With my speed, we'll most likely pass through the sea region after a month. Master, after a month, can you wake us up so that we can experience it for ourselves? Zhong En asked with bright eyes. Sure. Yang Hui glanced at Duan Ling Tian first. He nodded his head after he saw Duan Ling Tian seem to be interested as well. Zhong En's face was instantly filled with joy. The other 9 people, including Duan Tian, Zhou Di, and Song Ting, also had an anticipatory expression on their faces. They looked forward to the next month. Since they were born, they had lived on Cloud Continent, a place where the heaven and energy would gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon when they made their move. To them, the heaven and earth phenomenon was a part of their lives. After learning how the heaven and earth energy would not solidify into the heaven and earth phenomenon no matter what move they made after they left the sea region on Cloud Continent, all of them wanted to test it out to see if it was true. To them, everything was a rumor, and they would not be able to take it seriously if they did not try it out for themselves. During this time, 10 of them, including Duan Tian, cultivated their own movement techniques and comprehended their own profundities quietly so that they could raise their strength. A month quickly went by. This time, Yang Hui, Martial Emperor Ling Xian, who brought Duan Tian and the others along with him, began to slow down before he came to a halt. Under Yang Hui's prompt, Duan Tian and Zhou Di were the first 2 to regain their senses. Then, Zhou Di proceeded to call his 2 junior brothers, Song Ting and Zhong En. Before Zhong En woke the remaining people up, Duan Tian hovered in the sky as he looked at his surroundings. The scene that entered his sight was nothing but a vast expanse of water where the sea and the sky merged. It was as though he had entered a world entirely washed in blue color. The fleecy clouds in the sky were the only accessory decorating this blue world. Whoosh! Suddenly, as though a wind had blown past, Yang Hui retracted his energy. The sea breeze immediately blew toward them, causing their robes to flutter loudly. The rich smell of the ocean wafted up their noses from the sea breeze. "Master, have we left the sea region?" Zhou Di asked politely as he looked at Yang Hui. "Yes." Under the watchful eyes of the others, Yang Hui nodded nonchalantly. Everyone's eyes, including Duan Tian, brightened immediately. At the same time, origin energies skyrocketed from their bodies as though they had transformed into milky white flames that soared up into the sky. Duan Tian's origin energy ran rampant on his body. After a while, he raised his head to look at the sky. The sky above was completely calm. There was no movement from the heaven and earth energy at all. There really isn't any heaven and earth energy. The heaven and earth energy did not appear, let alone solidifying into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Although Duan Tian was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel surprised. After he withdrew his origin energy, he turned to look at the others. He discovered if it was not for his spiritual energy that could roughly probe a person's cultivation base, he would not know their cultivation base at all, since their origin energy did not mobilize the heaven and earth energy and solidify into the heaven and earth phenomenon. As the saying goes, the world is so big that there's nothing to be surprised about. Once we leave Cloud Continent, we really can't see the heaven and earth phenomenon gathered by the heaven and earth energy anymore. Duan Tian mused to himself after he confirmed it was true. Similar to the others, he was already used to battling with the heaven and earth phenomenon by his side. Now that they had left Cloud Continent and was without the heaven and earth phenomenon, he was a little unaccustomed to it. Duan Tian was not the only one who felt that way. The other 9 people, including the 3 martial emperor's direct disciples, Zhou Di, Song Ting, and Zhong En, regained their senses. All of them were also shocked. This is too amazing. The heaven and earth energy really won't mobilize and gather into the heaven and earth phenomenon once we leave Cloud Continent and arrive at the overseas world. This means that in this overseas world, your strength won't be easily revealed no matter how strong you are, since the heaven and earth phenomenon won't materialize. How peculiar! Many people whispered among themselves. They could not help but share their thoughts with each other. All 10 of them, including Duan Tian, were in shock for a long time. When they regained their senses, they felt as though they had entered a new world. This new world thoroughly shocked them. Soon after, Yang Hui, Martial Emperor Ling Xian, made his move once again. The tremendous invisible energy swept out and guided Duan Tian and the rest to move forward again. The hidden fog island of the overseas Saint Island. That was their destination this time. Their objective was to join the Hidden Fog Martial competition that would be held on Hidden Fog Island. At that time, they would meet many other people like them, powerhouses who came from Cloud Continent. With our speed, how long will it take for us to reach the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he looked at Martial Emperor Ling Xian. About 2 months, Yang Hui replied. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian nodded in reply. Then he closed his eyes once again. It appeared as though he was trying to attain mental composure, but in fact, he was already beginning to cultivate and comprehend his two profundities. While Duan Ling Tian and the others were getting closer to the hidden fog island, the inner land of Cloud Continent was in an uproar. Originally, the commotion caused by Ling Tian's sect was only at the southern part of the inner land on Cloud Continent. However, the inner land of Cloud Continent soon discovered that the ancient Han clan that had always maintained a low profile had suddenly joined in and even became Ling Tian's sect's pawn. All of the powerhouses from Han clan were dispatched, and they swept through the entire inner land on Cloud Continent. In just the span of 2 to 3 months, they had made more than 80% of the first-rate forces in the inner land plead allegiance to Ling Tian's sect. Ling Tian's sect's name immediately spread everywhere. Its name became famous in the entire inner land on Cloud Continent. It was no longer restricted to the southern area of the inner land. It was worth mentioning that when the Han clan's powerhouses willingly became Ling Tian's sect's pawn and intimidated many first-rate forces in the inner land to submit to Ling Tian's sect, another ancient clan had tried to interfere. According to that ancient clan, as a reclusive ancient clan, the Han clan should not create such a huge commotion on Cloud Continent. Many people thought the two ancient clans would go to war with each other when that ancient clan suddenly became frightened. Moreover, they even willingly became a pawn of Ling Tian's sect. Ling Tian's sect's fame inspired awe throughout the entire inner land on Cloud Continent. Its name even spread to the outer land at an amazing speed. There had never been such an extraordinary sect before in the history of Cloud Continent. I heard that Ling Tian's sect is originally a low-level first-rate force in an inconspicuous corner in the southern area of our Cloud Continent's inner land. Moreover, they only took over the sect. It was previously a low-level first-rate force called the Yin-Yang sect. I've also heard that before. Still, I didn't expect the sect's meteoric rise. It's really terrifying. There are martial emperors and demon emperors in the two ancient clans, but they willingly became Ling Tian's sect's pawns and did everything for the sect. It's just too inconceivable. I wonder why the two great ancient clans are willing to become pawns. In fact, none of the martial emperors or demon emperors on Cloud Continent could submit the two great ancient clans before. Discussions like that were common in the inner land on Cloud Continent. Everyone was interested in Ling Tian's sect. Many geniuses and talented martial artists even fought to enter Ling Tian's sect. The fact that Ling Tian's sect could order the two great ancient clans around was enough to arouse anyone's interest. Another 2 weeks went by. This time, all of the first-rate forces active on the surface of Cloud Continent's inner land had all become Ling Tian's sect's affiliated sections. Apart from having to hand over a huge number of origin stones, they needed to hand over their genius disciples as well. At the same time, Ling Tian's sect moved their site to a mountain peak that was even loftier in the central area of Cloud Continent's inner land. This mountain peak was even bigger and wider than Ling Tian Peak. This mountain peak was originally the site of a top-level first-rate force in Cloud Continent's inner land. Just because Han Xuanai, the acting sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, had taken an interest in it, the Han clan forcibly took possession of it and presented it to Han Xuanai and Ling Tian's sect. After they relocated to this new site, Han Xuanai ordered all members of Ling Tian's sect to gather before she announced nonchalantly, "From now on, this will be the new Ling Tian Peak." Although her voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone present on the scene. At once, other than the 3 little fellows always by Han Xuanai's side who remained calm, the remaining people beamed with delight. They could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. When they cheered, their eyes were filled with awe when they looked at Han Xuanai. It was all because of this yellow-clad teenage girl who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old brought 3 little monsters and swept through the first-rate forces in the southern area of Cloud Continent before ordering the ancient Han clan to work for them. Moreover, when the other ancient clan wanted to stop the Han clan from carrying out duties for Ling Tian's sect, this teenage girl was the one who dealt with the matter. Other than rescuing the Han clan from the siege, she even made that ancient clan work for her and Ling Tian's sect. Although they were not clear about what exactly happened, The result was more than enough to surprise them. Who's this sect leader's sister? Not only is she powerful, but she even has those 3 little fellows who are extremely powerful as well. This is still acceptable. The most terrifying thing is she managed to make the 2 great ancient clans on Cloud Continent work for her. This is just too mind-blowing. Many people were shocked as a myriad of thoughts filled their minds. Even Xianxia, who knew Han Shui and I was not a simple person, did not think that she was so terrifying. She's only a little girl, but she's so powerful. I don't think anyone is stronger than her on Cloud Continent. Who's she exactly? Xianxia was extremely curious about Han Shui and I's identity and origin. After the commotion, Ling Tian sect finally became the most powerful force on Cloud Continent. The sect was also very influential, like the sun in the mid-sky. Any force that could make the 2 great ancient clans work for it would make everyone tremble in fear. If it was not for the fact that most of the martial emperors and demon emperors on Cloud Continent had brought people away from Cloud Continent to the Hidden Fog Island to join the Hidden Fog martial competition, more people would have been shocked by Ling Tian sect's matter. Even the martial emperors and demon emperors were not exempted. Right now, our Ling Tian sect is standing at the summit of Cloud Continent, yet our sect's sect leader is still nowhere to be seen. Han Shui and I looked at the group of people before her as she announced, "Due to this reason, I want our main priority to be shifted to searching for our sect leader. Ling Tian sect will reward whoever helps us to find Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of our Ling Tian sect. They'll be rewarded with 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones." She continued to say, "This reward is open to the elders and disciples of our Ling Tian sect as well. 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones." Upon hearing Han Shui and I's words, many people's eyes brightened right away. It was as though they could see 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones waving at them. 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones were enough to make most people go crazy. Apart from that, I'll let the 2 great ancient clans help us in our search for our Ling Tian sect's sect leader as well, Han Shui and I continued to announce. The moment these words left Han Shui and I's mouth, many people turned anxious immediately. It was as though they feared the members from the 2 great ancient clans would snatch the 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones away. News of Han Shui and I's reward quickly spread from Ling Tian sect. Ling Tian sect was searching for Duan Ling Tian. Whoever provided clues in their search for Duan Ling Tian would be rewarded with 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones. Anyone who heard about the reward would immediately go crazy. 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones. Even the top-level first-rate forces on Cloud Continent's inner land would not be able to take out so many supreme-grade origin stones. One could easily imagine just how much so many supreme-grade origin stones were worth. When the entire Ling Tian sect was in a frenzy searching for Duan Ling Tian, Han Shui and I temporarily left Ling Tian sect and went to the place where the 2 great ancient clans resided. After that, the 2 great ancient clans also began to dispatch their members to search for traces of Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect. They did not dare to slack at all. Ling Xian Peak was not far from where the new Ling Tian sect was located. After Martial Emperor Ling Xian, the owner of Ling Xian Peak, left with 10 of the most outstanding people under his command, the atmosphere in Ling Xian Peak became glum and gloomy unlike before. It was only until the news of the reward from Ling Tian sect spread to Ling Xian Peak that it regained its bustling atmosphere. Many Martial Emperor's disciples and followers left Ling Xian Peak temporarily for the sake of the reward as well. Ling Tian sect? Duan Ling Tian. Inside Ling Xian Peak, 2 young men who looked identical exchanged a look. Both of them could see the astonishment and amazement in each other's eyes. The red-clad young man gulped as he looked at the blue-clad young man. He asked in a daze, "Anangongchen, do you think the sect leader Duan Ling Tian that Ling Tian sect is searching for is the Duan Ling Tian we know?" That period of time when Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, disappeared almost coincides with the time we encountered Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, he had just lost his memory when we met him that time. The cold and aloof blue-clad young man deduced. The red-clad young man gulped again. After a long time, he finally replied with much difficulty, "After hearing your deduction, it really does seem too coincidental. In this case, the sect leader Duan Ling Tian that Ling Tian's sect is looking for must be the Duan Ling Tian we know. When he reached the end of his sentence, shock and disbelief were clearly written on his face. It only took Ling Tian's sect a few months to sweep through all of the first-rate forces in Cloud Continent's inner land with the help of the two great ancient clans. The red-clad young man gasped before he muttered, "Isn't Duan Ling Tian's sect a little too terrifying?" Although Duan Ling Tian is strong, it's still not enough to invoke fear in the two great ancient clans. The blue-clad young man chimed in, "Moreover, Duan Ling Tian has already left Ling Xian Peak and Cloud Continent with Martial Emperor Ling Xian. In other words, all these commotions caused by Ling Tian's sect has nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian at all. No matter what, we must make a trip to Ling Tian's sect. Once we confirmed that the Duan Ling Tian we know is the sect leader Duan Ling Tian that Ling Tian's sect is looking for, we should formally greet Ling Tian's sect as well," the red-clad young man said. "Let's go." The blue-clad young man was as taciturn as always. The moment his words left his mouth, he had already disappeared from his spot. The red-clad young man quickly followed and chased after him. The twins leaving Ling Xian Peak were none other than Nangong Chun and Nangong Yi. After they left Ling Xian Peak, they headed straight toward the direction of Ling Tian Peak. Ling Tian's sect had moved to a new place close to Ling Xian Peak. After only a few days, the Nangong twins arrived outside of Ling Tian Peak. They were blocked by a few Ling Tian sect's disciples who were patrolling the area. "This is Ling Tian sect's site. It's for authorized personnel only," the Ling Tian sect's disciple leading the group said indifferently as he looked at the Nangong twins. "We wish to see the current person in charge of your Ling Tian sect," Nangong Yi said at a speed that was neither hurried nor slow. "Not everyone is allowed to meet the acting sect leader of our Ling Tian sect," the leader of the group of Ling Tian sect's disciple replied. "What if I said I know where Duan Ling Tian is?" Nangong Yi said again. Boom. Nangong Yi's words stunned the few Ling Tian sect's disciples. It was as though they were struck by lightning. After a long period of time, they finally snapped back to reality. "Why you said you know our sect leader?" A few Ling Tian sect's disciples looked like they were in a daze. The Ling Tian sect's disciple at the lead was a middle-aged man with a huge build. After hearing Nangong Yi's words, a strange light gleamed in the depth of his eyes. "Humph!" Suddenly, the middle-aged man's face darkened as he snorted. "Ever since our Ling Tian sect has announced the reward, many people came and claimed they knew the whereabouts of our sect's sect leader. However, all the news are fake. Some people said they wanted to meet the acting sect leader of our Ling Tian sect, but their real intention is to join our Ling Tian sect. They all have ulterior motives. You said you know where the sect leader of our Ling Tian sect is, but why should we trust you?" the middle-aged man asked nonchalantly when he reached the end of his sentence. "As long as I meet with the current acting sect leader of your Ling Tian sect, I naturally have my ways to convince him," Nangong Yi replied. On the way to Ling Tian's sect, they had learned more about the origin of sect leader Duan Ling Tian. He was from the southern outer land of Cloud Continent. The southern outer land was their and Duan Ling Tian's hometown. Due to this reason, they were convinced the sect leader Duan Ling Tian and the Duan Ling Tian they knew were the same people. However, they did not know what happened to him that caused him to suddenly lose his memory to the point that he could not even recall his own name. He only learned his name when he met them. Then they journeyed to Ling Xian Peak together. In the end, although the three of them did not become the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers of Ling Xian Peak, their treatment in Ling Xian Peak was in no way inferior to the three Martial Emperor's direct disciples under Martial Emperor Ling Xian's command. Everything they enjoyed was all thanks to Duan Ling Tian. Due to this reason, they sighed inwardly. Gold will always shine brilliantly no matter where it is. After the leader of the group of Ling Tian sect's disciple, a middle-aged man with a large build, scrutinized Nangong Yi and Nangong Chun. He said nonchalantly, "Follow me then." Before he brought the Nangong twins away, the middle-aged man looked at the few Ling Tian sect's disciples and ordered, "All of you continue to patrol." "Yes." The few Ling Tian sect's disciples responded respectfully before they left. "Two of you, please come with me." After the middle-aged man motioned to the Nangong twins, he flew out first. However, The direction he was headed in was in the opposite direction of Lingtian Peak. Nangongyi frowned and asked immediately, "Where are you taking us?" "You two must not know. The acting sect leader of our Lingtian sect is usually not in Lingtian Peak. She usually cultivates in a valley 500 kilometers away from the east of Lingtian Peak," the middle-aged man replied. "I see." Nangongyi nodded before he and Nangong Chen continued following the middle-aged and headed east. However, when they reached 500 kilometers to the east, the Nangong twins realized they had entered a desert that stretched out as far as their eyes could see. When they looked at their surroundings, let alone a valley, not even a mountain could be seen. This place was completely deserted. The Nangong twins finally realized what was happening at this moment. Nangongyi looked at the middle-aged man furiously and snapped, "Why you? You lied to us." "I didn't lie to both of you." Standing at the side, the middle-aged man glanced the Nangong twins indifferently before he said, "I'm merely carrying out my duty. I'll only bring you to our acting sect leader after I'm certain both of you truly know the whereabouts of our sect leader." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Nangongyi's face warmed. "In that case, there's no reason for you to do this. We're friends with sect leader Duan Lingtian. Nangongyi proceeded to tell the story of how they met Duan Lingtian after he lost his memory. At the same time, he described Duan Lingtian's characteristics as well. "It really is the sect leader." The middle-aged man's eyes brightened immediately as his breath began to quicken. He looked at Nangongyi and asked with a hint of urgency, "Where's our sect leader?" "You just have to confirm the person we know is the sect leader of your Lingtian sect," Nangongyi replied nonchalantly. "As for where he is, I'll tell the current acting sect leader of your Lingtian sect when I see him." He had his guard up. He was vigilant because he had a feeling about this Lingtian sect's disciple. "If you don't tell me, I won't bring you two to the current acting sect leader of our Lingtian sect," the middle-aged man said as he shook his head. "Perhaps you know the missing sect leader of our Lingtian sect. But it doesn't mean that you know where he is. I have to remind you that our acting sect leader has to attend to a myriad of affairs every day. If you're not able to tell her where the sect leader is after you see her, she might kill you in a moment of fury." "You don't have to worry about this," Nangongyi replied confidently. When the middle-aged man saw how confident Nangongyi was, an unnoticeable greediness rose up in the depth of his eyes. However, he maintained his calm facade as he said, "I think it's better for both of you to tell me the whereabouts of our sect leader first. Otherwise, it'll be hard for me to explain to our acting sect leader later." "Hermf, why don't you just show your true colors? I think you're just greedy and want that 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones for yourself, don't you?" Nangongchen, who had remained aloof from the beginning as he stood next to Nangongyi, finally opened his mouth. The moment he opened his mouth, the first thing that came out was a snort. It was followed by undisguised mockery. "If we don't see the acting sect leader of Lingtian sect, we'll not disclose the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian." Nangongyi looked at the man guardedly. At this moment, he was certain this middle-aged man was already planning to dig out the information of Duan Lingtian's whereabouts from the very beginning. Then he would proceed to take the reward of 1,000 supreme-grade origin stones that Lingtian sect had announced for himself. "Ha ha ha ha." Upon hearing the Nangong twins' words, the middle-aged man burst out laughing immediately. He finally stopped after laughing for a while. "I can't believe both of you found out." As he looked at the Nangong twins, a sneer crept up on the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth. "However, do you have any other choice? If you don't tell me the whereabouts of our sect leader, I'll kill you immediately." When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. A hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes. "We're friends of your sect leader, and you still dare to kill us?" Nangongyi's face turned grave immediately. "Even if I kill you too, how would the sect leader find out since we're at a deserted place like this?" the middle-aged man asked nonchalantly. "Hermf, you're just a mere Lingtian sect's disciple, and yet you dare to say that you want to kill us? What a joke!" Nangongyi snorted as a smirk crept up on his face. At the same time, the origin energy on his body soared. The sky above him trembled as the heaven and earth energy whirled and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. It revealed his cultivation base at the 6th level martial monarch stage. 6th level martial monarch stage? How surprising. However, it's such a pity that I'm not just a Lingtian sect's disciple. I'm a Lingtian sect's elder. the middle-aged man announced nonchalantly as origin energy rose from his body. Whoosh! After the heaven and earth energy whirled above the middle-aged man, the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared immediately. One silhouette of an ancient black dragon and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. 8th level martial monarch. Horror dawned on the Nangong twins immediately when they saw that. They did not expect this man would be so powerful. No wonder he was confident enough to bring them to this deserted place. Soon after, the Nangong twins were locked in a battle with the middle-aged man. Between the Nangong twins, Nangongchen, who was more powerful, was only at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Even when he unleashed his full power, he was still inferior to the man. It was fortunate he had Nangong Yi assisting him by the side. However, as time continued to go by, the Nangong twins began to show signs of losing. If it was not for the fact that the man still wanted to dig out Duanling Tian's whereabouts from them, perhaps they would be dead by now. Naturally, they knew he would not let them go even if they told him Duanling Tian's whereabouts. They knew this very well. Flee! In the end, the two Nangong twins could only retreat. Want to flee? A hint of disdain and a smirk appeared on the middle-aged man's face when he saw the Nangong twins trying to escape. In his opinion, these two could not even defeat him if they joined forces. It would be even more unlikely for them to escape under his nose. However, when he chased after them, he quickly discovered things were not turning out the way he had expected them to. The speed of the movement martial skill the blue-clad young man cast was far greater than his. Although he had to bring the red-clad young man with him, his speed was still not slower than his. Whoosh! Nangongchen was in the lead as he fled with Nangong Yi in tow. Although his speed was slightly slower because of this, it was not slower than the middle-aged man who was pursuing them. It's fortunate that my movement martial skill is greater than his. Fear lingered in Nangongchen's heart. While the Nangong twins were being pursued, a few martial emperor's disciples from Lingxian Peak, who were in charge of collecting information, were gathered in a secluded cave, were whispering among each other in Lingxian Peak. According to my speculation, I'm pretty certain that Lord Ling Tian must be the sect leader that Ling Tian's sect is searching for, one of the men said. Right now, both Lord Martial Emperor and Lord Ling Tian are not here. Even Lord Ling Tian's two friends have left Lingxian Peak as well. What should we do? Should we go to Ling Tian's sect and tell them about the whereabouts of Lord Ling Tian? Another person asked. What? You want that 1,000 supreme grade origin stones? Somebody snorted. About this matter, I think it's best for us to wait for Lord Martial Emperor and Lord Ling Tian to decide when they return. As for Ling Tian's sect, well, it's best for us to wait for Lord Ling Tian to return so he can decide for himself, the last person said. The others agreed with the last person who spoke. In that case, let's not meddle in this matter. Let's inform Lord Martial Emperor and Lord Ling Tian when they return. Yeah, let's do that. The few martial emperor's disciples of Lingxian Peak who was responsible for collecting information decided to keep Duanling Tian's matter a secret. Everything would have to wait until Martial Emperor Lingxian and Duanling Tian return before they reveal anything. Due to their decision and the Nangong twin being pursued, Han Xuanai and the people of Ling Tian's sect only found out about Duanling Tian's whereabouts much later in the future. Duanling Tian remained unaware of this matter. At this moment, he was being taken to the hidden fog island by Martial Emperor Lingxian. They were getting closer and closer to the hidden fog island. Ha! Duanling Tian, who was being led by Martial Emperor Lingxian during the journey, woke up from his cultivation. When he lifted his head, he noticed a dense fog in front of him. The dense fog obstructed their view, completely blocking the scenery in front. Once we enter the dense fog, it'll only take us about 10 days before we arrive at the hidden fog island. Yang Hui, Martial Emperor Lingxian, explained immediately when he noticed Duanling Tian had woken up. 10 days? That's fast. Duanling Tian nodded. It would take them about 10 days before they arrive at the hidden fog island of the overseas Saint Island. At this moment, Duanling Tian's emotions were in turmoil. After all, this was his first time leaving Cloud Continent. We've left Cloud Continent for a while now, but no demon beasts attacked us during the journey? Duanling Tian asked Yang Hui curiously. Of course, there are, Yang Hui answered. There were more than 10 Demon Emperor stage demon beasts that attempted to attack us during the journey. I killed 3 of them, and the others retreated in fear. Retreated in fear? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he realized there was a sudden upheaval in the calm sea region. A giant figure suddenly shot out of the sea at lightning speed and rose up to the sky, blocking their way. It was a demon beast that was as huge as a hill. It emitted an inexplicable pressure as it stood there. The demon beast was completely black in color. Its body was covered in scales systematically, while its 4 sharp claws looked like a hawk's claws. From afar, it looked as though a gigantic bear was standing there. Even its head was exactly identical to a bear. This is a Stygian scale bear, one of the demon beasts native to the overseas. This demon beast's strength is equivalent to a first-level martial emperor. Its brute strength is really terrifying. Although its strength is at the first-level demon emperor stage, it's different from ordinary first-level demon emperors. This Stygian scale bear has a relatively low IQ and is unable to transform into a human, Yang Hui explained as Duan Ling Tian studied the hill-sized demon beast in front of him. Stygian scale bear? Duan Ling Tian nodded his head in understanding. His eyes suddenly narrowed. He noticed the Stygian scale bear had already begun to make its move. Its hill-like body was charging toward them quickly. It seemed like its speed was not affected by its heavy and burdensome body. We encountered a Stygian scale bear just 2 weeks ago, and I killed it in just a blow. Brother Ling Tian, do you want to give it a try? Due to its low IQ, it can't transform. Moreover, unlike ordinary demon emperors, this Stygian scale bear doesn't even know how to use spirit weapons. Yang Hui was calm even though the Stygian scale bear was charging at them. Instead, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. First-level demon emperor stage? It doesn't know how to use spirit weapons. In Duan Ling Tian's memory, let alone a demon emperor, even a demon monarch or a void transformation stage demon beast could transform into humans. They were no different from humans. When they battled, they knew how to use spirit weapons as well. Leave it to me. Duan Ling Tian's body flashed, and he left the protection sphere that was formed by Yang Hui's energy. He charged toward the Stygian scale bear. In his opinion, a first-level Emperor stage demon beast like the Stygian scale bear that did not even know how to wield a spirit weapon was no threat to him. Moreover, he was confident he could kill it without needing to use his spirit weapon as well. Dragon soaring the 9 heavens. When Duan Ling Tian charged out, a 5-colored energy soared from his body. It created a long rainbow that seemed as though it had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon. It pounced at the Stygian scale bear immediately. Roar. At this time, the Stygian scale bear had also noticed Duan Ling Tian charging at it. It raised its head and roared loudly. Its claw struck out and set off an ear-piercing sound of wind whistling. The sharp claws charged straight like a streak of light toward Duan Ling Tian, who was pouncing at it. Duan Ling Tian had no intention of dodging the Stygian scale bear's claws at all. He was calm as he charged directly at it. It seemed like he was going to risk the danger. Ha! Even Yang Hui, who had seen a great deal, was shocked as well. Boldness stems from superb skills. This thought suddenly sprung up in his mind. Duan Ling Tian's face turned a little tense when he saw how the Stygian scale bear's sharp claws were about to land on his body. In the next instant, 9 Dragons Barrier. At that second, the origin energy inside Duan Ling Tian's body whirled and left his body unreservedly before it merged perfectly with the 2 profundities that he had comprehended. The fused profundity. The sword profundity. When the Stygian scale bear's paws were just a foot away, the 5-colored energy that emitted a sharp and tyrannical aura around Duan Ling Tian's body transformed into 5 5-colored divine dragons that rapidly revolved around Duan Ling Tian's body. Almost at the same time, a layer of 5-colored light shield appeared around Duan Ling Tian's body. The Stygian scale bear's sharp claws that contained a tremendous amount of terrifying energy landed on it. Boom! 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 The Stygian scale bear's sharp claws landed on the 5-colored light shield around Duan Ling Tian's body. In just a second, a series of thunderous sound exploded. It was accompanied by a wave of energy from the impact that swept out toward the surroundings. Duan Ling Tian and the Stygian scale bear were at the center of the energy from the impact. Apart from turning the air in the surroundings into a vacuum space, even the sea surface was affected by the energy from the impact. The sea surface caved, causing the seawater to compress before it turned tumultuous. Roar. When the energy from the impact began to weaken, the Stygian scale bear roared loudly once again. The roar contained hints of anger. And this anger was caused by Duan Ling Tian. The Stygian scale bear was infuriated when it saw Duan Ling Tian remained impervious to its attack. It raised its sharp claws again, poised to attack. What? You're not happy with the outcome? Duan Ling Tian merely smiled softly when he saw the Stygian scale bear moved. He had no intention of stopping it. Soon after, the Stygian scale bear's claws slammed down again. This time, the strength was stronger since it had unleashed its full strength. Boom! 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 A thunderous sound erupted once again, setting off an even more horrifying energy from the impact. In addition to the loud sound, there was also a continuous sound of air detonation and the sound of the raging waves that was caused by the compression on the sea surface. What a strong defensive martial skill! Yang Hui's eyes brightened immediately. The shock was evident on his face. He was standing still inside the protective shield that was formed by his energy. Zhou Di and the others were in the midst of their own cultivation. They were not affected by this at all. No sound from the surroundings could be heard inside the protective shield. Although the energy from the impact swept out from where Duan Ling Tian and the Stygian scale bear stood and caused the almost transparent protection shield to vibrate, it did not pierce through it at all. My 9 dragons barrier could be considered as being at the mastery stage already. Once it enters the perfection stage, I'll be able to solidify 9 divine dragons as a barrier around my body, Duan Ling Tian muttered as he looked at the 5-colored divine dragons revolving swiftly around his body. The 5-colored light shield formed by the 5-colored revolving divine dragons remained impenetrable, even though the Stygian scale bear had already unleashed all of its energy in its attack. Roar! The Stygian scale bear roared loudly again. However, a hint of fear could be heard from its roar this time. It was apparent the Stygian scale bear was afraid now that it had noticed how powerful Duan Ling Tian was. Although its IQ was low, it was only low compared to other ordinary demon emperors. It was afraid now that it had encountered an opponent who remained impervious to its full force attack. Its hill-like body shuddered before it suddenly turned around to escape. Don't leave in a hurry. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. If you manage to survive after receiving 2 of my blows, I'll let you go. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold immediately when he saw the Stygian scale bear trying to leave. In the next instant, his body charged out as he cast dragon soaring the 9 heavens again. He soon caught up to the Stygian scale bear. Even without his spirit weapon, he was still stronger than the Stygian scale bear. This was apparent in the way he managed to easily block the Stygian scale bear's full-force attack by using his defensive martial skill earlier. He caught up to the Stygian scale bear effortlessly and blocked its path. Before the Stygian scale bear even realized what was happening, Duan Ling Tian had already made his move. He cast his movement martial skill, Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens, again. It seemed as though he had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon as he rammed into the Stygian scale bear. Whoosh! Without casting any martial skill, Duan Ling Tian's fists rained down on the Stygian scale bear's chest. Boom! A loud sound echoed. It was the sound of Duan Ling Tian's fists punching the Stygian scale bear's chest. It was like he was smashing rotten wood. The sky trembled as a wave of energy from the impact swept out. Boom! 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 The wave of energy from the impact continued to wreak havoc as it swept out, setting off a thunderous sound. The commotion was much bigger than when the Stygian scale bear first attacked Duan Ling Tian. Hu! The Stygian scale bear cried out in a deafening roar as its body flew out like an arrow that left its bow. Its speed only slowed down after it flew about 100 meters away. Roar! After stabilizing its body that was as big as a hill, the Stygian scale bear glared at Duan Ling Tian fiercely. It suddenly descended, trying to escape into the sea. How's this possible? It's still not dead. After the Stygian scale bear let out 2 shrill cries, it was brimming with energy again. It charged into the sea, surprising Duan Ling Tian. Not only did he release all his origin energy in the punch earlier, but he even unleashed his fused profundity and sword profundity without any reservation. Originally, he thought his punch would be enough to kill the Stygian scale bear after seeing its strength. However, the outcome was beyond his expectation. The Stygian scale bear has a very horrifying scale armor. Even if I punch him using my full strength like you, it won't necessarily die. Yang Hui, Martial Emperor Ling, Xian's voice transmission entered Duan Ling Tian's ears and woke him up. Its defense is so strong? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard this. It looked like God was fair after all. Although the Stygian scale bear had a low IQ and could not transform into a human, it was gifted with an indestructible shell. Duan Ling Tian made his move once again when he saw the Stygian scale bear was about to enter the sea. Before it managed to enter the sea, he went to block its path. I previously said, I'll let you go if you manage to survive after withstanding 2 blows of mine. Don't even think of fleeing before taking my second blow. Duan Ling Tian snarled, not caring whether the Stygian scale bear understood him or not. He really did not mean what he said earlier. He thought he would be able to kill the Stygian scale bear in just 1 blow. Who would have thought the Stygian scale bear's scale armor would turn out to be this horrifying? It actually helped it withstand the blow, and it did not seem to be injured at all. Roar! The Stygian scale bear roared loudly as though it knew the human in front of him did not want to let him go. Since he could no longer escape, he pounced at Duan Ling Tian furiously. Duan Ling Tian's gaze remained calm as he looked at the Stygian scale bear's claws. 9 Dragons Barrier. Once again, 5 divine dragons appeared by his body as they revolved swiftly around him, transforming into a 5-colored light shield. Boom! 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 The Stygian scale bear attacked Duan Ling Tian in a frenzy. It thrust its claws out again and again. The lightning-like attack rained down ceaselessly on the 5-colored light shield around Duan Ling Tian. However, from the beginning until the end, its attack only managed to elicit ripple-like waves on the 5-colored light shield as though it was merely scratching an itch for the shield. What's he doing? Yang Hui let the rolling energy from the impact sweep out as he hovered motionlessly in the sky, looking like a mountain. Even the robe on his body did not flutter at all. He could not help but feel perplexed when he saw Duan Ling Tian standing there quietly. Soon after, he obtained his answer. Tempest Point. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing there in a daze, finally made his move. With a raise of his hand, he pointed a finger at the chest of the Stygian scale bear that was attacking him ceaselessly. To be more precise, his finger was pointed at the place between the Stygian scale bear's chest and neck. There was a gap there that was not covered by the scale armor. The gap was extremely small. If one did not pay attention, one would not have noticed it at all. The Tempest Point was one of the offensive martial skill from the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. It was only an Earth rank martial skill, and it had been a long time since Duan Ling Tian had last used it. However, it still looked imposing and majestic when Duan Ling Tian cast it. The fused profundity substituted the wind profundity. The sword profundity substituted the thunder profundity. As the finger pointed up, the 2 profundities followed like shadows and slammed into the small gap in between the Stygian scale bear's chest and neck. Spurt! He pulled out his finger, causing fresh blood to splatter all over the place. Duan Ling Tian did not feel any resistance at all throughout the entire process. When his finger pierced the Stygian scale bear, a few sharp forces shot out of his fingertip and wreaked havoc inside its body. The Stygian scale bear's hill-like body immediately shuddered violently. Ayahu! The Stygian scale bear's shrill cries gradually grew fainter and fainter before it died down completely. The Stygian scale bear's body immediately fell from the sky. Beast Core! Duan Ling Tian made his move instantly when he saw the Stygian scale bear was about to fall into the sea. With the strength of his arm, he lifted it up forcefully, while the other hand took out a knife and pierced the wound on its body. The next step was easy. Using the wound on the Stygian scale bear as the starting point, Duan Ling Tian forcefully tore its scale armor open along the tiny gaps between the scales. Finally, he took out a pill-like item that was gleaming with a faint luster. It was the Stygian scale bear's beast core. After removing the profundity fragment from the Stygian scale bear's body, Duanling Tian threw its body back into the sea. With a loud plop, it set off ripples of waves. Yang Hui, who was standing in the distance, was consumed with shock. What a strong observational skill! In just a span of a few breaths, he managed to discover the Stygian scale bear's weakness. Yang Hui sighed emotionally when he recalled the scene earlier. He still remembered when he went out to sea for the first time. It took him more than 1 hour to find the Stygian scale bear's weakness when he encountered it. However, the purple-clad young man before him only took a span of a few breaths. It was so fast that it was terrifying. After putting aside his battle trophy, Duanling Tian returned to Yang Hui's side again. He asked curiously, "Are all the demon beasts in the overseas so powerful, can't transform, and have a low IQ?" "Of course not." Yang Hui shook his head. "Demon emperors like the Stygian scale bear are the minority in the overseas. Most demon emperors here are similar to the demon emperors on Cloud Continent. For instance, the demon emperors I've killed during our journey were all like the Stygian scale bear. As for the others, they are all able to transform into humans, and their IQ is in no way inferior to a human," Yang Hui explained. "I see." Duanling Tian nodded his head. Duanling Tian's memory had not fully recovered yet. Otherwise, he would have already known about this from the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, since the Rebirth Martial Emperor had also left Cloud Continent. Although he did not go very far out to the overseas, he had at least stayed there for a period of time. He had come across many overseas demon beasts, and there was no lack of demon emperors among them. Soon after, Yang Hui continued on the journey with Duanling Tian and the others in tow. Now that they were approaching the hidden fog island, Duanling Tian did not continue to cultivate. He was deeply engrossed in the memory he had regained in the past few months. He noticed his memory was very rich. First of all, he remembered all the things he went through in the past. He had also regained most of his memory after he left the southern outer land of Cloud Continent and crossed the Ruoshui River. Crossing the Ruoshui River, taking in Gold Thug, annihilating the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan, invading Yin-Yang sect, and building Ling Tian sect. The memory after Duanling Tian had crossed Ruoshui River began to grow in his mind, just like how the shoots would grow after the rain. Everything seemed like it had just happened yesterday. Tian Wu. Soon after, he remembered Feng Tian Wu, the woman who was always beside him. However, he could not recall where she was from or that she was held captive in Lost Stone Forest. He also remembered the incident in Lost Stone Forest. Moreover, he also remembered the Devil Seal Tablet. During the battle in Lost Stone Forest, the Devil Seal Tablet devilified him before he engaged in a tight battle with Martial Emperor Shi. It resulted in his consciousness being wiped out. He finally remembered all of this. "So it turns out I actually lost the Devil Seal Tablet in Lost Stone Forest. Tian Wu's also in Lost Stone Forest." Duanling Tian's eyes were gleaming coldly. Killing intent could be seen in his eyes. "Brother Yang." Duanling Tian took the initiative to call out to Yang Hui as he looked at him. "Yes." Yang Hui looked at Duanling Tian, puzzled. "Is there anything I can help you with, Brother Ling Tian?" "Brother Yang, I want to know if Martial Emperor Shi from Lost Stone Forest will bring his men to join the Hidden Fog Martial competition this time," Duanling Tian asked. "Of course." Yang Hui nodded his head as though it was a matter of course. Martial Emperor Shi is a well-known martial emperor on Cloud Continent. He must have received the invitation from the Hidden Fog Island too. For the sake of the Saint Stones, he'll definitely bring his men here. "That's great." Duanling Tian nodded in satisfaction when he found out Martial Emperor Shi, the owner of Lost Stone Forest, would be coming as well. Meanwhile, the cold gleam in the depth of his eyes intensified as though he would devour anyone who dared to come near him. "What's wrong, Brother Ling Tian? Is there enmity between you and Martial Emperor Shi?" Yang Hui could not help but ask when he noticed something was not quite right with Duanling Tian's expression. "Yes." Duanling Tian nodded. Yang Hui did not continue to ask about the matter. He realized Duanling Tian was unwilling to talk about it further when he did not continue to speak after he nodded. However, he could not help but remind him, "Brother Ling Tian, that Martial Emperor Shi has broken through to the 4th level Martial Emperor stage earlier than I did. Don't underestimate his ability." Fourth-level Martial Emperor stage, Duanling Tian mumbled softly. His expression remained unchanged, but his heart could not help but sink. Although he had recalled what happened at Lost Stone Forest, the memory of the time when he used his power after the devilification and the Martial Emperor's ability were still a blur in his mind. After listening to Yang Hui, he gained a rough understanding of Martial Emperor Shi. Yang Hui continued to lead the way as Duanling Tian muttered to himself. During Ling Xian Peak's selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers, his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 6th-level Martial Monarch stage. Naturally, it was all thanks to the rebirth pill and the effective construction after the destruction that he had broken through so quickly. Moreover, the elevation of his ability was not limited to his cultivation base alone. The fused profundity and sword profundity that he had comprehended had a major elevation too. According to his estimation, the rapid elevation of his 2 profundities should be caused by the soul remnant energy from the Devil Seal tablet that suppressed his soul. His broken soul was a blessing in disguise. Due to that, he had obtained an elevation in his profundities and changes that could not be explained. A few months had passed since the selection of the Martial Emperor's disciples and followers in Ling Xian Peak. Although they had been traveling, Duanling Tian did not forget to cultivate. Moreover, Martial Emperor Ling Xian, Yang Hui, carried Duanling Tian and the other 9 with his energy, so Duanling Tian did not need to expend any effort at all. Therefore, his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 9th-level Martial Monarch stage. On the other hand, he managed to raise his fused profundity and sword profundity to the 5th level. His sword profundity had finally caught up with his fused profundity. It was all due to the sword Dao Duanling Tian had memorized. The sword Dao came from the word, sword, that he found in his hometown. The word was left behind by a man who called himself a sword saint. When Duanling Tian was thinking about his current ability, something flashed in his mind and a name suddenly appeared in his mind. Feng Qingyang. It was the name of the man who called himself a sword saint. Memories related to the word sword was flashing in his mind at the moment. I was wondering why my sword profundity rose so quickly. It even caught up with my fused profundity. As it turns out, it's because of the word sword. Duanling Tian was in a good mood when he recalled this. He closed his eyes again. He knew very well that his current ability was far behind Martial Emperor Shi, who was at the 4th-level Martial Emperor stage. He needed to quickly raise his ability in order to defeat Martial Emperor Shi. Soon after, he immersed himself in cultivation again. He could not let any opportunity to cultivate slip away. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Divine Dragon Form. As Duanling Tian cultivated, they were getting closer and closer to the Hidden Fog Island under Yang Hui's lead. The Hidden Fog Island was in the Overseas Saint Island. Many Martial Emperor and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent would be coming to the Hidden Fog Island. These Martial Emperor and Demon Emperor powerhouses' abilities were on par with those famous Martial Emperor and Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. The 3 most powerful people on Hidden Fog Island were the 3 island masters of Hidden Fog Island. The 3 of them managed the Hidden Fog Island. They had many disciples under them. Although they did not categorize them as disciples or followers, they had their own ranking system. There were the core disciples, inner island disciples, and outer island disciples. The 3 types of Hidden Fog Island's disciples received different treatments as well. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition was organized by the Hidden Fog Island. Apart from inviting the disciples under Martial Emperors and Demon Emperors from Cloud Continent, the outstanding disciples of Hidden Fog Island would participate in the martial competition as well. At that time, powerhouses from the Hidden Fog Island and Cloud Continent below the age of 70 would engage in an intense competition. At this moment, there were exactly 3 months left before the Hidden Fog Martial Competition began. However, there was already a crowd on the Hidden Fog Island. The Martial Emperor and Demon Emperor powerhouses who left Cloud Continent early had already arrived at the Hidden Fog Island with 10 of their most outstanding disciples. They were welcomed with great hospitality on the Hidden Fog Island. These Martial Emperor and Demon Emperor powerhouses along with their disciples were arranged to stay in secluded mansions. These mansions were scattered on the south of the Hidden Fog Island. The south of Hidden Fog Island was filled with lush greeneries and fresh air. The heaven and earth origin energy there was concentrated, making it a great place for cultivation. Most people who were enthusiastic about the hidden fog island would know the island was rich in origin stones. They had a hidden reserve beneath the ground on the east side of the island. The cultivation environment on the hidden fog island was affected by the origin stones reserve. Therefore, the east side of Hidden Fog Island was the best cultivation place on the island. It was also where the 3 island masters of Hidden Fog Island, core disciples, and inner island disciples cultivated. Due to their low status, outer island disciples were not allowed in there. The outer island disciples were scattered on the north and west side of Hidden Fog Island. The sceneries around the Hidden Fog Island were beautiful with lush greeneries everywhere. Contrary to the Hidden Fog Island's surrounding, there was a vast and boundless city in the middle of the island. It was the only city on the Hidden Fog Island. It was the Hidden Fog City. Apart from some interims elders and elders from Hidden Fog Island, there were also some martial emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent staying in the Hidden Fog City. Apart from these people, Hidden Fog City was mostly occupied by the natives. The natives were the descendants of the Hidden Fog Island's disciples from when the island was founded. The talented descendants would become the Hidden Fog Island's disciples, while those who were not would settle in Hidden Fog City, running small businesses. Many years had passed, Hidden Fog City had developed tremendously, and it was now a bustling city. On the south of Hidden Fog Island was where they welcomed their guests. Martial emperors and demon emperors from Cloud Continent with their 10 most outstanding disciples would be arranged to stay here. In the compound of a huge mansion on the south of Hidden Fog Island, a middle-aged man who was dressed casually was staring at 2 young ladies before him greedily. "Junior sisters, I bet both of you have never been to Hidden Fog City since it's your first time on Hidden Fog Island? How about we show you around?" Another middle-aged man stood next to him with a similar expression on his face. He was staring at the 2 ladies before him with undisguised greed and desire. There was a hint of wickedness in the depth of their eyes. Since they had lived on Hidden Fog Island for so many years, it was their first time seeing such beauties. They really felt their trip here was worthwhile. The 2 ladies before them were so beautiful it took their breaths away. They almost lost their souls when they saw the 2 ladies. Their appearance could be considered as peerless. They were extremely beautiful. Although they were both outstanding, the 2 ladies had completely different charisma. The one that was dressed in light purple had an alluring aura that seemed capable of making all men fall head over heels for her, just like a red rose. If the purple-clad lady was a red rose, the other lady would be a pure snow lotus. She looked like a pretty girl from a humble family. She was cute and naive. Both of them had their own beauty. "That's right, junior sisters. With your senior brothers accompanying you, we can guarantee your trip to Hidden Fog City will be worth it," the other middle-aged man said. He did not bother to conceal the desire in his eyes. Although both of the middle-aged men were dressed casually, they each had a token on their belts made from an unknown material. The word "inner" was carved on the token. If the natives on Hidden Fog Island were here, they would be able to recognize the token for what it was. It was the token that Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples carried with them to show their identity. The abilities of Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples were similar to ordinary martial emperor's disciples on Cloud Continent. "We thank senior brother's kindness. But we've only just arrived, so we're planning to take a good and long rest. We don't have any plans to go to the Hidden Fog City just yet," the purple-clad young lady said slowly. She seemed polite, but there was a hint of loathing for the 2 middle-aged men in her beautiful eyes. "If that's the case, we'll come back another day," one of the middle-aged men said. Soon after, the 2 middle-aged men turned around. As soon as they turned around, their faces immediately turned solemn. They had been here 10 times at least in recent times, but they were rejected every single time. Due to that, their patience was wearing thin. If those 2 ladies were ordinary women, they would not hesitate to use force if they could not convince them with words. Unfortunately, the 2 ladies they saw were a martial emperor's direct disciples from Cloud Continent. Although the 2 ladies' abilities were lesser than theirs, they did not dare to be aggressive. They would only do that if they were seeking death. Both of them were just Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples. Even if they were killed by the martial emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent, the 3 island masters of Hidden Fog Island would not do anything about it. It would be a different story if they were Hidden Fog Island's core disciples. To the three island masters, the status of the core disciples on Hidden Fog Island was equivalent to the martial emperor's direct disciples on Cloud Continent. Sister Kuer, it seems like we won't be able to go to Hidden Fog City today. Although the two fellows have left, they might be hiding nearby. They'll definitely follow us as soon as we leave, the purple-clad lady said to the lady next to her. It's all right, Sister Fair. We'll go in a few days' time, the latter said. The two ladies were Li Fei and Kuer. They had followed Martial Emperor Yuhan to the Hidden Fog Island. Although they were Martial Emperor Yuhan's direct disciples, it was difficult for them to achieve outstanding result with their current abilities in the Hidden Fog martial competition. They came to Hidden Fog Island just to spectate. Ever since they arrived at the Hidden Fog Island, they had planned to visit Hidden Fog City. However, two irritating flies would always bother them, affecting their mood greatly. The flies that Li Fei and Kuer were referring to were none other than the two Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples who had just left. Previously, it was these two inner island disciples who had shown them to their accommodation. Who would have thought they would linger around and irritate them? As soon as Li Fei and Kuer were about to leave, they would show up just in time. They were like those medicinal herbal patches that were so sticky that it was hard to get rid of. Senior sister will come out of her closed-door cultivation in a few days. We can ask her to accompany us at that time. Li Fei mumbled as her eyes gleamed. I'm sure they wouldn't dare to do as they please if Senior Sister Sue is with us. Kuer scoffed softly. At the moment when the two ladies returned to their room to cultivate, a group of guests arrived at the Hidden Fog Island. They were the people from Ling Xian Peak. It was Duan Ling Tian and the others. Led by Martial Emperor Ling Xian, Yang Hui, they successfully traveled through the dangerous ocean and arrived safely at the Hidden Fog Island. We've arrived at the Hidden Fog Island, Yang Hui said. He surprised everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, with his words. After a while, everyone regained their senses. We're here. So this is Hidden Fog Island? We can only see a small part of Hidden Fog Island standing here. Just like its name, most of Hidden Fog Island is hidden by the fog. Many of them observed the island before them and discussed among themselves. Duan Ling Tian stood aside and took a good look at the island. The Hidden Fog Island really lived up to its name. As they entered the Hidden Fog Island, two silhouettes came from afar and blocked their path. Sir, may I ask which Martial Emperor powerhouse from Cloud Continent are you? They asked Yang Hui, who was at the lead, bluntly as they blocked their path. Martial Emperor Ling Xian, Yang Hui said calmly as he looked at the two people's waists. Both of you are the Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples? Sir, Island Master sent us to welcome all of you. Please follow me. We've prepared your accommodation in the south of Hidden Fog Island. One of the inner island disciples said respectfully. Please lead the way. Yang Hui nodded. The two inner island disciples turned around to lead the way. They led Duan Ling Tian, Yang Hui, and the others to the south of Hidden Fog Island. It was where the southern island of Hidden Fog Island was located. The southern island was where Hidden Fog Island hosted their guests. Usually, nobody was allowed there. There would be inner island disciples monitoring and patrolling the southern island from above every now and then. There was only one outcome for all intruders that were caught: death. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian and the others learned about the Hidden Fog Island from one of the inner island disciples. They learned about the three powerful island masters of Hidden Fog Island, a group of Martial Emperor and Demon Emperor interim elders and elders, as well as the matter of some Martial Emperors who were residing here long-term. Naturally, they also learned many things about the weak natives living in Hidden Fog City. This Hidden Fog Island is closed to public. Apart from some powerful Martial Emperor and Demon Emperor powerhouses, the natives usually don't leave the island at all from the moment they're born to the day they die. This is like a hidden paradise. Duan Ling Tian could not help but exclaim inwardly. Meanwhile, they had also learned of the differences between the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples, inner island disciples, and outer island disciples from that inner island disciple. If one were to use Cloud Continent's Martial Emperor powerhouses as an example, the Hidden Fog Island's outer island disciples would be the equivalent of a Martial Emperor's followers. Meanwhile, inner island disciples would be the equivalent of a Martial Emperor's disciples, and the core disciples would be the equivalent of a Martial Emperor's direct disciples. So the people from Cloud Continent aren't the only one who will be participating in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition? People from the Hidden Fog Island are also participating. Yang Hui's third direct disciple, Zhong'en, asked in surprise after listening to the Inner Island disciple. Yes, the Inner Island disciple nodded. But just like all of you, only 10 of us from Hidden Fog Island will participate in the competition. The Hidden Fog Island is so big, but only 10 people are participating in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. I'm sure the 10 people who will be participating must be remarkable, right? Someone asked. Of course. The Inner Island disciple nodded with pride in his eyes. On our Hidden Fog Island, we have at least 20 core disciples. The 10 people who are participating in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition are 10 of the most outstanding core disciples on our Hidden Fog Island. Bang! The Inner Island disciples' words struck Duan Ling Tian and the others like a lightning. They were in shock. There were at least 20 core disciples on the Hidden Fog Island? One must know that the Hidden Fog Island's core disciple strength was similar to the Martial Emperor's direct disciples on Cloud Continent. The 10 people from Hidden Fog Island that were selected among at least 20 core disciples were undoubtedly elite. There must be quite a number of them who were Martial Emperors. Apart from Duan Ling Tian and Zhou Di who managed to keep their calm, the remaining 8, including the Martial Emperor's direct disciples, Song Ting and Zhong'en, looked a little wretched. At this moment, they finally realized they might encounter an undefeatable opponent during the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at a huge mansion under the 2 Inner Island disciples' lead. There were many small compounds in the mansion. It was more than enough for all 11 of them to occupy a compound each. Sir, the Hidden Fog Martial Competition will only take place 3 months later. Within these 3 months, if you and your disciples are bored, you can visit Hidden Fog City. The 2 Inner Island disciples said to Yang Hui before they left. Yang Hui nodded. If there's nothing else, we'll make a move now. The 2 Inner Island disciples left after bidding them goodbye. They turned around and headed straight to the east side of Hidden Fog Island. Their mission was to welcome one Martial Emperor Powerhouse and his people. Once they have completed their mission, they would report to the eastern island of Hidden Fog Island. After they gave their report, they would not be required to welcome another Martial Emperor Powerhouse and his disciples. The other Inner Island disciples would welcome the other Martial Emperor Powerhouses who had yet to arrive and the people they brought along. There are natives from Hidden Fog Island and also Martial Emperor Powerhouses from Cloud Continent who had settled down in Hidden Fog City. How interesting. Duan Ling Tian sat on the bed with his legs crossed as he mumbled softly, I'll visit Hidden Fog City in a few days. I'd like to experience the Hidden Fog Island's culture. The cultivation environment on Cloud Continent can't compare to the Hidden Fog Island, since it's an oversea Saint Island. Feels like there's something beneath the ground. Could it be a supreme grade origin stones reserve? Duan Ling Tian speculated as he indulged in the concentrated heaven and earth origin energy on Hidden Fog Island. Supreme grade origin stones reserve. All of the origin stones produced from such a reserve were supreme grade origin stones. There might even be some high quality supreme grade origin stones among them. An origin stones reserve like that did not exist on Cloud Continent. Although there were supreme grade origin stones on Cloud Continent, they came from high grade origin stones reserves. The quantity was low. Could not be compared to a supreme grade origin stones reserve no matter what. Although Duan Ling Tian had speculated there was a supreme grade origin stones reserve beneath the Hidden Fog Island, he had zero interest in it. To him, supreme grade origin stones were just currency for trading and materials to carve inscriptions on. He did not care how many he had as long as he had enough. Since there might be supreme grade origin stones beneath the island, then this Hidden Fog Island can be considered as a treasure island. There must be many precious minerals and herbs here. I'll make a trip to Hidden Fog City in a few days and see if I can gather all the materials I need to craft the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set. I'll be able to form the Royal Grade Weapon Flame once I successfully raise my cultivation base and break through to the Martial Emperor stage. At that time, I'll be able to craft a Royal Grade Spirit Bow and arrows if I manage to gather all the materials. By then, I'll be able to use the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow that father left for me. Duanling Tian made up his mind in just a blink of an eye. Subsequently, he closed his eyes again to calm his mind for cultivation. 9 dragons were sovereign technique, divine dragon form. While he was cultivating, he did not forget to comprehend the 2 types of profundities. While his cultivation was rising rapidly, his 2 profundities were also rising rapidly. 10 days later, Duanling Tian woke up from his cultivation. I'm just a step away from breaking through to the Martial Emperor stage. All I need is just a little more time before I successfully break through. Duanling Tian's eyes gleamed as soon as he opened them. There was a hint of confidence in those eyes. He was only 1 step away from his breakthrough. There was only 1 hurdle left before he entered the Martial Emperor stage. Once he had broken through, he would be like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. His cultivation would skyrocket at that time. I'll make a trip to Hidden Fog City now. Duanling Tian walked out of the room and left the small standalone compound before he leaped up into the sky. It seemed as though he had turned into a bolt of lightning as he made his way to Hidden Fog City. On the way to Hidden Fog City, Duanling Tian heard a voice in his head. Kid, how long has it been? I see that your soul's almost completely recovered. It was Wang Ba who had spoken. My soul's almost recovered? Duanling Tian did not respond to Wang Ba as his eyes lit up. Instead, he asked, that means I'll regain all the memories I had lost soon. That's right, Wang Ba said. Kid, you haven't answered me. It's close to 1 year from the time you told me it would take 1 year at the most for my memory to return, Duanling Tian said. Just as I expected, Wang Ba said with pride. Kid, are you convinced now? In my opinion, it's the dumbest thing you could have done to ask Martial Emperor Ling Xian for help. Duanling Tian ignored Wang Ba's prideful words. However, he soon recalled something and could not help but ask, Bastard, how much do you know about Saint-grade martial tactics? Saint-grade martial tactics are very rare here. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, almost everyone above the innate void restoration stage cultivates Saint-grade martial tactics. Wang Ba said calmly. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, only Saint-grade martial tactics can affect a person's ability significantly. Mortal-grade martial tactics are just for show. It's nice to look at but useless. Mortal-grade martial tactics? Duanling Tian was stunned. What's that? The martial skills all of you cultivate on mortal continents are mortal-grade martial tactics, Wang Ba said. So martial skills on Cloud Continent are mortal-grade martial tactics? Duanling Tian's lips twitched involuntarily when he heard Wang Ba's words. Based on Wang Ba's words, all martial skills on Cloud Continent, no matter if it was yellow rank, profound rank, earth rank, or heaven rank, were all mortal-grade martial tactics. Moreover, according to Wang Ba, mortal-grade martial tactics were just for show. Just for show? Don't you think you're crossing the line? All of the martial skills on our Cloud Continent, especially heaven rank advanced martial skills, can raise a person's ability significantly, Duanling Tian said unhappily. This was not a joke. He had expended a lot of effort to study and cultivate the variety of martial skills from the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. It was how he obtained all his achievements today. However, Wang Ba's words denied all his years of hard work. It was only natural that he was unhappy. What? Still not convinced? Wang Ba scoffed. Brat, you've yet to experience a saint-grade martial tactic. As soon as you do, you'll realize the mortal-grade martial tactic you've been practicing is just a joke. Are you sure you're not exaggerating? Duanling Tian asked in his deep voice after he took a deep breath. Until now, he was still unwilling to admit that mortal-grade martial tactics were just for show. Let me tell you this. I'm guessing even the best mortal-grade martial tactic on your mortal continent would only give a 10% boost to a martial artist's ability, right? Wang Ba asked. 10%? Duanling Tian mumbled softly. The martial skill he had cultivated was considered the best martial skill on Cloud Continent. However, the martial skill only gave approximately a 10% boost even if he had broken through to the peak level. So you're saying, the boost that Saint-grade martial tactics give a martial artist is far more than a mortal-grade martial tactic? Duanling Tian asked. Of course, Wang Ba said. Even the lowest rank Saint grade martial tactic would give at least a 20% boost to a martial artist's ability. The lowest rank Saint grade martial tactic would give at least a 20% boost to a martial artist's ability? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Are you sure? The boost was a fold higher than the heaven-rank advanced martial skill he had mastered. Humph. You'll find out if what I'm saying is true or not after cultivating a Saint grade martial tactic when you get to the Dao martial Saint land in the future. Wang Ba scoffed. Why'd I have to wait until I get to the Dao martial Saint land? Didn't you say you're some Saint stage powerhouse? Haven't you cultivated a Saint grade martial tactic before? Duan Ling Tian asked. He was going to continue asking when Wang Ba suddenly interrupted him. Brat, I know what's going through your mind. Are you hoping I'll teach you a Saint grade martial tactic? Unfortunately, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Wang Ba said. Humph. How dare you call yourself a Saint stage powerhouse? It's just a Saint grade martial tactic. But you're so unwilling to teach me. So petty? Duan Ling Tian said unwillingly with a scoff. Brat, I'm not trying to be petty. You must know that Saint grade martial tactics are different from mortal grade martial tactics. You can learn mortal grade martial tactics from verbal lessons but not Saint grade martial tactics. You must cultivate Saint grade martial tactics through Saint tokens. Wang Ba continued to say. Saint token? Duan Ling Tian was a little confused. At the same time, something flashed in his mind, and he thought of a certain jade token. It was the jade token his miserly father left him. There was a set of Saint grade martial tactic in the jade token. Could the jade token be a Saint token? Soon after, Duan Ling Tian found out his speculation was right as Wang Ba proceeded to speak. The jade token his miserly father left him was indeed a Saint token. Saint grade martial tactics are usually stored in Saint tokens. If you're looking to cultivate a certain Saint grade martial tactic, you'll need to look for the Saint token containing the Saint grade martial tactic, Wang Ba said. That's the reason why I can't teach you any Saint grade martial tactic no matter how many of it I know. You can only obtain the Saint token yourself to cultivate a Saint grade martial tactic. The only thing you need to do is to release your spiritual energy into the Saint token to retrieve the Saint grade martial tactic and cultivate it step by step. After you've cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic in the Saint token to its peak, the Saint token will be useless to you, Wang Ba added. Must I keep the Saint token with me until I cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic to its peak? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Wouldn't it sprout like a seed in one's head as long as spiritual energy is released into the Saint token so one can learn everything about the Saint grade martial tactic? Where did you get that idea from? Wang Ba said in disdain. Someone must have tricked you. Brat, I'll teach you an important lesson today. No matter how powerful a person's comprehension capability is, it's impossible for them to memorize the Saint grade martial tactic in a Saint token completely within a short period of time. Everyone needs to learn and cultivate the Saint grade martial tactic in the Saint token step by step. During my time, even people with outstanding comprehension capability would need 2 to 3 years to comprehend the lowest level Saint grade martial tactic contained in a Saint token. Of course, the day he comprehended everything in the Saint token would be the day he cultivated the Saint grade martial tactic in the Saint token to its peak, Wang Ba said. Instead of cultivating it, can't we memorize the Saint grade martial tactic in the Saint token first and slowly cultivate it at a later time? Duan Ling Tian asked eagerly with a frown on his face. Impossible, Wang Ba said with conviction. Everyone can only see a portion of the Saint grade martial tactic when they look into a Saint token with their spiritual energy. They'll only be able to look at the other parts of the Saint grade martial tactic after comprehending and cultivating the information they first saw. Just like that, everything has to be done step by step. The day they retrieve all the information from the Saint grade martial tactic in the Saint token will be the day they cultivate the Saint grade martial tactic to its peak. Wang Ba explained patiently. There should be exceptions, right? Maybe there are some Saint tokens that allow us to retrieve the Saint grade martial tactic in a go so we can memorize and cultivate it at a later date, Duan Ling Tian asked. It's impossible that such a Saint token exists. Brat, I don't care who told you that. The only thing I know is that you've been tricked, Wang Ba said calmly. He had been tricked? Duanling Tian had no comment regarding what Wang Ba said, but it made sense for him to believe his words. The thing was, he had memorized everything about the Saint grade martial tactic, colossal aerolite arrow, in the Saint token his father had left for him without missing a single word. Although he had yet to begin his cultivation of the colossal aerolite arrow, he would still be able to cultivate it successfully even if he threw away the Saint token that contained the colossal aerolite arrow. This was because the colossal aerolite arrow had been imprinted in his mind like a sprouting seed from the second he released his spiritual energy into the Saint token. He could not forget it even if he wanted to. Being able to memorize the Saint grade martial tactic contained in the Saint token completely just by releasing my spiritual energy into it. Could it be a special ability that only I possess? That was the only guess Duanling Tian had. The more he thought about it, the more certain he was. After all, according to Wang Ba, something like that was impossible. It would be great if I can obtain another Saint token. Then I can verify if I really possess a special ability. Duanling Tian thought to himself. If he really possessed such a special ability, no matter what kind of Saint tokens he obtained in the future, he would be able to learn all the Saint grade martial tactics as long as it's within his spiritual energy's capability. This caused his emotion to turn chaotic. Soon after, Duanling Tian regained his senses and calmed his stirred emotion. He regained his senses when the skyline of a big city appeared before his eyes. The looming city hidden behind the gloomy fog was like a grand palace in Wonderland. So this is Hidden Fog City? When Duanling Tian taking in the sight of the big city looming before him, he saw 3 silhouettes hidden by the fog heading in the direction of the city as well. It was clear the 3 silhouettes entering the city belonged to 3 ladies. Why do their backs look so familiar? Duanling Tian thought he had seen 2 of the 3 ladies before. The 2 familiar silhouettes were getting further and further away. Duanling Tian finally regained his senses when the 2 silhouettes disappeared into Hidden Fog City. Who are they? Duanling Tian frowned. Confusion was written all over his face. He pushed the thoughts in his mind aside and chased after them. It seemed like he wanted to find out to whom those 2 familiar silhouettes belonged to. He thought the 2 ladies' backs looked very familiar. If only one of them seemed familiar to him, he could dismiss it as just a mistake or him overthinking things. However, the 2 familiar silhouettes that appeared at the same time seemed to tell him that it was not a coincidence. He might know the 2 ladies with beautiful bodies. It seemed like he knew them from before, and their relationship was one of a kind. At this moment, he could clearly feel his heart beating. It was beating so hard it felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. However, when he entered Hidden Fog City, he could not find the 2 ladies. It seemed like they came from the southern island as well. That means the 2 ladies and the azure-clad lady should be the people brought by some martial emperor or demon emperor powerhouse from Cloud Continent. Duanling Tian speculated. When he arrived at the Hidden Fog Island earlier, he heard from the 2 inner island disciples who welcomed them that the southern island was where they hosted their guests. Guests who arrived at the Hidden Fog Island recently were those martial emperor and demon emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent, and their disciples who would be participating in the Hidden Fog martial competition. Hidden Fog City was bustling. When one entered the city, it felt no different from one of those big bustling cities on Cloud Continent. Duanling Tian walked around the city a few times, but his effort was in vain. He could not find those 2 ladies who looked extremely familiar to him. Forget about it. If they're here for the Hidden Fog martial competition, I'll see them again sooner or later. At that time, I'll find out if we know each other. Duanling Tian thought to himself. There was still quite some time left before the Hidden Fog martial competition organized by Hidden Fog Island would begin. I'll walk around and see if I can gather all the materials needed to craft the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set. I must break through to the Martial Emperor stage before the Hidden Fog martial competition begins. I'll definitely be able to raise my ability further after I craft the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set and cultivate the Saint Grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Ever since Duanling Tian learned about how powerful Saint Grade martial tactics were from Wang Ba, his urgency to cultivate the Colossal Aerolite Arrow began to grow. He was desperate to cultivate it as soon as he could. As soon as I raise my ability, I'll be able to get a good ranking in the Hidden Fog martial competition. A good ranking means more Saint Stones for me. Duan Tian thought to himself as his eyes sparkled. When he obtained more Saint Stones, his journey after breaking through to the Martial Emperor stage would be smooth sailing. After all, Saint Stones were items that could boost a Martial Emperor powerhouse's cultivation. It was a precious and priceless treasure. He was desperate for Saint Stones. At this time, Duan Tian quickened his speed to gather the materials. Meanwhile, there were 3 silhouettes standing in an herbal medicine store on the side of the main road where Duan Tian was about to pass by. 2 beautiful ladies were accompanying an azure-clad lady. The azure-clad lady was looking at a medicinal pill bottle with medicinal pills. Sister Fayer, it's just as you said, that 2 irritating fellows really don't dare to flirt with us when we're with Senior Sister Sue. The beautiful and pure lady who looked like she came from a humble family said to the purple-clad lady next to her. The purple-clad lady smiled lightly after hearing her words. Her beautiful smile seemed capable of charming everyone, and it dimmed everything in her surroundings. In order to get rid of that 2 irritating flies, she had asked their senior sister Su Rong, Martial Emperor Yuhan's direct disciple, to accompany them out today. Due to Su Rong's presence, that 2 annoying flies did not dare to approach them, let alone flirt with them. The purple-clad lady was Li Fei. Meanwhile, the pure lady who looked like she came from a humble family was Kur. Suddenly, Li Fei instinctively looked out of the herbal medicine store. She did not get a clear look, but she saw a purple silhouette that was passing by in a hurry. Although she did not see it clearly, her beautiful body involuntarily trembled. Rascal! Her body trembled because the silhouette was too familiar. She had dreamed of that silhouette many times. It appeared in her dreams and lingered around. It almost drove her insane. Sister Fayer, did you mistake him for someone else? How's it possible that young master? Kua looked out of the herbal medicine store, but she did not see the purple silhouette that rushed by. She thought it was merely Li Fei's hallucination from missing Duan Tian. In her opinion, although her young master was outstanding, it was impossible for him to be here. Where was this place? It was the Hidden Fog Island. As an overseas Saint Island, the Hidden Fog Island was located on the northern ocean of Cloud Continent. There was a certain risk even for a Martial Emperor powerhouse to travel across the northern ocean from Cloud Continent to the Hidden Fog Island. Martial Emperor powerhouses with mediocre abilities might even die during the journey. This was because there were many ferocious demon beasts in the northern ocean. Among the demon beasts, some of them were at the Demon Emperor stage. They managed to arrive safely due to the protection from their master, Martial Emperor Yuhan. Now, Li Fei was saying her young master was here? It was impossible for her to believe it unless she saw him with her own eyes. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing Kua's silky hair to flutter in the wind. It framed her almost perfect face. At this very moment, she seemed to have transformed into a fairy who had descended from heaven to earth. Sister Fayer. She noticed Li Fei had left her side when she regained her senses. Li Fei had left the herbal medicine store and was chasing after that silhouette. Kur immediately chased after her. Meanwhile, their senior sister Su Rong reacted instantly and chased after them when she noticed their abrupt departure. She soon caught up to Kur and saw Li Fei at the same time. To her surprise, her junior sister Li Fei, who was usually obedient, was blocking someone's path. It was a man in purple. He stood there motionlessly. That back! Kur's beautiful body began to tremble when she saw the purple-clad young man's back before she even had a clear look of his face. She stood rooted to the spot. It was as though her feet were filled with lead. The person's back could not be more familiar to her. Rascal, it's really you. At this moment, Li Fei, who was blocking the purple-clad man's path, walked toward him slowly. She did not bother with the judgmental looks from the people who were watching. There was a joy that she could not hide on her extremely beautiful face. Tears of joy were also streaming down her face. It had been too long. She finally met him. The man that she, Li Fei, held onto with her life. She would sacrifice anything for him, including her life. Soon after, Li Fei arrived before the purple-clad man. It was none other than Duan Tian. She stared at him as tears of joy streamed down her face. She asked shakily, "Rascal, why? Why are you here? Who are you?" The smile on Li Fei's face completely froze when she heard that voice. That voice belonged to Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was looking at Li Fei in confusion. This person who seemed so familiar to him was a complete stranger. You don't recognize me? All of a sudden, Li Fei's face turned gravely pale. She had just managed to stabilize herself, but her body began to tremble again. Tears were streaming down her face like pouring rain. She did not expect the man that she had been missing so much no longer recognized her. Did he forget about her? At this moment, Li Fei felt as though her heart was being cut into a million pieces. The pain and agony spread all over her body and suffocated her. Eventually, Li Fei could no longer endure the lifeblood boiling in her body. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned even paler. Her pain caused many to feel distressed. Sister Feier. At this moment, Kur finally regained her senses, and she rushed out immediately. She held onto Li Fei's trembling body that seemed like it was about to fall at any given time. Kur, rascal, he doesn't recognize me, Li Fei said shakily as Kur held her. Her voice was shaking so much as though she was extremely cold. She could not speak properly at all. Kur's eyes turned red when she heard that and looked at Duan Ling Tian. Before she could speak, Duan Ling Tian felt an unknown pain and grabbed his chest. His face turned a little pale as he looked at the two ladies standing before him. Who are both of you? Why do I find both of you so familiar? And why? Why do I feel a wrenching pain in my heart? Duan Ling Tian's voice was shaking a little as he spoke. Young master, did you forget about Kur as well? Kur's eyes were even redder now after she listened to Duan Ling Tian's words. Tears were pouring down her pure and beautiful face. The people who were watching felt pain in their hearts. This brat. How can he upset these two ladies like this? I can tell he's a bastard. A man as ungrateful as him should be struck by lightning. Many people glared at Duan Ling Tian. They were enraged with Duan Ling Tian's ill treatment of the two ladies. When people were condemning Duan Ling Tian as Li Fei and Kur looked at him in despair, he forced a smile and said apologetically, I lost my memory. Lost his memory? Li Fei and Kur stopped crying when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Their faces were immediately filled with concern. At that very moment, both Li Fei or Kur experienced a complete change in mood from one end of the spectrum to the other. The change was like rising from hell to heaven. Their man did not forget about them. Instead, he had suffered amnesia. Rascal, how did you lose your memory? Young master, what exactly happened? Li Fei and Kur asked with apprehension while looking at Duan Ling Tian. When they found out their man had not intentionally forgotten about them, the gloom in their eyes faded away, leaving only concern. Gazing at the two ladies who were looking at him with concern, the way Duan Ling Tian's heart thundered was getting more and more intense. He could tell that the two ladies whom he felt familiar were sincerely worried about him. Their feelings were real and they were not faking it. I used to have friends like them? Duan Ling Tian was eager to recover that part of his memory the second he looked at them. Although he had a huge chunk of his memory restored, he had yet to recover the most important part. One of them included these two ladies who seemed to have an extraordinary relationship with him. Could you tell me what kind of relationship did we share? I feel that both of you seem very familiar and close to me. It's like the both of you are my family. Duan Ling Tian stared at Li Fei and Kua attentively and asked softly. Even Duan Ling Tian did not realize that his tone had mellowed. Now that he was speaking, his eyes were gentle like flowing water. We're your fiancés. Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian with fondness and anticipation, eager to see if her reminder could make him recall his memory. Fiancés? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. The people who were watching gasped. These two remarkable ladies are his fiancés? That's not fair. It's the first time seeing such a beauty in my entire life. Even better that there are two of them, but both of them are his fiancés. If I could replace him, I'd be willing to be him even if I'm dying a month later. The onlooking men gawked at Duan Ling Tian with envy and jealousy. They were eager to replace him. So, he's fiancé to junior sister Li and junior sister Kur? Su Rong stood nearby and ogled Duan Ling Tian without blinking. To be exact, She was looking at Duan Ling Tian's back as she experienced a stir of emotions. From her knowledge, her master martial emperor Yuhan had taken Li Fei and Ku'er in as her direct disciples for their fiancé's sake. Naturally, she had no idea what her master was up to. However, she figured that her master might want something from their fiancé. She could not figure out any other reason apart from that. It took Duan Ling Tian a while to snap back to his senses. He only asked after inhaling a deep breath in, "The both of you are my fiancés?" Although he believed what Li Fei said, he wanted to be absolutely sure of this shocking piece of information. So, he already had a fiancé, and not only one but two. Yes, Li Fei nodded. Her expression remained the same even though she had just admitted herself to be Duan Ling Tian's fiancé while many people watched. It was as if those people were invisible to her. However, Ku'er was much more bashful than her. Her cheeks flushed like they were going to drip with blood. Duan Ling Tian had no idea what to say after hearing Li Fei's affirmation. Although he had found out the two ladies before him were his fiancées, he could not recall anything about them at all. All he felt at that moment was that the two ladies were very familiar and intimate to him. He completely could not recall what they had gone through together. Duan Ling Tian looked around and felt uneasy being watched like they were monkeys in a performance. He said to Li Fei and Ku'er in an instant, "Let's find somewhere to sit down so the both of you can tell me more about our past. Let's see if I can recall anything." "I've got many things to ask you too," Li Fei agreed immediately. Although Ku'er did not speak, she nodded obediently. Being the woman that she was, she listened and obeyed whatever Duan Ling Tian said. Years had passed, and although both Li Fei and Ku'er had drastic changes in their abilities, they had not changed at all when it came to the fondness they had for Duan Ling Tian. He was the man that they committed their lives to. He was the only man they ever wanted. Junior sister Li, junior sister Ku'er. "So, this is the fiancé the both of you have always talked about." A voice spoke up suddenly. Duan Ling Tian, Li Fei, and Ku'er, who were ready to leave, stopped moving and looked at the person who had stood up to speak. Senior sister Su, Li Fei, and Ku'er immediately greeted the person who stood out. Duan Ling Tian looked closely and noticed that it was a lady in azure. She was the third silhouette who had stood with Li Fei and Ku'er outside the hidden fog city when he had seen them earlier. "Rascal, this is senior sister Su," Li Fei introduced while looking at Duan Ling Tian. Senior sister Su. Although Duan Ling Tian could not recall Li Fei and Ku'er from his past, since he had confirmed that the both of them were his fiancés, he did not dare to hesitate as he greeted their senior sister. "I only know that your junior sister Li and junior sister Ku'er's fiancé. May I know how should I address you?" Su Rong questioned Duan Ling Tian while looking at him with a smile. "You can call me Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian nodded at Su Rong. "Duan Ling Tian, I'll remember that. But I heard from junior sister Li and junior sister Ku'er earlier that you should be at the southern outer land on the Cloud Continent." Su Rong looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked curiously, "How come you're here?" "I'm here for the Hidden Fog Martial Competition," Duan Ling Tian replied. "I see." Surprise flashed across Su Rong's eyes as she then asked, "Which Martial Emperor powerhouse from the Cloud Continent are you here with?" "Martial Emperor Ling Xian," Duan Ling Tian replied. Su Rong nodded and turned to Li Fei and Ku'er after beaming at Duan Ling Tian. "Junior sister Li, junior sister Ku'er, the both of you haven't seen him for years. You guys should catch up." "I'll let Master know," Su Rong said. "Thank you, senior sister Su." Li Fei and Ku'er's eyes lit up when they heard Su Rong. "All right then, I won't hold up your husband and wives' catch-up. I'll return to the southern island now." Su Rong then left after informing them. Many of the onlookers whispered among themselves after Su Rong left. "So, they're from the Cloud Continent. They're here for the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. They must be following some Martial Emperor or Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent." At that moment, many of them figured out Duan Ling Tian and the others' identities. "Rascal, let's go," Li Fei held Ku'er's hand and said to Duan Ling Tian while looking at him. He nodded. As the three of them were ready to leave, they were stopped by a scream. "Hold it right there." The scream was like a thunderstorm that came from above. Everyone snapped back to their senses one after another as they swiveled towards the source of the voice. The scream was traced back to two middle-aged men who descended from the sky ferociously. It was obvious that they had ill intentions.
Inner Island disciples. Many of them looked serious, and fear was apparent in their eyes when they saw the identity token hanging on the waists of the two middle-aged men.
"It's the both of you." Li Fei raised her beautiful eyebrows, despise clearly written on her face as she looked at them. "What do you guys want from us?" Kur looked a little horrified. The two Inner Island disciples of Hidden Fog Island, who had just appeared, were the same duo who had been bothering Li Fei and Kur ever since they arrived on the island. Both Kur or Li Fei hated the two Inner Island disciples from the bottom of their hearts. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian merely glanced at the two Inner Island disciples with grave coldness in his eyes. He did not seem to care about the two of them at all. The Inner Island disciples landed close to Duanling Tian and the two ladies. They did not respond to Kur.
Instead, they took a long, hard look at Duanling Tian. One of the men said ambiguously, "I was wondering why the junior sisters were so cold to us." "So, they already have a fiancé."
Another man looked at Duanling Tian and mocked with jealousy and hatred. "Both the junior sisters are beautiful, and you certainly are drop-dead gorgeous. What did this boy toy do to deserve to be their fiancé?"
The two Inner Island disciples had been following them ever since Li Fei and Kura left the southern island.
However, they did not dare to get close to them since Su Rong was there with them.
Nevertheless, never had they thought that they would witness such a scene, which angered them on the Hidden Fog city streets not long after following the both of them into the city.
The two peerless beauties that they desired already had a fiancé. Moreover, their fiancé was one and the same. They could no longer suppress their rage when they realized that the two ladies' fiancé was just a boy toy. They brought their jealousy and hatred with them when they appeared.
Who did he think he was?
He was just a boy toy who had above-average looks, so how did he deserve these two peerless beauties? They were unwilling to yield.
Furthermore, they felt gravely ashamed that the two beauties of their desires had chosen a boy toy like him over them. The Inner Island disciple who spoke earlier glared at Duanling Tian in disdain. "Junior sisters, let me tell you. Most of such boy toys are just nice to look at, but they're useless.
If you're looking for a man, you should look for one who can protect you and provide you with a sense of security." He reminded Li Fei and Kur while looking at them with ill intentions.
"Who do you think you are? What does our taste in man have anything to do with you?" Li Fei mocked. At the same time, she took a step forward and stood next to Duanling Tian. She held his arm and leaned on his shoulder intimately.
Kur followed suit and stood on the other side of Duanling Tian. She reached out and held on to Duanling Tian's arm.
However, she did not lean on Duanling Tian's shoulders like Li Fei did because she felt timider. At once, Duanling Tian felt two fresh, fragrant aromas rush into his nose, which made him relaxed and happy.
Kur and Li Fei's demonstrative actions made the onlookers gaze toward the two Inner Island disciples with curiosity about their reactions. The faces of the Inner Island disciples turned gloomy. "Let's go," Duanling Tian called out softly to the two women beside him, and then they stepped into the air as they prepared to leave. However, the two Inner Island disciples blocked their way the minute they stepped into the air. "What are you doing?" Li Fei shouted coldly with anger on her face.
She just wanted to find somewhere quiet and speak to her man about his experiences after being reunited with him. It was hard not to get mad when these two flies stopped them at a time like that. Koa looked incensed as well.
For the first time, Duanling Tian looked at both the Inner Island disciples in the eye as while he spoke softly but in an unquestionable tone. "Get lost. You've got quite a temper," sneered one of the Inner Island disciples at Duanling Tian mockingly. "Boy, I want to see for myself today. How can a toy boy like you be the fiancé to both our junior sisters?" "That's right. You'll have to prove your strength if you intend to win these beauties," echoed the other Inner Island disciple.
"What are you? He's the man that the both of us believe in. What does that have to do with you? Why should he prove himself to you?" Li Fei sneered.
"Young master asked you to get lost. Didn't you hear that?" Even the usually good-tempered Kur had an extremely resentful expression as she glared at the two Inner Island disciples. The onlookers' gaze at the Inner Island disciples became weirder and weirder.
Noticing that all eyes were on them, the faces of the Inner Island disciples turned glum as their glares at Duanling Tian intensified more viciously. "Junior sister Li Fei, don't say that. There are many things that you wouldn't be aware of since you're too involved. As bystanders, we'll see it more clearly than you do.
One of the inner island disciples looked at Duanling Tian with a cold gleam in his eyes and enunciated word for word. This toy boy isn't worthy of the both of you. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Without waiting for a response from Li Fei, the other inner island disciple looked at Duanling Tian with a sneer. You dare to ask us to get lost? I'd really like to see how good you are. Why would both the junior sisters fancy you and ask you to be their fiancé? Instantly, after the inner island disciple finished his sentence, his robe bulged. It was the constantly rising origin energy in his body which transformed into milky white flames in the blink of an eye. Once the milky white flames appeared, it turned into a multicolored ball of energy.
Obviously, apart from fully exerting his origin energy, this inner island disciple also exerted the various types of profundities he had comprehended. He stood there majestically in all his powerful splendor.
That's right. I'd love to see how mighty he is too. The other inner island disciple came to his senses and echoed. The power in his body surged and created an imposing aura. Seeing that the two inner island disciples were prepared to attack, Li Fei's expression changed dramatically as she threatened in a cold voice. He's just like us. He's also a guest of the hidden fog island.
The martial emperor behind him won't let you get away with it if you dare lay a finger on him.
Although the heaven and earth energy there would not form a heaven and earth phenomenon because of the power emerging from them, she knew clearly in her heart that she was no match for the two inner island disciples of the hidden fog island. Kur was no match for them either. As for her fiancé, Duanling Tian was probably just there to join in the fun like them, even though he could come with a martial emperor powerhouse. Even if he was not there to join the fun, he would be, at most, an ordinary disciple of the martial emperor. There was no way he would be able to beat two hidden fog island inner island disciples who were equivalent to martial emperor's disciples. She did not dare to think about being a martial emperor's direct disciple.
Along the way, she and Kua had many fortuitous meetings, but they were only 7th and 8th level martial monarchs. They had not even set foot into the 9th level martial monarch stage.
Subconsciously, she did not think that her man would be much stronger than they were. Junior sister Li Fei, don't worry. We just want to spar with him. We won't kill him. One of the inner island disciples smiled brightly.
The more Li Fei acted that way, the more he thought that she was just nervous, and the only reason for her nerves was that she knew that her fiancé was not as strong as he was.
Those thoughts made him somewhat swollen-headed. Although we won't kill him, the attacks don't have eyes. If we accidentally destroy his Dantian, I think the martial emperor backing him wouldn't say anything, said the other disciple.
In his words, he conveyed a clear, important message. Even if he could not kill Duanling Tian, he would destroy his Dantian and render him useless. In his opinion, Li Fei and Kur definitely would not declare him as their fiancé after the toy boy lost his cultivation base, even if he was very handsome.
Then, he would have another chance to be with either Li Fei or Kur. Haha, that's it. The previous inner island disciple laughed wholeheartedly, pride filling his laughter.
You dare. At that moment, Li Fei and Kua let go of Duanling Tian's shoulder in unison. They took a step forward and stood in front of him to shield him behind them.
Anyone who wants to hurt my man must step over my dead body. The origin energy around Li Fei's body surged as a variety of profundities followed like a shadow. She stared coldly at the two inner island disciples and showcased her heroism.
Even though Kua did not say a word, but her actions undoubtedly showed that her intentions were in line with Li Fei's words.
All of a sudden, someone could not help but call out, "Winner in life! A winner in life! That Duanling Tian is absolutely a winner in life." His tone was filled with envy from the depths of his heart. Most of the people around them who were observant recalled Duanling Tian's name when he introduced himself to Su Rong, so they knew his name. He's indeed a winner in life. Not only does he have two gorgeous ladies as his fiancées, but both of them were even willing to die for him. It's already a blessing from his past life's cultivation to be able to meet a woman like that, and he has too. I'm so envious. All the men in the crowd were green with envy while they stared at Duanling Tian. An acrid flame called jealousy was burning in their hearts. Since Li Fei and Kur decided to stand in front of Duanling Tian and protect him,
looking as if they were ready to fight as their lives depended on it. The faces of the two inner island disciples turned extremely morose. Would they dare to kill Li Fei and Kuer? The answer was apparent, definitely not. If they were in a remote place, they might be able to kill them and prevent the martial emperor behind Li Fei and Kuer from learning about what they had done. However, with so many onlookers right now, they would not dare to kill Li Fei and Kuer even if they were given 100 doses of courage. They looked at each other and saw the affliction in their eyes. However, one of their eyes quickly lit up as if he had thought of a strategy. Li Fei and Kuer's face sank when they saw their gazes. Although they did not know what their opponent was plotting against them, they could not help but worry about it. The inner island disciple whose eyes lit up stared at Duanling Tian in the first instance, then he exclaimed and mocked sharply, "Oh damn! You really are a toy boy. You're destined to hide behind women for the rest of your life, depending on them to survive." As if they had discussed it, the other inner island disciple taunted, "If I were you, I'd dig a hole and hide. I wouldn't embarrass myself like this. Like a man. If I must say, he isn't a man at all." The former continued saying in agreement. While the two inner island disciples spoke, Li Fei and Kuer turned more and more sullen. "Rascal, ignore them. Yes, young master, they're provoking you on purpose. Just ignore them," reminded the two women instantly as they turned to look at Duanling Tian. Although the two inner island disciples were indeed deliberately provoking Duanling Tian, the eyes of the crowd also landed on him in unison. These gazes were either ironic or mocking or disdain or scornful. No one would look up to a man who hid behind women. Coward. Trash. The two inner island disciples added to the fire as if they were anxious to see chaos erupt. Contempt filled their gazes towards Duanling Tian. "You're the only one who can be a man until such a stage. If it were up to me, you might as well hide under their skirts. You'd be safer like that." The two inner island disciples saw Duanling Tian standing there while his face remained indifferent after a while. They were even motivated as they took turns to mock Duanling Tian and trample on his dignity. They only had one purpose in mind, to provoke Duanling Tian. Let him take the initiative to attack them. Then they would have the chance of destroying Duanling Tian's Dantian and completely make him useless. "The two of you. That enough barking from the two of you." Finally, Duanling Tian made a move under everyone's watchful eyes. He slowly reached his little finger out and picked his ears with it while saying casually, "It's my first time seeing dogs that can bark for so long." As he spoke, he emphasized the word, dogs. Wow. He blew the world away with a single sentence and caused an uproar among the onlookers. Those scornful eyes which were on Duanling Tian originally shifted, falling on the two inner island disciples as if they want to see how they would react. After all, they were degraded as if they were dogs. Dog? Did that toy boy just call them a dog? Instantly, the two inner island disciples felt their rage take over, leaving them almost senseless. "Boy, do you want to die?" They were furious as their strength surged and caused the air to stir. Waves of energy swept out along with a series of air explosions which sounded like detonating mines. It seemed to transform into a gust of raging wind that swept in all directions. The nearly irrational inner island disciples no longer thought of Li Fei and Kuer. Their robes kept bulging and then disappearing with the swell of their power. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures flashed like lightning and headed straight for Duanling Tian. They've made their move. Although most of the onlookers could not see their movements, upon vanishing, they realized that they had made a move. Now we have something to see. While many of them were anxious to see chaos erupt, all of them edged farther away to watch the situation from a distance to avoid getting involved. At the same time, Duanling Tian shifted leisurely as the two inner island disciples who charged towards him with great momentum. When he moved, he appeared in front of Li Fei and Kuer, who stood alongside with each other and defended him from behind instead. Li Fei and Kuer, who planned to fight the inner island disciples with their lives, sensed a flash in their eyes before a familiar back appeared in front of them. That's insanely fast. At once they were shocked. "Your efforts are futile." After they recovered from their shock upon witnessing Duanling Tian's speed, his indifferent voice rang in their ears. Bang! Arg! At the same time, they heard a loud bang followed by a horrible shriek.
No. To be precise, 2 horrible shrieks rented the air. It was hard to differentiate whether it came from one person or two because the screams rang out together. When they looked towards the source of the screams, they saw the bodies of the 2 inner island disciples shoot out like flying arrows and then smashing onto the ground. The power in their bodies was instantly annihilated as if it had never even existed. No. No. My Dantian. My Dantian.
You're ruthless.
You're terribly ruthless. Soon, the onlookers including Li Fei and Kur saw that the disciples kept rolling around on the floor while crying out continuously. They soon gnashed their teeth as they glared at the purple-clad youth who stood in the air as if he was their mortal enemy who had killed their father and snatched their wives.
Many people came to their senses and reacted. Their Dantians have been destroyed?
Previously, they said they wanted to destroy other people's Dantian. Who'd have known that their Dantian would have been destroyed instead in just the blink of an eye?
Duanling Tian is terrifyingly strong. From the beginning to the end, I never even saw him move.
Me too. I was looking at him the whole time, but I couldn't see him budge at all. There was an uproar amongst the onlookers. When they looked at Duanling Tian again, their gazes were laced with fear and admiration. At that time, Li Fei and Kur glanced at each other and saw the shock and awe in each other's eyes. Duanling Tian completely ignored the fearful eyes of the surrounding people and the ferocious glare from the 2 inner island disciples. He turned around and called out to Li Fei and Kur, "Let's go." Both of them nodded obediently. Simultaneously, curiosity arose in their eyes. They were inextricably interested in their man's experience over the years. Judging from his strength, it was comparable to the strength of a martial emperor's direct disciple on the Cloud Continent. Such strength was definitely similar to the core disciples of the Hidden Fog Island. Naturally, he could easily destroy 2 inner island disciples.
When the 3 of them walked away, the onlookers stared.
Earlier, Duanling Tian could have easily killed the 2 inner island disciples if he wanted to. However, he did not do so. If he had ended their lives, those who were present were bound to spread the news to even the ears of the senior officials of the Hidden Fog Island. Then, the senior official of the Hidden Fog Island would definitely be enraged. After all, if a disciple of the Hidden Fog Island were killed on the island, it would undoubtedly be humiliating for them.
Still, Duanling Tian was not afraid of any senior official of the Hidden Fog Island. He could always escape even if he could not match the senior officials who might not be able to react in time. However, if that were the case, it would mean that he would miss the prize of the Hidden Fog martial competition, the Saint Stone. That was not the ending he wanted. To him, the 2 inner island disciples' lives were far less important than the Saint Stone.
Hence, for the sake of the Saint Stone, he spared their lives but destroyed their Dantian to make their lives a living hell.
The incident today was all because of them provoking him and even publicly proclaiming that they would destroy him Dantian.
As such, his actions could be considered as self-defense. Even if the people from the Hidden Fog Island were mad, they would not dare to find fault with him publicly. After all, they did not have a reasonable cause to do so. When Duanling Tian left with Li Fei and Kur, the 2 inner island disciples stared them down with angry eyes. They felt like the sky was collapsing on them. Having had their cultivation base destroyed, they were now destined to be mediocre. Just thinking of how they were reduced to their current state, they almost gritted their teeth until they were crushed while they glared at the 3 departing figures. The 2 inner island disciples were roaring in their hearts. "I'll never let you go. I'll never let all of you go."
The onlookers finally came to their senses. Glancing at the 2 inner island disciples in pity, they soon dispersed after seeing the 3 figures leaving their line of sight.
After the 2 inner island disciples retrieved some healing pills to consume, one of them growled angrily while grinding his teeth. "I want him and those 2 bitches to die. We must find a way to avenge ourselves," the other person demanded while fire burned in her eyes.
"I swear I must avenge myself. Otherwise, I'm not worthy of being a person." Exchanging a hard look, they left the Hidden Fog City together and headed to the east of the Hidden Fog Island.
On the other hand, Duanling Tian brought Li Fei and Kur and left for the west of the Hidden Fog City. They only stopped when they reached above a vast forest. "Young master, you're so strong," Cora looked at Duan Tian in admiration. As usual, her face was flushed because of the excitement.
Rascal, how did you become so strong? I thought that after so many years, Sister Kerr and I would have overtaken you. I never expected that we'd still be left behind by you. Li Fei had a bitter smile on her face as she thought about how childish her previous thoughts were.
Young master, how did you make it through all these years? Cora asked curiously since she was very interested in what had happened to him these past few years. Li Fei also looked at Duan Tian with the same piqued interest. These years. Duan Tian became quiet after hearing that, and then he sighed. Ever since I lost my memory, even though I've recovered bits of it, there are still some that haven't been restored.
I only remember that I'm from the southern outer land, but I've forgotten everything else about the place. As Duan Tian spoke, he looked at Li Fei and Kerr expectantly. I think the memory of us should belong to the part of memory from the southern outer land.
Can you tell me about our past? Maybe I'll be able to remember something. He urgently pressed as he looked at Li Fei and Kerr. He always wanted to know about his past, but he could never remember it. Now, he wanted to know about his past even more after meeting these two women who seemed familiar and affectionate towards him, even addressing themselves as his fiancée. He wanted to know how did they meet, how they got together, and how they got engaged. Let Sister Kerr start. She knew you before I did. Li Fei looked at Kerr encouragingly. Young master, the first time I met you was on the streets of Fresh Breeze Town, during my darkest days, my most helpless moments. Back then, my mother had just died. She was my only family, so I even felt like the sky was falling. At that time, I only had one thought. No matter what happened, I had to give my mother a proper burial. Mother didn't get to enjoy her life when she was alive, so I couldn't let her suffer when she was dead. For the sake of my mother, I was selling myself on the streets to give her a proper burial.
After she said that, Kerr's face was already filled with tears. Then she looked at Duan Tian and smiled. That was when I met you, young master. You were the first one who was willing to pay for my mother's burial without judging my appearance.
From then on, I knew that you were a good person. So, after I buried my mother, I decided to follow you even if you never intended for me to do so.
It turns out that I made the right choice. After we arrived at the Li clan of Fresh Breeze Town, you and the missus treated me like family and took great care of me. From then on, I've regarded both of you as my only family in this world. While Kua spoke slowly, recollection gleamed in her eyes. After that, I stayed at the Li clan of Fresh Breeze Town. I witnessed you rise all the way to become the top among the younger generation of Fresh Breeze Town. Not only that, you were later recommended by the Li clan of Fresh Breeze Town to the Li clan of Aurora City, which was also the original clan of the clan in the ladder. That's where you met Sister Fei.
Kerr paused, and then she looked at Li Fei beside her. Sister Li Fei, you can tell him what happened after that. Li Fei already knew what occurred after that. The both of them were traveling together the whole time when they were separated from Duan Tian. When they left, they did not have time to bid Duan Tian farewell, which was something they had often regretted in the days that followed.
Then Li Fei took over from Kuer and continued recounting the memories to Duan Tian. The first time I saw you, you were at the Li clan's martial competition in Aurora City. She told him that when they first met, she did not have a good impression of him since she thought that he was very frivolous. Then she continued with his journey in Aurora City.
Li Fei did not forget to mention the existence of the two little pythons. I never expected that I actually had such a wonderful journey when I was younger. Duan Tian sighed in his heart after listening to Li Fei's stories. After recounting the memories of Aurora City, Li Fei continued. After that, you went to the Iron Blood Army's genius camp of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and stayed there for a while. Then, you returned to us and we went to the Imperial City together and built a home there. Following that, Li Fei recounted his experience at the Imperial City one at a time, including the time he spent at the Paladin Academy, the Divine Might Marquis Estate, the Duan Clan Estate, and the Imperial family of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Naturally, Li Fei only related what she knew. At that time, you led the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army and conquered the neighboring kingdom city without wasting a single pawn. You were like the god of war to them.
Almost everyone from the Crimson Sky Kingdom has heard of you, Li Fei said, her eyes turning fiery.
That was her man. She was so proud of him. At the height of your fame at the Crimson Sky Kingdom, You decided to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom for the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Immediately, you locked on to the number 1 sect of the 5 largest sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-Star Sword Sect. On the way to 7-Star Sword Sect, we met Little Gold. Li Fei then paused.
Little Gold? What's that? Duanling Tian looked puzzled.
Little Gold is a rodent demon. In your words, it's the jade-eyed heavenly mouse or something, Li Fei said. What? Jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Duanling Tian could not help but feel surprised when he heard the phrase. Although he did not recall most of his memories, he still knew a thing or two about the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. He understood that it was a powerful demon that could easily break through to the martial emperor stage when it matured. And he had met a jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Soon after, Duanling Tian calmed his slightly agitated mood because Li Fei had moved on and continued. What happened subsequently was none other than the incidents at the first of the 5 largest sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-Star Sword Sect. In between, Li Fei also remembered to tell him about the other events, such as that time when they left the 7-Star Sword Sect for the ancient city of Everlast and met Zhang Shouyong and his wife Wang Qiong there. Finally, Li Fei reached the part where Ku'er and she left with the peak master of the 7-Star Sword Sect's Alcade Peak, Xianxia. They thought it was an ordinary birthday celebration, and they never expect to stay at the Yin-Yang sect after that.
The Yin-Yang sect? Duanling Tian frowned.
Rascal, you know of the Yin-Yang sect? Li Fei asked puzzledly. Ku'er also studied him with a concerned expression and asked, Young master, what's wrong with you? In the memories I've restored, I've been to the Yin-Yang sect. However, I couldn't remember why I went there.
Why can't I remember it now? Duanling Tian kept shaking his head. He always felt that that part of memory he had restored was incomplete. The small part which was incomplete seemed to be the most important part.
Young master, you've been to the Yin-Yang sect. Ku'er could not help but feel surprised.
Yes, I have. Duanling Tian nodded. In my memories, I seem to have killed the peak master of Yang Peak from the Yin-Yang sect, Yang Hong. I think his son was killed too.
However, why did I kill him? Duanling Tian furrowed his brows as he murmured. What?
Yang Hong and his son are dead. When Duanling Tian said that, Li Fei and Ku'er were astounded. After their initial shock, excitement was apparent on their faces.
Yang Hong and his son were their mortal enemies. They still remembered that they were able to escape from the Yin-Yang sect because their senior sister Yang Shui had fought to stop Yang Hong with her life. That act had saved their lives. After that, even when they headed north and joined Yuhan Valley, they wanted to avenge their senior sister Yang Shui and their master. Their master, the peak master of the Yin Peak, had been stabbed in the back and killed by Yang Hong. However, both Li Fei and Ku'er never expected that the mortal enemy they desperately wanted to kill would already be dead. In fact, their fiancé was the one who killed him.
No. Suddenly, Li Fei seemed to remember something as her beautiful face tensed. Sister Fei, do you think the people who were searching for us back then were really sent by young master? Ku'er asked. Li Fei took a deep breath. Finally, Ku'er shared her thoughts. She still remembered that when Ku'er and she were in hiding after escaping from the Yin-Yang sect, there was something or someone who came looking for them while mentioning their fiancé's name. However, they thought that it was a trap, so they had not shown themselves. Later, many people including the Supreme Elder and the 2 greatest Vice Peak Masters of the Yang Peak had come looking for them, saying that their fiancé Duanling Tian had killed Yang Hong and his son. At that time, they had not believed them. They thought it was Yang Hong and his son conspiring to lure them out. Rascal! When did you arrive at the Yin-Yang sect? Li Fei took a deep breath and asked. Once Duanling Tian could tell her when he reached the Yin-Yang sect, she would know whether what Ku'er and her faced was true or not. I think it's... Duanling Tian thought for a moment and said the approximate time when he arrived at the Yin-Yang sect. Boom! For a time, no matter Li Fei or Ku'er were dumbstruck as if they were struck by thunder. They took a while to recover from the shock. Sister Fei. At that time, it really was the young master. Ku'er looked at Li Fei and said with conflicted eyes. We missed it by just a little. If we hadn't continued hiding and shown ourselves then, we would have been reunited with Rascal. Li Fei sighed while regretting their choice back then. Sister Fei, you know the situation back then.
We couldn't afford to take any risks at that time. Ku'er comforted Li Fei. Rascal, since you went to the Yin Yang sect right after we left and killed Yang Hong and his son, when you killed them, did you see senior sister Yang Shui? Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked eagerly. So, I went to the Yin Yang sect for them? At that time, Duan Ling Tian had guessed the purpose of his visit to the Yin Yang sect back then. He had gone to find his fiancées.
Yang Shui. Hearing Li Fei's question, Duan Ling Tian looked confused. Who's that?
After Li Fei briefly described Yang Shui's features, Duan Ling Tian understood. Both of you are talking about that person. She was dead when I arrived. Dead. Even though they were mentally prepared, Li Fei and Ku'er still could not help but change their expressions dramatically when they confirmed Yang Shui's death from Duan Ling Tian. 2 lines of tears fell from their faces respectively, making them look a bit haggard.
However, I had preserved her body in an ice coffin made from 10,000-year frost. Earlier, when remembered those, I couldn't remember the reason why I did it.
As Duan Ling Tian said, he couldn't help but sigh. Now, it seems like that's related to the both of you.
Ha! While Li Fei and Ku'er were upset about Yang Shui's death, Duan Ling Tian suddenly stayed still and furrowed his brows. At the same time, he felt a slight tingling sensation in the depths of his mind. That tingling sensation made him tremble involuntarily.
Simultaneously, he found out that there were a lot of fragmented memories flying past in his mind. These memories seemed to be his memories which he had not recovered. The fragmented memories were so numerous and crowded. He intended to piece them together, but it was very difficult. Ah! At that moment, the tingling sensation suddenly amplified. Duan Ling Tian could not bear it and screeched. He only felt a splitting headache as if his head was being torn open. Rascal!
Young master! Li Fei and Ku'er were startled and they immediately stopped mourning for Yang Shui as they turned towards Duan Ling Tian in concern.
After Duan Ling Tian screeched, there was a sudden change. His whole body shook violently as if something terrible had happened to him.
At the same time, his pair of eyes became dull like he had become a living dead.
Instantly, Li Fei and Ku'er were anxious. They did not know what had happened earlier, so they did not know why he would suddenly become like that.
On the Hidden Fog Island's eastern island,
the 2 inner island disciples who had their dantian destroyed finally walked back to the eastern island with their 2 feet. Their dantian had been destroyed and they had lost all their origin energy, so they could not control the air and fly. However, with their various profundities, they were not very slow and had quickly reached the eastern island, the place where they used to cultivate. However, this time they did not return to where they used to cultivate. They knew clearly in their hearts that they were no longer qualified to stay on the east of the island.
They came back with only one purpose: revenge.
Senior Brother Chun has always been a lecherous man. Since we couldn't get that 2 bitches, we'll destroy them. One of the inner island disciples angrily said. Ouch! It hurts. Duan Ling Tian's hands gripped his head, which felt like it was being split into half as a beast-like growl escaped from his mouth. At that moment, he seemed like a wounded animal. Suddenly, he was sweating as though it was raining. Clack, clack, clack. Duan Ling Tian's teeth kept chattering and making strange sounds that would creep out anyone who heard it. Rascal!
Young master!
Li Fei and Ku'er stood aside, feeling anxious because they did not know what possessed him. But they did not dare to act rashly. They could only look at him worriedly. Their hearts ached when they looked at him sweltering profusely. He obviously seemed to be in extreme pain. If the pain could be transferred, they would not have hesitated to shift their man's pain to themselves and not let him suffer. Currently, one scene after another flashed in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Those scenes were fragments of his past memories. He could not help but growl in a low voice.
As the scenes flashed faster and faster, he felt like his head seemed to be exploding. Soon, another voice spoke in Duan Ling Tian's mind. The tone was laced with shock and incredibility.
Hell, boy, what is your soul made of? It was Wang Ba. At this rate, your soul will probably recover in 15 minutes at the most. As though he had just seen a ghost, Wang Ba said, You really are a monster. Throughout my entire life, this is the first time seeing a monster like you who can repair his own soul so quickly. However, Duanling Tian did not seem to hear Wang Ba's words, or rather, he could not afford to divert his attention and listen to anything or anyone else. All he could feel was that splitting headache as he seemed to have lost all sense of his surroundings. He probably would not be able to defend himself even if someone wanted to kill him then. Rascal!
Young master. Li Fei and Kuer could only watch nervously as tears started to roll down their faces. Time passed by silently.
After a quarter of an hour, the low-pitched growls disappeared and the teeth chattering stopped. Duanling Tian's body also finally stopped shaking violently and he finally regained some peace. Although he had calmed down, blood continued to flow out from his mouth. His chattering teeth had torn his mouth and blood gushed out.
Whew! More relaxed now, he exhaled a huge sigh of relief. Currently, he looked like he had been caught in a heavy downpour. All his clothes were drenched wet in his cold sweat.
Seeing that he had finally calmed down, Li Fei and Kuer were relieved, but they flew towards him immediately upon seeing that his mouth was still bleeding. At once, he felt 2 trails of fragrance in his face, along with 2 whiffs of the same medicinal aroma.
Grade 1 life recovery pills.
With any hesitation, Duanling Tian opened his mouth and consumed both pills delivered by the 2 women. Moments later, his bleeding stopped. If anyone else had seen that scene, they would have definitely yelled at them for wasting such precious pills.
The crack in his mouth and the bleeding were merely exterior injuries, so they could be stopped by a grade 9th gold injury pill in the blink of an eye.
Hua! While the origin energy on Duanling Tian's body surged, he dried his soaking wet clothes in a moment by making the water in it evaporate. After that, he reached both his hands out and moved forward to grab Li Fei and Kuer into his arms before they even regained their senses. A bright smile appeared on his face as he pushed his cheek to their heads. Kuer, little Fei, we've been apart for all these years. You must have missed me, haven't you? TSK. I didn't miss you. Li Fei, who could not react in time to his sneak attack, responded subconsciously. However, she was stunned right after she finished her sentence because she sensed that there was something amiss in his tone. She suddenly recalled the feelings she had when she was with Duanling Tian in the past.
She had a gut feeling that her man seemed to be back.
More accurately, her previous man was back. Young master, have you recovered your memory? Kuer also noticed the changes in Duanling Tian and asked in surprise. Yes, I've recovered. Duanling Tian nodded while grinning. After the torture for a full quarter of an hour, his soul was finally healed at an extremely fast rate. When his soul recovered, naturally his memories recovered too. The second his splitting headache left, his current memories perfectly merged with his past recollections. He completely remembered everything.
The 2 women standing before him were his 2 fiancées he had been dreaming of for years, whom he regarded as important as his own life. After his acknowledgement, they hugged him tightly with tear marks streaked on their faces as they smiled while leaning on his shoulder.
The atmosphere turned romantic from that moment onwards. The women refused to move even after half a day had passed. They were still quietly leaning on him. If it were up to them, they hoped that that moment would last forever. How wonderful to be able to hold their lover until the end of the world. Duanling Tian held onto Li Fei and Kuer tightly, while he took turns to rub his face against theirs, full of affection. After a while, Duanling Tian asked curiously, Kuer, little Fei, as you said earlier, when I arrived at the Yin-Yang sect and killed the peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong sent his men out to look for you. You mean the both of you were still there?
Yes. Li Fei nodded. We were there when the Yang Peak Supreme Elder and both Vice Peak Masters came looking for us. However, we thought it was Yang Hong and his son's conspiracy. That's really Fortune's fool, Duanling Tian sighed. Does that mean that you've heard the news about the Ling Tian sect and which I ordered them to spread? We've heard about it. Back then, we thought Yang Hong and his son just wanted to draw us in.
Li Fei nodded and then sighed. Come to think of it, I was being too sensitive. If I could have stayed to verify it, we would have been reunited. Under such circumstances, you were right to be careful. Besides, we're reunited now, aren't we? Duanling Tian said while smiling. Also, I avenged your senior sister Yang Shui and your master. Duanling Tian added. Rascal, thank you. Li Fei took a deep breath and tightened her arms around him.
Kuer stood up slowly and bowed in the direction of the while she held onto Duan Tian's arm and murmured, "Master, senior sister, the person who killed the both of you is now dead. May you rest in peace." At once Duan Tian and Li Fei also bowed in the direction of the Cloud Continent.
"Master, senior sister, he is Sister Kuer's and my man, and he avenged the both of you." Li Fei looked in the direction of the Cloud Continent and said faintly. All of a sudden, tears fell from Li Fei and Kuer's faces again. Obviously, they were reminded about the past of their master and senior sister at the Yin-Yang sect.
"Tell me about the time after you left the southern area of the inner land in the Cloud Continent," Duan Tian asked to divert their attention after sensing their grief.
He then learned about what had happened to them from their very own lips. They had headed north all the way and went through a lot of hardships before eventually arriving at the northern area of the inner land of the Cloud Continent safely. Then they managed to join Yuhan Valley. Speaking of Yuhan Valley, your strength shouldn't be sufficient to represent the valley to join the Hidden Fog martial competition, shouldn't it? Duan Tian asked curiously. His spiritual energy had discovered Li Fei and Kuer's current cultivation base. Li Fei was a 7th-level martial monarch while Kuer was an 8th-level martial monarch. Their improvement shocked Duan Tian, but given their strength, they should not have the opportunity to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition.
"Speaking of that, this was all possible because of you," Li Fei said.
"All because of me?" Duan Tian could not help but be stunned. "Little Fei heir, what do you mean?"
"I don't know Martial Emperor Yuhan of Yuhan Valley."
"Young master, it was because of the Han Bing's divine sword technique," Kuer explained. "Han Bing's divine sword technique? What's wrong with the Han Bing's divine sword technique?" Duan Tian was even more puzzled.
Obviously, he knew of the Han Bing's divine sword technique since it was a top cultivation method from his combined memories of the rebirth Martial Emperor. Naturally, it was just a top cultivation method on the Cloud Continent.
Moreover, he remembered that he was the one who had passed the Han Bing's divine sword technique to Kuer back then.
However, he could not understand how the Han Bing's divine sword technique would be related to the reason Kuer and Li Fei were there.
"Rascal. I'm afraid you'll never guess. Our current master is Martial Emperor Yuhan, and the cultivation method she has is the Han Bing's divine sword technique." Li Fei continued excitedly. "What?" After listening to Li Fei's revelation, Duan Tian could not help but exclaim in shock. Then he muttered, "Unless Martial Emperor Yuhan was related to the Frost Martial Emperor?"
No. The Frost Martial Emperor was from 20,000 years ago. Even if she were to be related to Martial Emperor Yuhan, it must be a very distant connection.
Perhaps the Martial Emperor Yuhan knew about the Han Bing's divine sword technique because of the inheritance of the Frost Martial Emperor. As Duan Tian thought about it, he was quite convinced. Naturally, he thought so because of the rebirth Martial Emperor's logic from his memories. Just because Kuer cultivated the Han Bing's divine sword technique, she was willing to bring the both of you to the Hidden Fog Island? He felt that it was rather ridiculous. "Rascal, you're mistaken. Little Sister Kuer was immediately taken in as a personal disciple by Martial Emperor Yuhan because she was cultivating the Frost God's sword technique," Li Fei told Duan Tian. "I've forgotten about that. You've just said that both you and Kuer are personal disciples of the Martial Emperor Yuhan. It is not surprising that Kuer became the personal disciple of Martial Emperor Yuhan due to the Frost God's sword technique. How did you join her?" Duan Tian asked with a face filled with doubt. He understood both Kuer and Li Fei.
Both their talents and strength were definitely insufficient to convince the Martial Emperor Yuhan to accept them as her personal disciples. There must have been some other reason.
He already knew the reason Martial Emperor Yuhan had taken Kuer as her personal disciple. But the reason Li Fei was included simply eluded Duan Tian. That was because Kuer insisted on it. "She refused to be Martial Emperor Yuhan's personal disciple if she did not take me in as a personal disciple as well." Li Fei looked towards Kuer and said,
"You mean it's that easy to bargain with Martial Emperor Yuhan?" Duan Tian raised his eyebrow in surprise. Actually, I was quite startled at that moment. Logically speaking, from a Martial Emperor's point of view, it is the person's good fortune to be accepted as a personal disciple.
She definitely wouldn't be happy if that said person wanted to bargain and negotiate the terms. However, Martial Emperor Yuhan wasn't upset when Kur stated her terms. She even agreed to her terms as soon as she stated them. Li Fei said. I see. Then, there were only two possibilities, Duanling Tian said. Either Martial Emperor Yuhan really wanted Kur to be her personal disciple. That's why she was willing to make the concession, or perhaps Martial Emperor Yuhan has an ulterior motive. Did any of you notice anything strange about Martial Emperor Yuhan after you became her personal disciples? Duanling Tian asked Li Fei and Kur. Now that you mention it, something was slightly weird, Li Fei said after a moment of contemplation. She seemed exceptionally interested in you. Me? Duanling Tian was startled. Yup, Li Fei nodded. She's asked me about you more than once. But she seemed to have some reservations. I didn't feel that anything was amiss at that time. However, it seemed a little weird after thinking about it now. Has Master asked you about young Master too, Sister Li Fei? Kur was surprised. Kur, from what you said, did Martial Emperor Yuhan ask you about me too? Duanling Tian questioned. Yup. Kur nodded and added. What happened with me was pretty similar to what Sister Li Fei said. Did you mention to Martial Emperor Yuhan that the Frost God's sword technique which you're cultivating was from me, Kur? Duanling Tian asked further. Kur nodded yet again. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes after that confirmation, and a flash of glimmer crossed his eyes. For now, I'm certain that your master, Martial Emperor Yuhan, has an ulterior motive for taking the both of you as her personal disciples. My guess is that she might even desire something I have, Duanling Tian said to Li Fei and Kur. Or else she wouldn't have asked both of you information about me. Maybe she knows some of my secrets. Duanling Tian raised his guard as he put the information he obtained together. Young Master, are you saying that Master has an ulterior motive? Kur raised her guard as well, since she trusted Duanling Tian unconditionally. As for Martial Emperor Yuhan, the total amount of time she spent with her was less than half a day, even though she was her personal disciple. Li Fei looked towards Duanling Tian as well. Duanling Tian looked at Kur and Li Fei with a straight face and spoke in a serious tone. Kur, Li Fei, I think it's time for me to tell you both something. Don't scare me, young master. Kur's pretty face turned grave after seeing his straight face. Although Li Fei's face remained expressionless, both her brows were pressed together tightly. She was also very curious as to what he was going to say next as well. Kur, you've been with me the longest. You must have heard of stories about me before you followed me during the time I was at the Li clan's estate in Fresh Breeze Town. Duanling Tian looked at Kur. Yes. Kur nodded. She remembered overhearing his tragic past from the Li clan disciples when she first followed him to the Li clan estate in Fresh Breeze Town. However, after she followed him, he became extraordinary. Apart from being high-profile, Duanling Tian showed prospect and talent to become the up-and-coming young talent in Fresh Breeze Town. She had her suspicions at that time that the rumors of her young master's tragic past were purely forged. Actually, I had a rare encounter before I knew you. That encounter provided me with an opportunity to merge with the memory of a martial emperor. Duanling Tian shared honestly while looking at Kur. He was talking about the incident whereby he had merged with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. However, he did not bring his past life up. It was because Duanling Tian did not trust both the women. Li Fei and Kur were his fiancés. He was even willing to offer his life for them. He was afraid that he would scare the both of them. After all, it might be too much for Li Fei and Kur to digest the news, as it was extremely bizarre. Rebirth martial emperor? 3 lives rebirth technique? The rebirth martial emperor picked young master for his 3rd rebirth, intending to occupy your body and replace you. Didn't he, young master? Kur was shocked and her face paled. That legendary person from 20,000 years ago. It's incredible that the rebirth martial emperor could have survived 20,000 years with a technique. Li Fei was shocked as well, and she took a deep breath to soothe her nerves. After that, Duanling Tian explained the rebirth martial emperor's past and his achievements in the weapons refinement Dao, medicine refinement Dao, and inscription Dao to Kur and Li Fei. No wonder you aren't only proficient in weapons refinement and medicine refinement. You're also adept in inscription. Now, I know it was all due to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. Li Fei suddenly exclaimed. Previously, she actually thought her fiancé was an all-round talent. I guess the rebirth Martial Emperor wouldn't have guessed that he would fail during his third rebirth and give the memories and experiences from his past 2 lives to you as a gift, young master, Kur said excitedly. Finally, Kur knew the origins of the Frost God's sword technique. The rebirth Martial Emperor had won the technique from another Martial Emperor known as Martial Emperor Han Bing. Rascal! Do you think that the rebirth Martial Emperor was the reason that Martial Emperor Yuhan asked Kur and me about you? Li Fei guessed.
I have the same suspicion as well. The fact that Martial Emperor Yuhan knew the complete Frost God's sword technique shows that she was somehow related to the Martial Emperor Yuhan. Or maybe she inherited it from the Martial Emperor Yuhan. Duanling Tian's eyes started to gleam as brightly as the stars in the night sky as he continued to infer, can we make that assumption that Martial Emperor Yuhan obtained the Martial Emperor Han Bing's inheritance, and in her inheritance, there were records of the rebirth Martial Emperor?
Li Fei guessed. In addition to that, Martial Emperor Han Bing also stated in her inheritance how the rebirth Martial Emperor had obtained her cultivation methods.
Martial Emperor Yuhan asked about you because she suspected that you're the third reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor.
Maybe she knows that the rebirth Martial Emperor was a royal-grade alchemist back in the day from messages left by Martial Emperor Han Bing. Li Fei continued guessing. That's a possibility. Duanling Tian nodded. Young master, I recalled something. Before leaving Yuhan Valley for the Hidden Fog Island, I accidentally entered the forbidden area of Yuhan Valley. Suddenly, Kur piped up. The forbidden area of Yuhan Valley? Duanling Tian was taken by surprise. There were only 2 people in Yuhan Valley who were allowed to enter the forbidden area. Martial Emperor Yuhan was one of them, and the other was Senior Sister Su Rong. Li Fei said. Senior Sister Su Rong? The woman in green who was with the both of you previously? Duanling Tian asked curiously. Yes, she's Senior Sister Su Rong. Apart from that, Su Rong was also Martial Emperor Yuhan's first personal disciple. Martial Emperor Yuhan regarded her highly. Rumor has it that she was also a Martial Emperor, Li Fei added.
Senior Sister Su Rong brought me out the last time I accidentally entered the forbidden area. However, I still managed to see an ice sculpture of a woman when I was in there, Koa said. An ice sculpture? Duanling Tian and Li Fei were stunned.
Yeah, Kur nodded. That sculpture is a woman standing with a sword in her hands. At that time, I only took a glance at it. However, I can tell the ice sculpture has been there for quite a while. It was possible Yuhan Valley inherited the sculpture. Does the sculpture of the woman holding the sword have any particular facial characteristics? Duanling Tian asked. There's a sword-shaped marking in between the woman's eyebrows, but I'm unsure whether it was an effect of the ice, Kur said.
Sword-shaped marking? In between her eyebrows? Duanling Tian sighed as he skimmed through the rebirth Martial Emperor's memories.
Finally, he managed to confirm the identity of the ice sculpture.
The ice sculpture belonged to Martial Emperor Han Bing, who had fought with the rebirth Martial Emperor in the past. She was widely recognized as a natural sword cultivator as she had a sword-shaped marking in between her eyebrows. An ice sculpture of Martial Emperor Han Bing?
It must have been there for a long time. Duanling Tian paused for a moment before continuing. The way I see it, Martial Emperor Yuhan shouldn't have obtained Martial Emperor Han Bing's inheritance. It was more likely that her predecessors of Yuhan Valley were the ones who had obtained them.
Did she build Yuhan Valley by herself? Duanling Tian asked.
No.
I'm sure of that. Both Li Fei and Koa knew the answer to that question.
In the meantime, after Su Rong left Hidden Fog City, she immediately headed towards Yuhan Valley's campsite in the southern island of the Hidden Fog Island to look for Martial Emperor Yuhan while Duanling Tian was discussing her with Kur and Li Fei. Master, Junior Sister Kur and Junior Sister Li Fei's fiancé have appeared, Su Rong reported with a reverent and respectful manner. Martial Emperor Yuhan's breathing instantly quickened, and she became incited after listening to Su Rong's report.
Kur and Li Fei's fiancé?
Wasn't that the person who was suspected to be the reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor? The rebirth Martial Emperor was a powerhouse who had stood at the summit of the Cloud Continent more than 20,000 years ago. Other than having horrifying martial strength, he was a heaven-defying alchemist too.
Until now, she had never heard of any alchemist in the Cloud Continent who could break through the shackles of a Grade 1 alchemist and enter the quasi-royal grade alchemist, let alone become a royal grade alchemist.
20,000 years ago, the rebirth martial emperor had been a royal grade alchemist.
In that era, he could be deemed as a person who was so powerful that he even had nature under his thumb. Nobody could reach the level of his prosperity in the limelight. Martial Emperor Yuhan knew all of this.
Not only that, but she also knew that the rebirth martial emperor had cultivated a set of heaven-defying cultivation methods that was called the 3 lives rebirth technique. He needed to undergo 3 reincarnations before he could successfully cultivate it completely.
After 20,000 years, it was about time for the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor to show up now.
According to the message left behind by martial emperor Han Bing, at that moment when she was about to die, other than herself, she had only passed on the Han Bing's divine sword technique to the rebirth martial emperor alone. After that, my Yuhan Valley came to obtain the legacy that martial emperor Han Bing left behind. In other words, other than the rebirth martial emperor and Yuhan Valley, nobody else out there in the world knows about this Han Bing's divine sword technique at all. In Yuhan Valley, the Han Bing's divine sword technique is only passed on to the next valley master. It isn't allowed to be spread out at all. In this case, we can deduce that course Han Bing's divine sword technique must have been passed by the rebirth martial emperor to her, or to be more precise, by the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor. Yet, according to Kur, the Han Bing's divine sword technique that she cultivates was passed on to her by her fiancé. At once, thousands of thoughts ran amok in martial emperor Yuhan's mind. In the end, the conclusion that she obtained was, Kur's fiancé must be the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor. Looking at Su Rong with her eyes burning brightly, martial emperor Yuhan asked in a state like she had lost her cool, "Where is he?"
It was no surprise that she lost it.
After all, although the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor had not come to be fully grown yet, he was still a one-of-a-kind treasure to her, for he was not just a royal grade alchemist, but a former martial emperor too.
When the rebirth martial emperor was still in his 1st reincarnation, he was a martial emperor who stood at the summit of the Cloud Continent, and during his 2nd reincarnation, he must have become a martial emperor too if there had been no unseen circumstances. Not only that, he had most likely surpassed his 1st reincarnation. Before he had been reborn into his 3rd reincarnation, having undergone 2 reincarnations, he must have left behind some items for his 3rd reincarnation. There must be a lot of things that she itched to have among those items. For this reason, martial emperor Yuhan was desperate to look for the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth martial emperor so that she could control him and snatch his spatial ring away before making him her slave. Just thinking about how a royal grade alchemist could become her slave was enough to elicit an inexplicable sense of excitement in martial emperor Yuhan's heart. He's in the hidden fog city together with junior sister Kur and junior sister Li, Su Rong replied.
Hidden Fog City? Martial Emperor Yuhan nodded. The next instance, without even noticing her making any movement, she had already vanished from the spot before Su Rong's eyes, stunning Su Rong for a moment. Master actually went by herself. It looks like there's something Duanling Tian has that Master is really interested in, Su Rong thought to herself. Even though she had already been suspicious before this, her Master's actions only confirmed her doubts.
Just as Su Rong's mind was engrossed in her thoughts, Martial Emperor Yuhan was already on the way to the Hidden Fog City. Wherever she passed through, the fog was swept away, opening up a path for her.
At her speed, it did not take her long for her to reach the Hidden Fog City successfully. However, her trip this time was destined to be unfruitful. Be it Duanling Tian, Kur, or Li Fei, all 3 of them were no longer in the Hidden Fog City now. Not only that, they had already deliberately gone far away. However, very soon, Martial Emperor Yuhan came to hear about Duanling Tian's commotion in the Hidden Fog City, crippling 2 inner land disciples of the Hidden Fog Island, as expected of the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor. He's already so high profile before he's even fully matured yet, Martial Emperor Yuhan muttered to herself, after she learned from some of the folks there that Duanling Tian, Kur, and Li Fei had long left the Hidden Fog City. She proceeded to leave the Hidden Fog City as well and did not wait around to search for them. Although the Hidden Fog Island was not big, it was still not easy to look for 3 people. Martial Emperor Yuhan returned to the southern island and the residence that the hidden fog island had prepared for them to stay. After she came back, she went to look for Su Rong again. Tell me everything about when you met Kuer and Li Fei's fiancé. Seeing Martial Emperor Yuhan return by herself with a glum look on her face, Su Rong dared not slack and instantly told the ins and outs of the scenario when she met Duanling Tian, not hiding a thing at all. As a glimmer flashed across Martial Emperor Yuhan's eyes, she muttered softly, "Then, in this case, he must have followed one of the martial emperors or demon emperors from the Cloud Continent to the hidden fog island then? It must be so." Su Rong nodded. "Duan Ling Tian." Martial Emperor spelled out his name word for word. The brilliance in her eyes shone even brighter now.
Duanling Tian, the 3rd reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor? Right at this second, Martial Emperor Yuhan had formed her conclusion. At the eastern side of the hidden fog island, in a valley that was decorated with beautiful scenery, some obscene sounds were resonating ceaselessly. This sound was enough to make any shy person blush instantly. A young, sturdy, large-built man was indulging in the most primal act with a sexy young woman. The woman was bending over a large stone, while the young man was ramming her non-stop from the behind like he was riding a horse. The lewd moans were coming out from the young woman's mouth. Somehow, some time passed before the young man suddenly increased his speed. Finally, with a grunt, his body shuddered violently, and it was a long time before he finally regained his calmness. As for the woman, she was like a dead fish lying on the large stone. It turned out that she had already passed out instead. After casting a glance at the woman who had quite an incredible body, the young man raised a hand. A long robe appeared before he threw it around his body. "Ha!" Suddenly, as though he had noticed something, the young man gazed out of the valley. "Senior Brother Chin." At the same time, 2 voices cried out in unison. It resonated from outside of the valley and clearly entered the young man's ears. Whoosh! Upon hearing this, the young man raised a brow and made his move swiftly. Seemingly transforming into a gale of wind, he charged out of the valley and reached the outside. "It's the 2 of you?" After he had exited the valley, the young man hovering in the sky cast a glance at the 2 middle-aged men standing on the floor nonchalantly. "Spill, why are you 2 looking for me?" As a core disciple of the hidden fog island, he also had a few inner land disciples followers under him. The 2 people in front were exactly his followers. "Senior Brother Chun, our Dantian is crippled," one of the middle-aged men replied with grief and resent. The depths of his eyes were filled with a sharp, cold brilliance, as though he was about to devour somebody. The young man who was called Senior Brother Chin was Qin Ji, the core disciple of the hidden fog island. Other than having a shocking martial strength and having already long broken through to martial emperor stage, Qin Ji had another hobby: women. When it came to the name Qin Ji, almost everyone on the hidden fog island would more or less know about him. Qin Ji was a core disciple of the hidden fog island. He was promiscuous and he could not live without women. It was said that he would carry out the sexual deeds at least twice every day. Not only that, he would only go for extremely beautiful women. "What's the matter?" Qin Shi asked with a frown. As the saying went, you must at least look who the owner is before you beat the dog. After knowing that his 2 followers had their Dantian crippled, wrath boiled in his heart right away. "Senior Brother Chin, you must take revenge for us. This time, it's for your sake that we offended that guy. However, it never crossed our minds that he'd be so ruthless and actually cripple our Dantian directly." The other middle-aged man answered with an infuriated look. "For my sake." Qin Ji frowned even more. "Hurry and tell me. What actually happened?" "Senior Brother Chen, not long ago, the 2 of us were responsible for welcoming a martial emperor who came from the Cloud Continent and the 10 disciples under her." The middle-aged man took a deep breath and told the story as he suppressed the flame of fury in his chest. "Then the martial emperor that we welcomed was a woman from the Cloud Continent. She was Martial Emperor Yuhan. The 10 disciples that Martial Emperor Yuhan brought with her were all female disciples." The moment the middle-aged man reached this part, Chunji's eyes lit up right away. His full attention had completely been gripped now. "All female disciples?" In the depth of Chunji's eyes, a lusty glow shone brightly. Among the 10 female disciples that Martial Emperor Yuhan brought with her,
There were 2 female disciples who were so beautiful that they put flowers to shame and outshone the moon. Wait a minute. They were so beautiful that they could even topple nations. As the middle-aged man narrated, he exaggerated even more. I've lived for so many years, and this is the first time seeing such a beautiful woman. And it's 2 of them at the same time on top of that. Me too. Each of the 2 women had looks that could be said to be unparalleled in this world. The words, a reigning beauty of rare charm, is extremely suitable for them. The other middle-aged man piped in too. When he was speaking, his eyes gleamed with brilliance. Are they really that beautiful? Long before the middle-aged man started telling the story, Xianxia's gaze had already lit up like an array of stars. When the second man added in, his breath started to become rapid. His eyes that were gleaming brightly had gushes of flame burning in them now. In his entire life, he was only interested in 2 things. 1, cultivation. 2, woman. To a person like him who could not live without women, beautiful women were his fountain of youth. How could we possibly be dare to deceive you, Senior Brother Chan? One of the men quickly responded. I know you wouldn't dare to deceive me too. However, I'm greatly interested in them, so tell me now. Where are they? Chun-Ji's tone was filled with a slight desperation.
Senior Brother Chin, we originally wanted to invite them over to the Eastern Island to see you. Who would have ever thought that a guy would suddenly appear halfway, and not only did he cripple our cultivation base, he even said that you're not worthy enough to have them.
Senior Brother Chun, the other middle-aged man replied with righteous indignation. Not worthy enough to have them? Chun-Ji's eyes dimmed immediately before he asked in a low voice, Who's he? It seems like he's also one of the people brought by a martial emperor from Cloud Continent to join the Hidden Fog martial competition. Senior Brother Chun, you must seek revenge for us.
Everything we've done is for your sake.
That's right. Senior Brother Chun, you must take revenge for us. The 2 middle-aged men chimed in one after another.
At this moment, the 2 Hidden Fog Island's inner island disciples said whatever that came to their minds. They told Qin-Ji everything for the sake of pulling him into this mess. Although they were confident Qin-Ji would definitely be interested in the 2 women, they were not certain if Qin-Ji would kill the purple-clad young man, Duanling Tian, who crippled their dantians.
Due to this reason, they deliberately tried to enrage him.
They only hoped that Qin-Ji would kill Duanling Tian the moment he laid eyes on him. Otherwise, Qin-Ji might show mercy if the 2 women interfered.
This was something they were unwilling to see.
Who dares to trample on my head on this tiny piece of land in Hidden Fog Island? Qin-Ji smirked. After finding out about Duanling Tian's identity, Kuer and Li Fei, he charged out and vanished into thin air before the 2 middle-aged men's eyes. It caused their body to tremble in excitement. When they exchanged glances, they could both see the joy in each other's eyes.
They knew very well that Chun-Ji had gone to look for Duanling Tian and the 2 ladies.
This time, that Duanling Tian will definitely die. As for the 2 bitches, they'll definitely become Senior Brother Chen's toys soon.
Ha 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 ha. One of the middle-aged men threw his head back, laughing. His laughter was wanton and unrestrained.
It's such a pity that both our cultivation bases are crippled. Otherwise, I'd love to see how our Senior Brother Chen kills Duanling Tian. Oh, and also how the 2 bitches get treated like a slave by Senior Brother Chen too. The other middle-aged man chimed in with a nasty look in his eyes.
After leaving the eastern island, Chun-Ji instantly went to the southern island and landed at the residence where the Yuhan Valley's people were residing ever since they arrived with Martial Emperor Yuhan. Only he knew what his next course of action was. Meanwhile, in a forest along the coast of the northeastern side of Hidden Fog Island, a wooden house was quietly being erected there. The wooden house was being erected at a very fast speed. Soon after, it was completely built. The people who built the wooden house were a man and 2 women.
As the saying went, a job would be easy if both men and women worked together. The wooden house being built in such a short period of time was the best example.
Both man and women's efficiency when working together was relatively high too. The 3 of them were none other than Duanling Tian and his 2 fiancés, Kuer and Li Fei, who had just left Hidden Fog City not too long ago.
Now we only need a bed. Duanling Tian flashed a naughty smile as he glanced at Li Fei and Kuer. Just as the 2 women turned uncontrollably red after listening to his words, he immediately left.
Naturally, he did not leave for good. He only left in search of wood to make a bed.
Soon after, the bed was completed and was thrown inside the wooden house by Duanling Tian.
In the next instant, with one hand on Kuer and another on Li Fei, he flew swiftly inside the wooden house. As the wooden house's door closed behind them, a series of creaking sound began to reverberate from inside continuously. It sounded as though they were going to break the bed. The creaking sound continued on until evening. In fact, it did not show signs of stopping even when midnight arrived.
The sound only stopped when morning arrived. Inside the room on the spacious bed, Duanling Tian, who was almost drained, hugged both women in each of his arms and fell asleep.
After being in a frenzy for a day and a night, he was not the only one who was exhausted. Even the two women were exhausted as well. The three of them slept until the morning of the third day. They had slept for an entire day and night. When Duanling Tian woke up, he did not let go of the two sheep beside him. He transformed into a wolf again, and he was in a frenzy the entire morning. He was venting his lust that he had been suppressing for many years. Naturally, the lust that had been suppressed for so many years could not be easily vented just like that. In the end, Duanling Tian finally let the two women go for the time being after they pleaded with him. There are still 2 months to go before the start of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Stay with me during this period of time. As for Martial Emperor Yuhan, don't go there for the time being, Duanling Tian said to the two women before he made a move to leave the wooden house. However, he soon realized how unnecessary his words were. Before he could finish his words, the two women had already returned to their slumber. It was obvious that they were completely worn out. As the saying went, there are only tired cows but no worn plowed fields. However, it seemed like the current situation was the opposite in Duanling Tian's case. After leaving the wooden house, Duanling Tian headed to Hidden Fog City.
He was at Hidden Fog City again after a few days, but he did not stay for long. After buying the various ingredients he needed, he left Hidden Fog City again. It only took him an hour to enter and leave Hidden Fog City. In this short span of 1 hour, he had a lucrative harvest.
This Hidden Fog Island is really a treasure island. All of the rare treasures on Cloud Continent are being sold at a clearly marked up price. Duanling Tian mused on the journey back home. Naturally, he was not surprised the Hidden Fog Island was rich in resources. He had long guessed there was a supreme-grade origin stones reserve hidden underneath the Hidden Fog Island. Due to this reason, the cultivation environment on Hidden Fog Island was a lot superior to any places on Cloud Continent. That supreme-grade origin stones reserve must be hidden underneath the east side of the Hidden Fog Island, where the eastern island is located. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to come to that conclusion. Soon after, Duanling Tian returned to the wooden house. The wooden house was built in a secluded forest and was next to the boundless sea. Very few people would make a trip here. After Duanling Tian returned to the wooden house and saw that the two women were still sleeping, he did not disturb them.
Let me refine the Profound Monarch pill first, he thought to himself as his heart jolted. The Profound Monarch pill was a pill refined from the 10,000 years red fruit. It could help a martial monarch raise his cultivation base swiftly.
Duanling Tian had already obtained the 10,000 years red fruit long before he entered Lost Stone Forest for Feng Tianwu's sake and lost his memory.
Unfortunately, before he could combine it with other medicinal materials to refine it into the Profound Monarch pill, he had suffered a catastrophe and even lost his memory. He only recovered his memory a few days ago. Now that he had regained his memory, he seized the idle time he had to refine the Profound Monarch pills.
I only need one Profound Monarch pill at most to help me break through to the Martial Emperor stage.
The others would be enough to help Kuer and Little Fair to break through to the Martial Emperor stage. Duanling Tian's heart leaped when he was refining the Profound Monarch pills. He also decided on the distribution of the Profound Monarch pills.
He only had one 10,000 years red fruit in his hand. Due to this reason, he could only make a cauldron of Profound Monarch pills. Although a cauldron of Profound Monarch pills had a pill-forming success rate of 100%, it could only create 10 pills at the most. Slap!
After a period of time and a series of cumbersome actions, Duanling Tian placed his hand on the cauldron. It caused the cauldron to shake violently as it emitted a faint sound.
Swoosh! 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 In the next instant, 10 pills flew out of the cauldron before it was caught by Duanling Tian. Those were the Profound Monarch pills. After the Profound Monarch pills were successfully made, Duanling Tian realized the two girls were still sleeping, so he did not disturb them. Instead, he swallowed one of the Profound Monarch pills and prepared to cultivate. At the same time, he placed the other 9 Profound Monarch pills by his side and left behind a voice transmission jade slip next to it. He had recorded a message inside using his own voice transmission. After that, he began to cultivate. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the divine dragon form. With the help of the Profound Monarch pill's medicinal efficacy, Duanling Tian could clearly feel the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill stored deep in his dantian was activated again and merging with his origin energy to help him raise his cultivation base swiftly. Currently, his cultivation base was already at the 9th level martial monarch stage. Apart from the reconstruction after the destruction factor, the reason his strength was rising so fast was due to the rebirth pill's tyrannical medicinal efficacy. Now that his cultivation base had reached such a level, there was not much of the medicinal efficacy from the rebirth pill left in his body. By the time I break through to the martial emperor stage, the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy would most likely be gone. Duanling Tian had already mentally prepared himself for this. He lost track of time in the midst of his cultivation. Nobody knew how long had passed when a faint sound resonated from Duanling Tian's body and he opened his eyes. His eyes gleamed like the stars in the night sky. If someone who was familiar with Duanling Tian was here at this moment, he would instantly notice the differences in the current Duanling Tian. More precisely, his temperament had undergone a transformation. Martial Emperor stage. I finally broke through to the Martial Emperor stage. After a long time, Duanling Tian finally regained his senses. His face was filled with joy. The Martial Emperor stage. Currently, Duanling Tian had officially entered the world of martial emperors. He was no longer a martial monarch whose strength was equivalent to a martial emperor. Enjoying the majestic origin energy that had undergone a change in his body, Duanling Tian's emotions were in turmoil. He could not calm down for a long time. After 30 minutes, Duanling Tian finally managed to calm his tumultuous emotion. When he regained his senses and looked at the two women, he noticed the two women had gotten up and were sitting on the bed cross-legged, cultivating with their eyes closed. They had completely entered the state of cultivation. Duanling Tian saw that only 7 out of the 9 profound monarch pills that he left for the two women remained. Looks like they've heard the message I left behind in the voice transmission jade slip, Duanling Tian thought to himself. When he left the profound monarch pills behind, he had also left a voice transmission jade slip to remind the two girls to consume the profound monarch pills and cultivate. Currently, I've already made a breakthrough to the martial emperor stage and can solidify the royal grade weapon fire. In other words, I can refine the royal grade archery set now. At the same time, I can finally begin to cultivate the saint grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, his emotions that only just calmed down began to stir again.